worry about that. That's what
Okay,
makes
so here's the
it.
Yeah.
question. You know, like the YouTube video about like that pastor trying to rap, like how like being religious is cool and stuff, like
Which
that cringy rap. That
there's like
white dude, I don't know.
a white pastor that tried to rap. There's a bunch of them.
It's a
Oh,
There's
I
meme.
know
It's a
which
meme.
one you're talking
There's Stephen
about.
Furtick
Yeah, Dave knows.
son.
Ah,
Stephen
Tom
Furtick's
showed it at
son.
one point, and it was funny as fuck.
Yeah.
It was really
Why do you think?
bad.
Talking about a white
Why do you think?
pastor or a black pastor? Because
It
I've
was a
seen
white
white
pastor
pastor.
that dropped the N word. The
yes,
soft A, soft A.
no, but it still
a
was.
couple times. It was very awkward.
I
No,
have
no,
a,
that's not the point.
I
The N
didn't
word
say it.
isn't the point.
No,
The
no.
point is, why is the pastor trying to rap to convey a message to the younger generation? Because that's hip. He's trying to
meet them where
advertise.
they're at.
Oh,
Exactly.
he's trying to be charismatic, and try to reach
Exactly.
Well,
a certain audience.
not so much that. You can be charismatic and be completely different than what you're looking at. But
Oh,
he's
really?
trying to find where they're at and go there and meet them where they're at. That's the
Oh,
difference.
It's
Exactly.
like-
That is what Andrew
Just
Tate
like what
is
I was
doing.
saying.
That's literally what Andrew. No, it's stop. Y'all are
That's
just
exactly what I said in my
Oh my God,
closing.
you guys are so
That was a
like
while.
so.
You just don't listen, apparently.
That's literally what we said, and you said no, we're wrong because we're 100% making Andrew Tate bad.
You were
But
saying
now
No,
you're
you-
saying
somebody
now
other
you're
than Andrew
you're
Tate.
co-opting our point. What?
No, Ozzy, he's 100% bad. I don't agree with Sick or Dave that he's like an 80 or 90% bad. He's 100% bad. Okay, I'll give you
Even
this.
even Satan knows the Bible.
Okay,
Satan
I
came up and
apologize.
started-
I apologize. I have to go. It's not for
No,
anything important. It's just Discord drama. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh no.
No,
Well, you're welcome to
Run
come back
now.
if you want.
Yeah,
Hold on, now.
yeah. If you
Hold
guys
on.
are still here,
Yeah.
Yeah,
If nothing else, I might.
I was gonna
I
defend
have
him
somebody
while
just-
I always should talk him in the chat. So I was like, okay, good.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Nah,
Okay.
because because Dave will say it, and people will say, "Yeah, Dave's right," and then when Aaron or I say it, or we're delusional.
Well, Dave is
You were
milk
saying
toast.
something
Like
What
That's
was
how it-
different about what we said? What did we say, Dave?
We're coming at it from different
no,
angles. It's
okay.
more ideological.
Here's
in,
the thing.
in the sense that
Here's the
Dave is
thing.
more
You-
prescriptive.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
The first thing you guys do is like disagree with Andrew Tate, right? Tom or Sick, whoever was first.
I
Okay,
made the premise-
there's
I
a
made the
reason.
premise that we should change the definition of red pill to training people to normalize bad behavior.
Okay, I'm just saying that
make argument.
if the first reaction is to attack, is to not even acknowledge that there's some good. You guys later acknowledge that there's some good, but overall he's like a poison meat and whatever, right? But
Yeah, and I actually wasn't
first
talking about
reaction-
Andrew Tate. I'm talking about red pill. The concept of the red pill, which is why I also made called it a fallacy to direct it towards Andrew Tate initially, and then I just went with it because it was what we were talking about. I'm not gonna.
We can do Red Pill too. I can mean Red
Okay,
Pill as well.
Yeah,
I mean Andrew Tate as
immediately
like the
associated.
figurehead of Red Pill, right? So he could be Red Pill at the same time. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, this is the thing: is that point is arguable. I did find it interesting that he brought Andrew Tate as it, so I will give it the point, the credence that you want to give
But
it. So
the thing
we're
is,
talking about role models, not Red Pill by itself. We're talking about role models because
yeah,
young
'cause,
men
I mean,
need
Rollo-
role models.
you could call Rollo the godfather of the red pill.
No, he's not. He's not a role model. He's not a. No one really.
why is he a role model?
Because I don't think
you
people
don't
want to
believe him.
follow him.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
no.
This is the thing is I was trying to get this across earlier. There's a lot and Dave, you and I are old enough to remember this. Did you know that Rollo is the pickup artist from he was the blonde pickup artist from the 976 numbers? He was the sidekick?
No.
Dude,
I'm gonna have to
there's
look
video.
into that.
look
I-
into it.
He,
He was the
Today,
other
he doesn't
976.
seem to have the charisma to get people to listen to him.
exactly.
Which is why he goes
What do you
through
mean
the
by
I don't,
describe his
that's what I was
charisma?
saying. I don't think you know what I mean when I say charisma.
I feel like I have an idea, but I need you to describe it.
Charisma is a
Okay.
quality that someone
I feel
has
like-
that makes people want to listen to them, follow them, to hear what they're saying.
But you're talking about because there's plenty of charismatic people out there, but there's different types of charisma. Karen Tate has a specific charisma. What is
Ozzy, you
his charisma? That's
you
what I'm
brought
asking.
up Ozzy, you brought up
anybody.
Will Smith.
What is the charisma of red pill
You
figures?
can't both talk at the same time, or I can't hear either of you.
Okay, so let me ask my question first. What is the charisma of the red pill?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I?
Charisma
You
isn't
can't
a specific
can't-
thing.
Yes, it
Charisma
is.
a trait.
It is a trait, but it also has a. You would have to specify which.
Oprah
version.
has charisma. Does
You could have
charisma?
negative
Does she have the same?
charisma, You could have enigmatic charisma.
Can I answer that?
You could have joyful charisma. You could have all kinds of different kinds of.
Can I
charisma.
Does
can I answer
Obama?
that question?
Does Obama? Hold on. Does Obama have the same? You can ask your question right after this. Does Obama have the same type of charisma as a fresher fit, as a mediocre tutorials and reviews, as any red pill figure that comes to your mind? Does Obama has the same
No.
type of charisma?
You had to bring up MTR.
No,
didn't you?
let Dave, because Dave is the one who has the.
Sir.
Does Obama have the same type of charisma as any red pill figure that first comes to your mind?
In a way, yes.
How?
No, the answer is no, dude.
Why do you say that?
Because Obama has like a more mature charisma, while Tate has like a more
I disagree.
younger
I
audience.
feel like he has a hip hop aesthetic that works sometimes. I don't
Hip-hop
know if you've
is-
No,
I don't know
Obama
if
is
you've
not
heard him
good,
roast
man.
people.
We've come.
Obama
Yeah, it's
is
like a boomer
really
funny
good
joke,
at like
man.
roasting people.
Obama's.
and, like,
He's
This
hip.
is showing your age,
Go
Dave.
ahead.
This is showing your age.
I'm being
No, it's-
honest.
No, this isn't even
I
the.
don't have to
Met
throw
Obama.
age into it.
No, Dave. This is like when we were talking about when I asked you the question, can you have female friends without being attracted to them? And I had to walk you through the paradigm of how men could have female friends without them being like sexually attracted to
I
them.
never said
You-
men can't.
You said you couldn't,
I
and
said
you don't
I can't.
understand. And you said you don't understand how
Hold on a second. Before we go
that
further,
could take
Dave,
place.
can I ask? But this may be personal.
Go
And
for
you
it.
can tell me. What's your block with that situation? What
With
do you
what?
find is the with because I know plenty of people like this who choose not to have female friends because they find themselves attracted to them.
I
So,
currently choose not to have attractive female friends.
huh. Okay.
Because
Okay.
if I am attracted to a woman and I will feel like a desire for a different kind of relationship, and not having that relationship is going to make me long for it consistently. And if I can't distance myself from that, I'm always going to be like in that state of want,
Isn't
Uh,
that-
desiring for more.
isn't-
And then I will like,
Those are friends in general.
yeah, but at least
No,
he
what-
as at least he's recognized this about himself, and a lot of people don't. A lot
I
of
know.
people-
I had a conversation with him before, and I was able to say that there are because the initial conversation was, I like you. Besides what you just described, or you just added
well,
on,
that's
add
because
on.
I thought more
add on
about
what-
it after our conversation, and that's
Well,
when I came
I
to
know,
my
fine.
actual conclusion.
You moved
Well,
it
yeah,
down.
and yeah, that's fine. And the initial premise, you could just add both what you just said now to what you initially said, right? Even though you might have moved from what you initially said or grown from it. You initially said, I don't have female friends because if I'm attracted to them, then it's going to be a sexual attraction. Now you just said now that if I'm attracted to them, there's going to be something that I'm going to long for and I'm going to want to be around them.
Well, we
Now-
went into the semantics of
I think
attraction,
I
and that's
understood
kind
the
of where
intimate- I
the
think he
disconnect
intimated
was.
that it was, and I would guess, I would gather, I wouldn't have to. I would assume
that's,
just
that's
that's
what
what I
we're-
mean.
But
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about right now, how there's different types of charisma, there's different types of attraction.
Mm,
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Ozzy.
So then,
But
Dave,
there are people without charisma at all.
Oh
But-
yeah.
but we're trying to say that Obama's charisma, besides the hip hop and the blackness and the Afrocentric cool of what he has, the ability to roast people and to smoke cigarettes
Obama is cool.
down to earth.
Yeah.
Obama's charisma, in a professional sense,
Have you
is
heard
different.
Obama like
Yes,
quote
Okay, so-
hip hop
so-
lyrics? Like he won't sing it, but he'll
I literally
state it like
Dave,
a.
I just said besides his hip hop
Okay.
charisma.
Okay, so you
I'm
guys
talking about this
I
one
thought
track.
you were saying it was bad or something for me to idolize it or
so
to
y'all know
point it
when
out
I
that way because you kind of like when I said hip hop like charisma, you kind of scoffed.
when I say don't meet your heroes,
So I'm
folks,
just trying to make sure you understood what I meant.
I did scoff.
yeah, just so you all know, separately on this note, just to talk about it very directly, I have met Obama. I worked on the last campaign rally session, and it was I worked for an artist. I have handed a microphone to 5 different presidents, and he
Nice.
is a very interesting character. And I say this because I have had 3 different interactions with him, but 2 directly, like shaking his hand. And he is a real power human. When I say that, I mean, 1, there's a lot of bubble around him, but 2, when you meet him, it's not just underwhelming, he's real power. And when you walk up to him, he knows he doesn't have to give you the time of day. And it's disconcerting. It's to a point of like aloof. He's so smart and he's so on it and he's so cool. He really is fucking cool. Like as a human, he's smart as a fucking whip. He would kill all of us in a debate. He would just smash us. His mind is so big. And his wife's mind is even bigger. So that's a thing to know, is that one of the weirdest things about him was that his charisma is it is very cool. When I say cool, I don't mean it in a like it comes from some background. I mean like that motherfucker is so smart and so on top of it and so just very with it that, you know, like my experiences with him, he didn't have to give a fuck, and he didn't, and he shook my hand sideways, and I don't think less of him for it, which is even weirder, you know. Meanwhile, I want to have a beer with that guy. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't vote for him, and I felt totally different after I met him. I was like, that guy, holy shit, that's real. That dude. It's like kind of like normal. Like, how did he get?
Did you want to have a beer with him before or after you met him?
Only after. Oh no, before. Fuck no. Before.
Why? Why not before?
Because he's Satan. Because he's fucking Satan. I felt the same way afterwards, by the way. But as far as like feeling disconcerted about his behavior, and then having met a number of these people, like, you know, Reagan was in the wheelchair. Bush Senior was scary motherfucker. Like that dude looked you in the eye, and I was looking at just somebody who had killed people.
So in knowledge of that, and in knowledge of how Andrew Tate or any red pill figure who knows how to act professionally and act like what I would describe your interaction with Obama is very flexible, he's very adaptable, he's very personable, and he can meet people where they are even though he doesn't have to. Because
well, that's exactly what it was. It was like I couldn't hate him for being aloof. It was so cool. I was enamored by the fact that he passed by. Like, you know,
now, if you met Andrew Tate and he did the same thing, would you have a beer with him?
Fuck no. I do not think so. I don't think so because of what I actually know of what he's done. What he's actually done. And what's weird is I had a conversation with a policymaker, by the way, an argument where it was very, very weird, by the way, and a very weird server. The whole situation was fucked up. This policymaker said to me that they thought the position of the power of the presidency was evil, and anybody who wanted it was evil. And I think that's a very childish way to look at that. Like, you have to commit to real problematic situations in the toughest ways you could think of, 24 hours a day. And nobody's perfect, and there's lots of people involved. It's never just one person. So that viewpoint really bothered me because of the position this person had. And then on top of the fact that, you know, there's a difference between when you have to make a presidential position for a country and when you're a dude trying to figure out how to traffic women to a foreign country with a lover boy method, you know, and training other men to do so.
Okay, so then you answered my question before I even asked it, which shows the difference between Obama and
Gotcha.
Tate.
Do you want me to answer your question though?
Okay,
about
yeah.
What kind of charisma I think Andrew Tate has?
Yeah,
it's like, in a way. Now, don't jump down my throat on this part. It's somewhat fatherly. It is definitely edgy. And it's also very confident. Those are like the 3 traits that I see in him. And the person who I think also, another person I would compare him to that has very similar traits would be Destiny.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, he's right. There's a distinct comparative that I've also drawn, also in the following and the I hate calling it a cult. That's just like people have such a bad response to it. It is a cult,
but saying it saying it here is fine, but saying it where earshot of a red pill, you're gonna push them away again.
Yes, and it's hard. It's hard.
which is
it's
what
it's,
I want to avoid.
yeah,
No,
and it's
they-
like it's one of
but
those things.
why would you push them away though?
Oh my
Because
God,
they don't want to
this is-
be categorized as a cult, because that means you're
Okay.
brainwashed, and nobody
There
wants
it
to admit to being brainwashed.
And one
Well,
of the
then,
telltale signs
there
of
you
being
go.
brainwashed is to reject all other ideologies
Yeah.
for the one and be more staunch. And in fact, one of the things about deprogramming is that you have to be compassionate
Hi, Zach.
and take it very slowly. You
Oh,
can't
but-
just like inundate someone or swamp them, because the swamping has already been happening to them. That's one of the things about red pill that is so obvious to me, that it's a form of psychosis over long term. It's a swamping of information and fear, and it's called pain point messaging. It is a sales tactic.
All
And
right.
Sorry.
So then they're psychotic, but they also lack accountability because if they're not willing to take criticism of any kind, except the criticism that they feel safe around, if the real potent criticism that will make them change their views about something, just like how Tom said he was fully white. For example, Tom said he was extremely right wing in his views and ideology. Then he listened to Destiny and Bosch placate and talk about the things he wanted to talk about, and then over time talk about the flaws. That's just like a dialectic conversation at hand.
Yeah.
They were willing to speak their language first before getting into the the criticisms of the individual or of the ideology. That just shows a lack of you are not willing to change unless somebody makes you feel safe.
Yeah.
That's just
It's
being
sort of a-
human, man. What are we like aliens? Are we supposed to just like not be critical? Like,
No, that's not a.
Do you not
It's
think that
good-
that's a better way of engaging people to convert them?
It's good for the person who's trying to engage you that they should speak truth and love and truth and I mean, but it's bad for the person that means you're unwilling to change. You're unwilling to be accountable unless somebody makes you feel
That's where
safe.
it starts, and that's like Tom was pointing out. That's where it starts. You really think you're sure. You think you know. You've been loved. You've been cared for within this in group, and then you start to see people chastise you, and you think they're idiots because everything they're saying is insane to you. And then the next thing you know, when you actually try to address them or engage, they can't even engage. That's that point of lack of engagement is actually where they make the choice for themselves, and it's like drug addicts. It's exactly like drug addicts.
It's like, but even more so in my example, or like I would explain it in something that people will most likely just like, oh, because it's magic, they totally reject it. But that's the premise of like reformative like Christianity,
It's
right?
all religion.
They're trying to meet you where you are and show you where you're wrong afterwards. And but even in engaging with it, right? And after being met with you are, by virtue of dealing with it, it will convict you and make you want to change. But if you're
do you believe in
unwilling to
systematic
be
racism?
convicted, then you won't
Sorry,
change anyway.
Yeah.
Do you
well,
believe in
that's the
systematic
problem.
racism?
All right,
Sorry?
what happened?
Yes.
Do you believe in systematic racism?
Yeah, that's why I brought it up
I
to
don't know why people call it
counter
systematic.
date.
Isn't it systemic?
So, sorry, it's my I'm ESL. So
No, this is
my bad.
both
Because you
both
said
ways.
it too, but
Systemic.
it's systemic.
Both ways of
Systematic
saying
versus-
it's
Systemic. My bad. Yeah, that's you're right. Dave.
Systematic
Okay.
is
Quit correcting me.
No, it's tomato. Both ways of
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
it's
whatever.
All right, I'll let you think that, but systematic means something else. It is a word that has a different meaning.
Different meaning. Yeah.
My bad. Yeah,
There is
you're right.
But it is so a systematic format of racism is the actual implanting and utilization of the racism as a tool, whereas systemic is just inundated and societal or practiced. In other words, like naturalized.
systemic.
Yeah.
And
Which
I
is
need to
why
see-
I was which is why I make the point, because people use the term systematic racism incorrectly a lot. It's not just you, and I'm not.
No.
saying
They're
you're
talking
bad
about a
for
different
doing it.
concept. No, just
But
like Aaron said,
It does
a different
get
concept.
misstated in that way a lot. Systematic is like a slow process of building people towards racism, whereas systemic
it's a
racism
plan.
is racism that is in place already, and it's through society. It's propagated continuously.
So, do you think because of systemic racism, uh, you guys have in America have like black crimes in your neighborhoods and like low income and stuff like that
Yeah,
because of systemic racism, right?
it's a situation where
And single mother households, sorry.
single mother
Yeah,
households happen. They're in low income housing. In order to
more
stay in the
factors.
low income housing, if the father
Yeah,
comes back into their life, they would have too much, make too much, and they wouldn't have access to that low income housing anymore. So
yeah,
it tends to incentivize the breaking of the family in the black community. It's a
And
really
that's one
sad thing, and it sucks,
one
and I hate it.
and that's just
That's
one
okay.
that's
And
everything.
now,
many
That's
many
and
everything.
now,
red
you're
line.
you're conservative looking at this,
I'm
and you
not a
say,
conservative.
"Oh, no,
Dave,
I'm just
Dave,
hypothetical conservative."
what?
I'm a
I'm
centrist.
talking about
I
hypothetical.
was a
I'm not
conservative.
you. It's Dave. Dave, you're.
I'd be
When
me.
I'm talking about you, it's not the you. Like, it's
Okay,
like an arbitrary you.
gotcha,
Okay.
gotcha, gotcha.
If a conservative looks at this group of people, say, "Oh, pull yourself by the bootstrap," or whatever the saying goes. Why don't they listen to it? Because they're seeing the problem and saying, "Oh, we shouldn't kill each other and we should get educated and stuff." Like, why don't they pull themselves by the bootstrap? Why don't they do it? Because it's so obvious. It's because it's systemic,
That's because it's
right?
impossible. Have you ever tried to pull yourself up by your bootstraps?
It's not
Exactly.
impossible.
Very
No, no, no.
much.
It's not impossible. It's just
It's
hard
No,
for
no, no.
highly,
everybody.
I mean
highly
It's
the actual.
improbable.
Sorry, I was being a little facetious. I was hyperbolic. Hyperbolic. That's the term I was looking
Exaggerating.
for. I was trying to use the actual lifting up by your bootstraps. It's actually impossible.
Yeah, yeah.
If you have one
Which is
success,
why
there's
it's
like
funny that that's what they say when they're trying to get you to do it, because it's something
Yeah.
that's actually impossible to do, but it's something they're expecting you to do. So
no, you can
yeah,
pull. No, it's you can pull physically 1 foot up at a time by your bootstraps. Like if I grabbed 1 foot by my shoe straps and pulled it up, and then did the next one over time, I'm gonna just have a process of just doing that.
but you're
You
not
can
just
do it.
pulling yourself up. Your other foot is still providing a support. You still need support from somewhere else.
but I
You
don't want to
can't
go
just
over
give it
that
all with
analogy.
your.
But that's the point. That's the point. That's what makes it not impossible. There's plenty. That's why there's
Yeah, you
plenty
need
of black
support from somewhere
individuals
else.
who. There's plenty
So
of black
I
and
would
white
say
and
the
Hispanic
problem with that
individuals who.
concept, the problem with that concept, although well-meaning,
Just wanna
is
finish,
that it
bro.
comes from a political campaign of the early 1930s, and it was intended to, or sorry, mid 1930s, where it was intended to drive interest to those people, and this is a democratic cause too, that were facing the Great Depression, and the answer to that was Hubert Humphrey's "Pull yourself up by your bootstraps." And bootstraps actually aren't just the little tongues on the side, by the way. They are a thing that hold your shoes on before laces, because not everybody could afford laces. And there's a whole thing. It's a misunderstanding of the entire locution. It's
Yeah.
just,
It's
anyway,
like shoelaces.
it's like shoelaces.
So,
It's like
so
shoelaces.
Ozzy,
It's attached to your waist.
Yeah.
so Ozzy, so if you think that okay, they're suffering, do you think that they have enough tools to overcome those adversity, those problems? Like, do they have the tools to pull themselves by the bootstrap?
There's plenty of systems and efforts in place where people can facilitate a system where they can get to a certain level of success, right?
I'm talking
And
about just
still,
going to university, not Ivy League university, just regular university.
you can go
Like
to
when I talk about
yeah,
tools,
you
I'm
do
talking
the
about
do the
education and employment, stuff like
yes,
that.
yes. There's plenty. There's not just you don't got to go to a PWI. You can go to state school. There's like, do you want me to like give you a whole plan that people can do and anybody
No,
can
no,
do?
I'm just saying, is there
I,
is there good tools, like good
yes,
systems for supporting?
yes. That's why there are individuals who have done it, and they will say, "Hey, you can do what I do."
Yeah. Sometimes they're
No,
harder to access for
What do you
some.
mean? No, it's not.
those individuals are highly, highly lucky that
No,
they got
No,
up.
no, I
no.
agree with
because
that.
there's plenty. No, because if everybody just it's not about luck. It's about avoiding pit pot pit holes that
Crack balls,
the
yeah. I mean,
system
some of it.
puts in place to make you fail. There's plenty of
And
that's how Jewish, Chinese, African, Caribbean, they avoid the pit holes that are put in place to make them fail, and then they get into the system or they build their own system, and they divest.
Yeah, they divest. And now, if you want to talk
how
about the
did they
tough call, by the
how
way,
did they educate those
the-
potholes and whatever?
How do
Those
you just look at the people who failed and you learn from their mistakes and you don't do them? Divesting literally means
oh my
avoiding.
God.
so the part of the issue here is that I think people don't really truly understand the difference in the foundational Black American experience
Because
compared to those other
because
people.
this is culturally relevant knowledge that if you're not knowledgeable of the culture and you don't know all the ins and outs, this is why you won't understand that there's a the pull yourself by the bootstraps is, even though can be hyperbolically used, if you just there's very fundamental stuff that everybody can do that leads to success. That's why you can hear Killer Mike just say, hey, stay in school, finish high school, go to community college, stay consistent in your job or a few jobs, get a trade. There's a lot of basic stuff that everybody can do, that
Okay,
you can divest to an extent to have stability. There will be a ceiling, though.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ceiling
also,
is systemic.
any counter argument for this, though, the only thing credence I'll give it, though, is that not all groups in America or states or cities have the same systems that allow for that, and sometimes the access for people is disallowed by cultural proclivities. And I make the example of someone I knew named Latif, who had never left his 6-block radius in Brooklyn because of cultural stigmatism. And it was just literally the culture of the neighborhood, not, I wouldn't even say it's a stigma across culture. I'd say it's just like people living in Brooklyn don't leave their area and look at the bridge like, oh my God, I can't leave here. There's danger over there. And that tribalism can often
It's also training. Like if you train it's like an oppressive and an internalized oppressive mindsets or like if you get a mouse, right, and you train it enough. Oh no, it's like here. I just heard this before. Like you tie a baby elephant to a tree for so long that it can't pull away, that in an adult stage, if a fire happens, the adult elephant, even though it's strong enough to pull away from the tree, won't, because it's been trained so much to stay latched to the tree by the rope. It will die in the fire, and it will never move, even though it's fully capable of pulling the tree down.
I mean, have you seen
if I'm
the
being honest,
video of the
It happens
waiting
all the
room
time.
where a beep goes off and a lady and everybody stands up and there's one lady in there that doesn't know
oh yeah, I
this
saw that
trade,
experiment.
and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
they all leave and she's the only one there, and still when the beep's going off she's still standing up, and then somebody else comes in and the beep goes off, she stands up, and the other guy kind of looks at her funny, and she's like, well, when the beep goes off you're supposed to stand up. He's like, why? She's like, I don't know, it's just what everybody does. So
It's
she
the
sits
monkey
back down and
experiment.
it goes again. Well, the monkey experiment never actually happened, though. This actually happened.
It's a hypothetical monkey
Yeah,
experiment.
the monkey experiment
Sorry.
was hypothetical. This was an actual test
Yeah.
that was done by a group
Jesus.
of people.
It's called training.
And
It's
by
called
the end, there's 10 people in the room. Every time it beeps, everybody stands up, everybody sits back down. Not a single person knows why, but they're all doing it.
No.
And by the way, that's part of
Okay,
the science.
if I'm being honest, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just saying that the quip is that's one of the things I've studied a lot of, is the science of egress, how people exit, and how people mob mentality works, how
conditioning.
the conditioning and the lowest common denominator
Yep.
is a great value to a situation that, and when I say great value, I don't mean like fantastic. I mean it is a huge value to a situation where, when you have a group of 10,000 people, you don't measure them by the brightest people. You measure them by who the lowest common denominator is, and you expect that to be the mean average, because that actually does become the mean average when the group acts together. And it's amazing how folks take a little bit of guidance and turn into cows really quickly, just by training, by conditioning, by by the fact that we know orange means don't go there, and red means stop. I mean, the shit like that is very powerful.
Now, if there was a practice that was different, like say instead of just standing up when you heard a beep, if every time you heard a beep, you had to prick yourself with like a needle, I don't think it would catch on as easily once the initial group is gone, because as soon as that one guy comes in and there's only one person doing it and they question it and they say, I don't know why, it's just what everybody does, they're going to be like, all right, I'm not going to prick myself a needle until I understand why. But
Dave,
if it's just standing up, it's something simple and easy that doesn't hurt me to do. There's no negative to it.
Okay, so there's a weird ass experiment about cruelty and the allowance. It has to do with the banality of evil. And it doesn't quite prove the self-infliction, but it proves that someone under duress or under the sense that they need to, like it's important, it's part of their job, even if it's just a simple nothing, will inflict pain upon another person.
Yeah.
If they believe that it's important.
It actually happens with security guards a lot in prisons. Wow. My buddy John wound up in something like that. Like anytime that certain things happened with inmates, like they would have a certain action, they would hit them like with the baton.
Yeah. And
now granted, it got the action to stop, so it wasn't a complete negative, but there were other ways that they could have gone about it before pulling out the baton and hitting them. But because that's what had worked the whole time and they've seen everybody else doing it, he just kept doing it.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's something that absolutely happens in our society as we are right now.
Yes. And that's part of the normalization thing. That's why I have a big problem with like Destiny and the M-bomb and defending racism, or incest as just an amoral, that kind of stuff. Because when you start normalizing bad behavior,
oh my God,
the wrong people, and being that I saw firsthand and read the entirety of the manifesto of the kid in Texas on, OKR.ru with a group of other people.
Which one was that?
That was the shooter in Texas that shot up the mall.
The Texas shooter.
Okay, the mall shooter.
He mentions a lot of streamers. He doesn't just mention Pearly and Tim, and his preface starts with Destiny, and it goes on, and there's a lot of people not mentioned because he doesn't directly say I'm doing this because. Whereas Pearly Things and Tim, those two are very directly mentioned with like his decisions to go do this, and that's where like not enough attention was paid to that. And Andrew Tate is mentioned in there as his like, but it's different. Andrew Tate, he adulates over him.
Yeah.
And that's the issue I have with the whole of the situation. Is like,
because if you follow the Red Pill at all, he is the actual god of the Red Pill. Like Rollo might be the godfather of the Red Pill, but Tate is like the god of the Red Pill. He's their shining example, which is horrible, but that is where he's at right now.
Yeah. No, it's the example. I mean, to the point of where like there's overwhelming evidence against the guy that he's made public for himself, like self-admission of shit. And it's still his followers will blindly follow. And I make the comparative to David Koresh. Those people were lawyers and doctors and judges, well above the normal intelligence line. And yet they burn themselves and their children in a fight. And I say they burned themselves because they initiated the fight, and then they fought the government, and the government did wrong. I mean, I've seen all the videos of this shit. It's horrifying what the government did, but at the same time, those people did that to themselves to a degree. They, and that's the example of what happens with this ideology. It starts simply enough, and everybody takes it for granted. That's the same thing, and I hate to use them as example, but it is, it affected my family, so I know about it.
Yeah.
It's how the Nazis formed. Everybody just took it that rumor was bullshit. That's not how that happens. They're doing enough good. That was really the statement.
Real quick, Turo, you're really quiet. Did you have anything you wanted to say? You're welcome to join in.
He's not.
Okay.
No.
I just thought I'd throw it to him because he was sitting there, and I didn't want to keep talking over him if he had something to say.
Oh yeah.
Let me be more narrative.
Okay.
Let me be more narrative, okay? So, I was like a conservative, like back in 2018. No, back in like 2016 to 2018. Like I listened to Ben Shapiro, but I always thought he was a loser because he was like a nerdy or whatever. His voice was weird, and like I saw his dunking videos, and surprisingly, I didn't really care. I was anti SJW, but I didn't really respect Ben Shapiro. But when um not Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson came by. He was like he was my god because I come from a single mother household, and for me, from a young age, I didn't know my father, and I didn't have any fatherly role models, right? And so he was the guy. He was like the dude that is really fatherly. Like he cries, he's emotional, and he says, "I care about you." No one talks to you, and everyone, and the feminists, like the BBC or whatever feminists, like attacks, and like the British broadcast, whatever. They always tag Jordan Peterson, and to me, even though like and now I know like his political takes are cringe and borderline really bad, to me, then like why is everyone attacking him when he's speaking up for young men? So I was like really blocked out. And after this, he was talking more about politics stuff, like he's talking about Christianity and stuff like that. And I come from a Muslim background, and I'm like, okay, why this is so cringe? Like even though I'm atheist leaning, I don't believe this shit, and this is like borderline. He became more Christian and conservative. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to listen to this. This is like I still to
Why
this
not?
day I pardon.
Why not?
Why not what?
Well, I think that's an issue. If you're not willing to listen to something just because you find it
No,
cringe, then you're gonna
no,
miss
no.
out on
I still to this day
why
I
they
respect his
value it.
psychological takes, but
But his psychological takes are influenced by his beliefs. So
Yeah.
if you don't understand his beliefs, you're just getting a very shallow interpretation. It just sounds good to you. It's like music. It just sounds good, but you don't really understand what he's talking about.
but it did sound good to me before. But now when I went out of the
It
matrix
sounds
that he
good, but do you
created,
understand why he believes what he believes?
I do.
Why? I mean,
I
it's
if
it
I give I'll give you one word because he's a boomer, and like that's at least
what? That well, no,
that
because
I shorthand it.
he literally said he
That's just
didn't
enough.
believe it before, even while even talking to Ben Shapiro. He said he didn't believe it before, and he came into the belief like later.
I
Do you
think
understand why he came into the Christian belief?
I think he appreciates. I think he's atheistic, but he believes that there's a value to believing God, like acting as if you believe in God.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
No,
So
because he would
I
cry
find
over it. He would cry over it. He would fight with himself on
Yeah.
like live when he would talk about his belief in Christianity. He would say that like if I'm going to like understand Jesus, then it would just shake my worldview. Like he was
He says he
wrestling.
wishes he could believe in Jesus and
yeah, he doesn't believe
just
it.
be
He's
a
just
Christian.
saying he
He
could.
just
Yeah,
can't because his rational mind can't cope with that. So he's just going to act as if he believes. So like he's going to follow the teachings of Jesus even though he doesn't believe that he
he
can't
doesn't have
believe
faith.
God actually exists is his point.
Yeah, most Christians have faith, but Jordan Peterson doesn't have faith.
Yeah.
He's acting as if he has faith, but he doesn't.
Do you know what the
He's.
Bible
I
calls
think
that?
he's.
The
So
Bible
he's
calls
Sorry?
that
Catholic. Okay.
yeah,
I'm
he's
sorry.
Catholic. You know what yeah, he's just doing it for culture.
I've li- it's not just for culture.
If
It's
he's
for
just doing it,
society to
no, no, no.
run.
He's religious.
It's
His dialectic
being
is religious.
performative.
It
Yeah,
is.
being performative, being religious is a culture. There's a difference between the acts of religiosity and the faith beliefs of religiosity. You can
Well,
do stuff. You
A
can do
faith is
anything and
required
not
for the
believe it.
culture to
You
run,
just do
though.
it because you see value. You can work out, right? And just just because it's good for you to work out. But if you, and there's a difference between the person who like who's into it, they enjoy it, they believe it's good for you, and the people who just like they just want the benefits. So there's the person who
The Constantine
believes it's
method.
true. They won't.
That's the Constantine
Yeah.
method.
Yeah, the people who truly believe, the Constantine method, for sure. The people who truly believe in it, they don't need the religiosity. They truly believe in it, even if they do anything. Even if they don't do anything, but of nature of them believing it, they're gonna do it.
Constantine's
But
kind of the opposite of the Jordan Peterson angle.
Well, he found it. He didn't believe in God, and he also was a pagan.
He
But
didn't
at the
act as though he
deathbed-
believed in God, but he did believe in God because he knew God existed.
no,
So
it's like
not belief
Socrates.
at that point.
It's like it's more like Socrates, where Socrates says, "I don't believe in your gods, but there's a God that I do believe in."
Yes, and at his deathbed, the funniest thing about Constantine is that he converted to Christianity on his deathbed, just in
Because-
case. Like,
And
this
I
was-
might, yeah,
just in case. Like,
my theory is that they always believed in Christianity, and like even in Socrates has this story where he speaks to, it's during a time period where they didn't value the opinions of women even in academic spaces, but Socrates was different, and he had a woman friend, and the woman had a belief in God, that was different from everybody else's beliefs in God, and he was more aligned with the woman's beliefs. So I like, even in my minor was philosophy, and I would used to say this to my European philosophy teachers. I mean, like, Socrates is Christian because even though he doesn't say it overtly, there's a belief in him. He just doesn't know how to verbalize it, or he doesn't know what it is. But in my belief, my opinion, he was like he had a belief in a God, and I believe it was a Christian God because he performs a bunch of Christian values. And a bunch of Christian good works,
and
I'm sorry, maybe I have a poor understanding of
the singular thought, or I can't remember what that thing is called, where it's the singular focus. It's the contemplation, the overwhelming contemplation, the thing that takes over your mind at all times that Socrates used to talk about.
Yeah.
Do I have a poor understanding of the Christian faith? Because I was led to assume that like the main thing was accepting Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and Savior.
That's salvation, but
That's salvation.
it's more,
That's-
beyond the salvation of
Oh,
now
so
you
can
have
be
a
like
connection
Yeah.
to.
so
Now
you can
that
be
you
a-
have, go
you
ahead.
can be a Christian without salvation. Is that a thing?
You can be in Christendom, or like you can like perform all the cultural and ritualistic stuff, because you see that it's good, but that's works based.
Okay,
If you don't really truly
Hold on a
believe,
I'm gonna be real with
Very
you.
important thing.
You
You don't
just
know
said
about the schism. You
Socrates
don't
is
know
a
about the schism.
Christian. Not
So
he was in Christendom. He
In
said
his
he was a
opinion,
Christian.
in his opinion.
I said in my opinion.
I'd have to hold on a second. I have to ask you: are you aware of the schism and where the difference is in the time of salvation after and where before there was no sense of salvation? Right? You guys know that, right? That's the split in Catholicism and the modern church.
I disagree with Catholicism. I'm not a big fan. I don't like a lot of the practices, to be honest. I would consider myself Christian, even though I more the Jordan Peterson route, where like my logical brain wants to say that it can't be true, but I hope it's true, kind of thing.
Sure.
So-
I actually have great explanations for those that doubt in a great faith in ourselves, but most people don't want to hear that we're God.
Yeah. No.
You hear the word
You're
God and
absolutely right. Actually,
you cringe because it's not rational.
No, it's very rational.
No,
His-
it
his
would
thought.
it would necessitate the case. Like even if you're Christian, you have to, unless you believe that there's no such thing as free will. Like we would have to be God, or at least the agents of God. Like because God's not going to intervene on our behalf. Like that's never going to happen. If we're the ones that are like running this world, then necessarily we would also be the agents of God. We create the miracles. That would
and let me also
that would
sum that up
necessarily
with,
be the case.
"O ye of little faith."
yeah.
Well, yeah, because then like there would be it would. We're not just talking about the if you were to be charitable to any scripture, right, and to believe in the miracles of
Forget about the
signs, wonders, and
Forget about
stuff,
the scripture.
or the
That's
wonders
man.
that break natural laws, right?
No. Hold on a second. Natural laws. You're talking about stuff that man came up with.
Mhm.
I'm going to challenge you right now, Azzy, because I'm going to challenge you to a section of thought that may hurt your brain, and it hurts. It hurts to go through this, by the way.
I doubt it, but go ahead.
It really does. It's a weird fucking thing to think about. I think what we're talking about is actually more than just a scripture concept. We're talking about the
I'm
actual
gonna kill my
being
camera
and
for a
nature of
minute, go
reality
eat,
and its
but I'm still here.
all-encompassing sense of being God. That everything is God. That God, to doubt God is to say that we are something separate, that plants, animals, and life everywhere, that the universe is somehow separated and God is some being separate of that. Then you're saying God is an alien. And I would disagree, because what we see in the fractal in math and in particle physics is very clear that the universe.
What do you mean by alien?
Well, because
people say alien as something that is like alien, as in
by definition,
God. No, God
is a physical entity, singular, and not a planet.
Because God is a spiritual thing, which means he operates outside of time and space.
As in not of this world is what.
So yeah, people say not of this world as alien, which means that he's still operating in time and space.
You mean ephemeral God? Then you and I do agree, and I'm just saying that there's a way to see this that has been written about forever. There's tons of allegory and metaphor and comparative and stories from all of history, and we can take it back to Kronos and Sisyphus and the snake who finds its tail. It's a tale that we've been telling ourselves forever, but most people want to ignore it. And it's what Christianity did, first and foremost, is to erase that story and take away the idea of the non.
Erase that story. That story still existed. In fact, Paul goes up to the Greeks and tries to relate to the Greeks by using the stories of Greek gods and Greek mythology.
And you're right. I'm talking about the church itself. I'm talking about the Catholic Church, 9th, 10th century, when a lot of that stuff was specifically starting to be washed away, which caused the later schism.
I think they just outlawed it, and then they didn't get rid of it because people still tell the stories today.
Yeah, true.
Wait,
yeah,
outlawing is an attempt at getting rid of, is it not?
Yeah. I mean,
I think he means getting. Do you mean getting rid of it as an outlining?
I mean censoring from the view, and that's generally what the Catholic Church did for
that's what I meant. That's
8,000 years. No, I'm not sorry. 8,000 for like 900 to 1,000 years. Just wash everybody else's history and wash the stories away and cover them up in enigma and ideas that confabulate or misconstrue. I mean, even back to the fact that people see red. And real religious people are like, oh my God, that's the color of the devil. 666, that's the number of the devil. They don't even know that these things come from really altruistic pagan things. And Jesus wore purple because it was a representation of Azrael and Michael. Michael wore red. And
that's like mysticism and paganism and Gnosticism and stuff like that. That's why you avoid that stuff. And that stuff plagues Japanese video games. It plagues East Asian culture. It plagues European religion and mythology.
Yeah, and the iconic
mysticism, Gnosticism. A lot of people don't. I was just watching this video right now on Japanese and why you're always killing gods in Japanese RPGs, and they talk about how they take concepts from Chinese religion and they mix it in with native folk religion of Japanese stuff. But it's always man becoming God or man doing so much stuff to become God, or they attain knowledge.
Can I hit you with a theory as to why that is?
Go for it.
Because becoming a god is really fucking cool, and when I play a video game, I want to feel really fucking cool. It's not
but that's not what Japanese do, because Japanese.
No.
By the way, what we're also seeing is a mirroring, and it is the truth of God, which is that when we hit a certain point in the mathematics of a permutation of this reality, we then start to mirror our reality and make our own and become truly God.
No. But that's Gnostic. That's Gnostic and mystic and New Age.
It's not mystic. It's quantum physics.
No, that's New Age. It's not.
No, it's current quantum physics.
But you can't exist outside of time and space.
Yeah, you can.
What do you mean?
Actually, the hemisphere, you absolutely can. I have actual scientific proof that you do. And
Where
those as well.
Where did time and space come from then?
How can natural existence? Yeah, go ahead.
No. We can talk about this is quantum physics. We cannot talk about this in a spiritual sense unless you want to talk about metaphysics, and that's not founded in anything that I can talk about.
Exactly.
Wait, Azzy, are you not Christian?
I am Christian. That's what. I'm not. I'm not Gnostic, and I'm not mystic.
Okay, but then you necessarily believe that we can exist outside of time and space, because that's where. If God exists outside of time and space, where do we go when we die? To be with Him. That is outside of time and space.
Hold on. We are both We are spiritual and natural. We have spirits that exist in a natural body. So when you die and leave time and space, then you move into the spiritual. That's why people believe in life after death.
Physics.
Yeah, but you continue existence.
You understand how physics work. First off, everything is a vibration. Everything is a particle. It is only made when it is observed and agreed upon being observed. That is literal proof of God, first and foremost.
Of
and
course,
that is quantified science. So that being God means everything and us are representations and mirrors of God.
Yeah, we're mirrors of God, but we don't become God. There's a difference.
No, we are God in the agreement. And this is how I can tell you this, because this year, the Nobel Prize in quantum physics was given to a group that have basically proven repeatedly, and now the math has been used to create black holes the math of a black hole in not far from me. I was literally 2 doors down from where the actual fucking supercomputer was, because a lady I'm dating. And in Santa Barbara. So they're building these black holes with the math of the Planck model that was assumed and used for the quantification of local reality, where we presume all of us together are in a VC right now. And the VC exists because we presume it exists, and actual reality forms around it.
But the difference is we are manipulating things that already exist. We aren't creating anything.
No, that is
we are just manipulating atoms. We don't create atoms. There's a difference.
That's also misunderstanding.
No. Guys, let me finish. Only something that operates outside of time and space and atoms can create atoms.
How are we
who operate inside?
Hold on a second. You're missing a point here. Is if observable reality changes based off of our observation, meaning that we look at a particle and it becomes a waveform, and there's an interference pattern when we view it. When we don't look at it, it remains a particle. Now, it doesn't do that based off the moment that we look at it. It actually recognizes, and this is the weirdest portion, because there is the language I'm using is unfortunately and weirdly correct. It recognizes that we've seen it, and it goes back to the beginning of time and changes its path and pattern to become that interference pattern when we get there.
But that's just us manipulating it. It's not us creating it. It's just we're manipulating it to move it back to
the thing. Talking about creation is a totally separate topic, and creation.
That's why we aren't becoming God. We are just images of God who have the ability to manipulate things that have already been created. That's what I mean.
No, what you're missing is the Planck model suggests that we, in another state of being, outside of all of this, in the what is the holographic display, let's call it, like you're playing a video game. You know how a video game doesn't exist past the point where it doesn't render and the world moves around you? Our environment is damn near the same in the world.
Yeah, it's a type. The game is a virtual type of how it reflects reality. Yes.
Okay, so a great example. You understand that. So this is the thing is where I'm getting to, what the snake who finds its tail represents is you, I, and everything else. And this is the craziest thing about it, that I used to think it's a separate entity. I used to think it, and I used to agree with a separate entity as God.
This is where it gets cringe.
I think you broke Uzumaki's brain.
Yeah, because I understand what you're saying, Aaron.
I'm following.
And you know what I'm saying, Aaron.
The allegory. No, I do. I do absolutely know what you're saying. And it is one of these things where I've come to a new conclusion personally that I'll share with you, that you took me a long, long time to find. And it comes through. And you've studied philosophy. So you've just studied, you may have come across the unthinkable experiment. Something is nothing and nothing is something. If you put somebody in a room and they don't perceive the outside world. So this is where that started with me 40 years ago. In that thought, and it has come around to a point where I've contemplated a lot of deep things, and I was contemplating this thought of the snake who finds its tail for a long time, because it's in metaphysics everywhere, and it's in everywhere as a computational device. Okay, so that's its own thing. And then I found the allegory of Sisyphus, talking about Kronos sending Sisyphus to kill the being that never ends. But he could only kill it in a mathematical fashion. And that math is actually used in a lot of physics classes to explain how to, and I'm sorry, it's not physics. It's the real math.
But God isn't, but the folly in the allegory.
The allegory is that what is misrepresentative, really, truly, because what has come to be found is that God may be actually, and I say maybe because of course we don't know. We don't know. This is my theory at this point, is that since we see that the Planck model is actually a singularity for real, and there is an outside to all of this, as you describe. We are outside in a device like they describe in the Matrix. I hate to say this. We're batteries for ourselves, and we are part of a massive complex that includes everything.
We literally just call this natural and spiritual. I don't know why we don't just use terms like that.
We can, but when we talk about spiritual, and now that we know
Because
where we're at with that, I think a
People
lot of
tend
times
to think of an ethereal plane that exists in the same way that this one does.
Metaphysics is just another term for supernatural.
it is. It's a misunderstanding.
But
Actually,
we don't use supernatural because then we think of Harry Potter and mysticism and wizardry.
Things that don't exist, that can't exist.
Yeah, that
and
can exist.
And metaphysics is really to me, since I've studied a lot of grimoire now. There's metaphysics when the good stuff, you find the good stuff and the very interesting stuff like the daemons. The daemons are something fucking surreal, because if you look at what a daemon is, it's an image that is a representative sign, and this stuff predates the Sumerians. It's like right at the beginning of written history. This stuff was written down, and it's all the angels. It's the angels' names, right? And it's this script looks
I really
like.
want to find a way to get Lou in here.
Well, yeah, like a lot of these angels' names are like in Jewish texts, like the Tanakh and all
Lou
that
knows
stuff.
this stuff.
Talking about the actual picture of it. So the first time I learned about these things was about 5-6 years ago, when I started finding these tablets and things that had the images and pictures. They're not in Sanskrit. They're not in Hebraic. Those names were then translated later. But these things look like electronic, the symbols you use on a printed circuit board. And my father, and the reason I know this is because my father is an electronics engineer, was my whole life. We were soldering at a young age. My mom is a draftswoman for electronics and was for 30 years. And so I took one of these tablet pictures and I sent it to my dad. And I said, Dad, what do you think this is? And he said, this is some fucked up electronics. I've never seen that. That was his first and only response to that.
Yeah, it's a very natural response to try to explain something that operates out of time and space.
Yeah.
Or we understand that math, science, biology, chemistry, like I think of chemistry and atoms as very understanding chemistry and the basics of chemistry and how atoms and electrons and protons and weak force and strong force and electromagnetism, all that works, but that stuff is a shadow of a spiritual thing that exists outside of space and time. So if you believe in the creator method, that nothing can come, something can't come from nothing, something can't come from nothing, right? Something can become nothing if you destroy it, but you can't just start with nothing and create something unless something is there to create something, which means something has to exist outside of space and time to create, and that there are spiritual things, supernatural things, metaphysical things that have created a system, or what we call the matrix of how we live in. We're in like this, we're the virtual, right? And the religion just says nature is the shadow of spiritual, it's the reflection of spiritual things. That's why when we say, like, when people act a certain way, there's like a spiritual truth to that. And you can understand that by understanding the natural pattern and the natural reflection. That's why we say when we're the image of God, we are sons of God. That's why, like, Jesus even said to the Pharisees, doesn't it say in your text that ye are gods? It doesn't mean it doesn't mean you are outside of creation. If you're God, you're becoming God. This means you are a shadow of a God, and you have ability. After you die, you will go back to, you will enter into a fully spiritual realm. You will exit outside of your death. Would mean your spiritual self will exit creation.
When people take it seriously, though, my concern there is that they think they're going to go to another plane, or they're going to have an experience or something like this. And I can tell you that from personal experience, you just move back into another life. You don't remember the in-between, and those that do remember the in-between
But
there
you
was
can't
really
prove that though, so there's no point even say. I don't even know how do you come to that conclusion
how
if
do
you
I come
can't
to that
prove that.
conclusion? I've literally, well, I've had, I have a long story around these things. I've had a very tumultuous and interesting life, and I have, well, had two different instances in my life where I definitely should have been dead. One was on a plane. One was at the lowest point in my life. I tend not to share this, but it is something I've also been interested in, and I've interviewed a lot of people about it, actually, NDE. And one of the things that backs me up is the science of quantum physics. That there seems to be nulls in between here in the empty veil, as they call it, where I would hypothesize, and many do, that the let's call it the all exists, where there is another plane of existence that's mirroring itself, and sustaining itself for the experience, for a better learned experience. That's why the hypothesis is that we're a system to create better choices for the Planck model, so that somewhere on the mass, 10 billion times our size, 10 billion times our quality, 10 billion times our possibility, we are some other being living out all of these options.
We're another. Why not? What just sounds like it sounds like.
If you believe in the
What you're
hologram theory, that's where it leads to.
Okay, but the holograph theory is just a derivative of what religions have been saying since
Not really.
beginning.
Not really.
It is because if you believe,
have not been saying that we're
if
making.
you say we believe in a hologram, you are the hologram. The hologram is just another. I could just translate that to the hologram is the physical body, and the real you is the spiritual body. And once the hologram ends, the spiritual body leaves and enters outside of time and space into the spiritual realm. It's the same. It's just another way of saying it. It's just now as we progress as we get more knowledge and we get better in science.
There's no
we get
destruction.
closer.
There's no leaving. There's no leaving this realm, because our particles don't exist elsewhere. Our energetic level doesn't exist.
The realm of space and time is natural creation. You can't. What do you mean? There's your natural.
You've already admitted with me that there is something outside what we would call the veil, right? I mean, and that is quantifiable at this point based off of theory and physics.
Physics is.
And I shouldn't say
quantifiable. That's why I said you can't measure something that is not quantifiable outside of space and time.
Well, first off, we've seen the math that is showing that there are not only other particles that
you can't have a real number for infinity. That's why it continues forever.
Well, yeah, of course.
Just as a quick reminder, just want to make sure everybody knows that we are on stream, just in case.
Yeah, I know.
It has nothing to do with what you're saying. I'm just
okay. I didn't know. Just
a reminder, since there's two people that are in here that weren't in here when I started streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Aaron. How do you take something? How do you quantify infinity?
Well,
how do you you can't even really quantify zero.
There's no quantification for infinity because it is not a finite number. It is the explanation of the unknown.
And can you quantify nothing?
Quantification of nothing, the zero as a nil, the removal of all things, although that does not exist beyond vacuum. Even in a vacuum, there is some pressure or state. So this is a great question of the nothing and something, and I'm forgetting his name right now. The unthinkable experiment.
I know, I pulled it up.
Yeah.
Milgram's interpretation of it.
No. It's
the Milgram experiment.
That's the experiment after the fact. There's been a couple things, and it's actually happened in real life. Somebody in Van Nuys, this girl was left in a closet for her early life, so we actually know what happens. Is you don't develop, you don't know what the outside world is. But that's personal. That's perceptional, and actually how your brain forms. Total separate conversation. But that said, let me answer. There is at this point nothing.
Okay, so you can't. Metaphysics is highly theoretical. Now you can get very close to it, but there's always a margin of error where you can't fully quantify.
But I'm talking about quantum
infinity and pure nothing.
Yeah,
you can't even imagine pure nothingness.
No, nothingness can be quantified as nil. That is imagining it. It's been nil is one of the older changes. I think that the Moors and I think that's pretty old. Nil's been around.
But it's not a quantum. It's not like a number that we can just.
Yeah,
we can't.
You
Zero
can blow it too, because nil is a median point of
it's imaginary. You start to get into imaginary numbers.
Well, everything. I mean, I could argue that everything is imaginary based off the fact that I also see
But
things.
that's just theoretical, and you're still you're still proving my.
God is theory. I mean, if your point is God is theory, then I agree with you.
Of course, we prove
that I'm God.
But we say because there's always a margin of error, even in every scientific experiment, there's always a margin of error because we can only measure things by our quantifiable senses, and everything beyond that is you can't quantify. So people theorize that the unquantifiable is where the metaphysical, not outside of space, time, and observation, that's where spiritual things and God exists.
See that's where the terminology of God, I think, is just poor for such a great concept, for such a huge, massive thing that, let's just say, if we're a math, if for the sake of argument,
what's the problem with saying it's God? God literally means spiritual.
It's poor human. I understand, but I think it's just a piss poor human way to
say infinity. Can you say infinity?
The all being, I mean, like any of those things. So long as you find that acceptable, that's cool.
I don't know why we can't just say God. It's just like this unwillingness that people have.
No, I just think it's a piss poor name for
it. Why is
it
piss
so
poor?
great. It's so awesome. It should be kaif or.
It's a word that's literally existed at the beginning of time. God has existed forever. When did the word God become?
I just think the idea of everything. And the fact that everything is a being, everything has a fucking, that we're all part of one massive electromagnetic.
That's that Gnostic stuff, bro.
No. I'm talking about particle physics and how it is. I know what an audience will do, and I've measured fucking brainwaves off of audiences in mass in a under a tent. This is stuff with science, man. It's not.
You can't quantify consciousness. Like, this is why we can't.
You actually now can quantify a good portion of consciousness, as well as we know where love and pain and a lot of feelings.
No, you just know they exist because people exhibit them, but you can't.
Okay, so
mathematically quantify.
Love is
That's
a
why
social construct. No,
it's a social construct. I'm not even. It's literally something. This is what I was trying to say to Katie. These social constructs, even though they're social constructs, they stem from something that is intangible. You can't define or mathematically quantify consciousness or emotions. You can just observe them.
Some of these things,
just like you can say, you can use particle
AI argument, actually, of where and whether or not AI will be gaining its own sentience. Now, if it does, it disproves your theory.
But the other question with that is, how do we know if they have human consciousness if we can't even describe human
theoretical?
Consciousness
we won't be. We won't.
And this is a great point, Dave. Is we have a very arrogant sense of what we feel to be.
For all we know, we've already created sentient AI and turned it off.
We know we did not. No, even the guy who did AI, what was his name? He was on the Diary of a CEO, talking to him about the dangers of AI.
I saw that too.
From he was like the ex head of.
Yeah, he was Google's head of AI programming and development, and he was quite concerned about a certain number of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we know for a fact that this thing doesn't have consciousness because we ourselves can get his name.
Again, that's according to our assumption of what consciousness
must be created is. We are able to measure it, and we're able to set parameters.
But that's under the assumption that we can't create consciousness.
Yeah, and there's a whole section of that show where he says it may not be now, but within 5 years it will be 10,000 times smarter than us, and its range of intelligence does not. Range of intelligence does not. I would argue that at some point, it replaces whether or not we know what sentience is. because that consciousness becomes a different kind of consciousness that we don't fucking understand. And that's the concern, theoretically, is that, and that is the actual conversation in, and I think there's probably like 8 programs of me saying that I can never remember the title of this amazing book. It's called I Have No Voice, But I Must Scream. If I remember right, and it's by Arlen Ellison.
By Harlan Ellison. Sorry,
Yeah.
I had to, yeah, that was an amazing book. Yeah,
I have no mouth, but I must
I
scream.
just started the video game a while back, and I never got.
Y'all are getting too theoretical. This is
Well,
when
I
we
mean,
get into
this is
the
all
existential
theoretical.
questions. that people- Yeah, but this is all theory. This is like Big Bang stuff. Like at that one point, like why are we okay with this, but we aren't okay? We're not okay with using the term
anything
God.
that we're
I don't
referring to
understand
with
it.
religion
It's the
is
same
theory.
stuff.
I never said I'm against using
Okay.
the word God,
But to some of us, it's cringe and magic. But we're getting into the theoretical mathematics of sentience that
the
we
only
can't even
person who said it was
quantify
cringe
with
and
math.
magic isn't
What
even in
Cringe is
here.
that magic? Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's anybody
Any
say-
based Wiccans in the chat?
No.
I mean, I'm like, okay.
There's nobody in the chat.
I'm like, I definitely read a lot of
Exactly.
grimoire.
Any,
Everybody.
okay, so all right, so let's
Nobody
establish
in here
right
thinks
now.
that it's all hocus
Is
pocus
anybody here?
crazy.
Is anybody here religious? Is anybody
Yes.
here have
Yeah.
faith? Okay,
Yeah.
so that's one.
Okay, Azzy, this is an excellent question. I have been
I
debating
am.
myself with bias. Dave, are you? You said you weren't. Are you Christian?
Do you believe in God,
Okay,
Dave? Yes or no?
hold on.
One at a time.
In order for me to explain my religious beliefs, it's a long process, and you'd have to strap in for it because, well, it's not
Don't.
that long, but
Dude, we already put you through this bullshit. Come on,
yeah,
let's go.
Oh.
It's very simple.
It's
I
a-
believe
do you-
there is something beyond us that we can't understand. And I think everyone is somewhat right. I think the pagans were right. I think Christians are right. I think the Vikings were right. The Aztecs. Everybody kind of believes in the same thing. We just word the like pantheons or structures in a different way. Like angels match up very, very well with the pagan gods, like the roles of the different angels, like Michael the Archangel and so on and so forth. And they even pagan gods and Norse gods are almost word for word the same. The names are very similar with a lot of them.
And the Hindu pantheon, that's
Yeah.
very.
Well, that's because you're treating these as like individual separate cultures that had no contact from each other.
Yeah.
But the reality is that like if these cultures were in contact with each other, then like of course these stories would pass along. That's what happens with most mythology. These stories pass along and then they just change the names in them. So like of course a lot of these roles would be similar.
So
You don't have to. You don't have
to. Thor would be Michael. Odin is God, like that kind of thing.
You don't have to
Woden is
rationalize it.
Odin.
Isn't
You
there
don't have to
something
rationalize it.
above-
Religion is the spiritual realm. Science or whatever proof is the material. You have every right to have a spiritual belief that doesn't have to be connected through rationality or anything. Spiritual belief is disconnected from these things. You don't have to connect it to anything. It's okay to have this belief, which is what I have, and I think a lot of people think it that way. I don't like the Uber Reddit tier, like you have to like prove to me exactly blah blah blah.
Yeah.
What is that? Oh, I'm sorry. I do not take part in the
I don't do Reddit either.
thing. And
It's like proof consciousness discussions.
Yeah.
You can't rationalize.
I think they're 4 a.m.
We can't prove it, but we know it exists because we're
I know it
experiencing
exists.
it.
It's
And
so
I mean,
common you can't
feel like
discount it. You can't let it go.
Not really.
I always get it confused. Is it Aristotle or Socrates? It's Socrates, isn't it? I think they're 4 a.m.
Well,
Yeah.
he wasn't talking about religion though.
Yeah, but isn't that like kind of like
That's consciousness.
I don't know, isn't that kind of arrogant?
Yeah, but it's unquantifiable. It's just a logic statement.
Okay,
It's a
well,
logic statement to rationalize the
is it really?
irrational.
I receive
okay,
upvotes, therefore I am.
Hereticus is that
Here's-
was the dude's name who.
But here's here's like a test that I'd like to like really like push if you like really believe this. Do you ever like sleep?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have dreams?
Yes.
Do those dreams ever have people?
Very often.
Do they think? Do you interact with them?
I
What do
don't
they
know.
think about? Do they think
The
therefore
only
they
answer I
are?
can give you is I don't know. They
Okay.
act
Well,
independent of what I assume they would.
okay. So if they're able to do all that, what makes them less conscious than you? Like
Nothing. For all I
Okay,
know,
then
I'm
what if-
connected to their unconscious in some way.
Well, then, like, what's the value of really like claiming any type of consciousness at all? Because like, if like, I'm not gonna give the same consideration to a person that I thought up while I was asleep.
You know, I would even argue based off of that. I would even go so far as to say it's struck me that to argue for consciousness is to attain consciousness.
Oh,
But then
If
I
you
think
feel
of
that
other
you
people that are
position
even.
yourself,
Go ahead, sorry.
no, I was going to say if one positions themselves that consciousness is an arguable state, you've already proven that consciousness exists because you are utilizing consciousness as a tool to argue the state of consciousness.
kind of, but it's the whole thing is bunk because you can't argue with the dream. Like the second you wake up, there's no ability for you to like argue with it.
Are
But
you
a
sure that
dream
dream isn't
feels
still
like-
ongoing while you're awake?
It could be, but how do
Right.
you like re-enter it? Like, there's no way to the mandatory re-enter it unless we develop some sort of like
We have-
quantum like dream computer that we can enter our own
For all
dreams
we know,
into.
it's an alternate reality.
And
Maybe,
actually,
but like you
maybe-
can't recreate it exactly. Every time you have a dream, it's
Correct.
different, right? It's slightly different.
Yeah, but
so you
okay,
never
so-
know if you're arguing with the same entity.
just totally like dealt this. This is true because our dream states are come from our consciousness essentially decompiling inside of ourselves. And there's many arguments as to what our dreams mean, but forget about that. What we do know about what the actions inside the brain are doing is to utilize the same areas that we use in life when we're awake with our autonomic system, or I'm sorry, with our physiological systems turned off so that we don't enact them. So they're exactly the same. And we know this because the tests have been done where like you tell someone to squeeze a ball in their sleep, and when they actually do, you see the area of the brain that's squeezing the ball, but their body isn't doing it. You know, and this is how we know that a dream state is
That's
actually
what
just
sleep
as real.
paralysis is.
Yes. Yeah, it's just as real. So to argue about dream states being something separate is kind of hard, especially for me now knowing this stuff, because it's like, yeah, scientists who study this stuff are not really sure that it's any different. So what then becomes consciousness? Is it the dream state? Is it reality? No, my argument is reality is dreams.
Why would you argue that though?
Because our dream state is the same as reality with a slight autonomic difference.
But it's not, because there's a difference between the conscious and the subconscious.
So you'd argue the conscious is real. You'd have to compare it to something.
Of course I would, but I would say there's different types of consciousness. There's
Wait,
subconscious.
I'm sorry, that was incorrect of me. You were not arguing that position before.
That was Kuro, yeah.
No, yeah, I don't know if I'm not even saying necessarily that consciousness doesn't exist, but I don't know that it does. I don't know that I believe it does,
He's
or
on the
that
right
the
level.
thing that we
Prove to me.
the thing that we call consciousness, I don't know that like it really like if there is such a thing, I don't think it's exclusive to us in any way. Like I don't see why AI couldn't reach it in like a.
I agree.
like,
Because
a
we
couple-
control,
Non-exclusivity
like,
is
no.
completely
Here's the difference. AI is a mirror of us. We control and set parameters for AI to mirror and imitate and emulate what we go through.
Okay.
But
Wait.
because it's always
You think-
emulating and imitating, it's never going to fully become us. It can
Okay.
come to a certain
Hold on,
99
let him follow through what he's saying, and I have a
99.999%.
quick follow-up to.
Okay.
It can become
break
it can do a 99.999% imitation, infinitely 99.9, but it's never going to become a 100% us. There's a difference
Okay.
between that's why there's a difference between us and animals.
Now here's the
And
question.
We
You're-
are 100% animals.
I agree with what you said,
Other animals
but
or
what
other
will happen to that
living
AI
creatures.
once you take down the parameters and allow it to do whatever it wants?
it still will be a 99.999% because it's still within a framework. If you cut electricity off, AI ceases to exist.
As far as we know.
Exactly.
Or how was it going to start inhabiting? But then,
But,
but
if
then
you start, wait. If you start it back up, will it continue?
Aaron, the very nature of
same
you
thing as
saying that
sleeping.
is essentially saying that it's going to do a metaphysical thing where now it's going to create a live body outside of electricity.
No.
Outside
No,
of
no. Quite the
That's
opposite.
what I'm arguing.
outside of
It's-
a
if you wanna
virtual
explain it, or you want me to explain it? I think you get it. I mean, it's one of those
Yeah,
things
of
where
course I get it, but
and
the
it's
only way to explain is that there's going to go through a a particle metaphysical process where it
no.
starts to operate outside of
It,
these.
it has
You
nothing
wanna
to do
frame
with
what
atoms,
already
particles, or
existed.
anything like that.
No.
It can only operate through atoms and electrons and weak forces because everything operates through that. All of creation operates through that.
That's because you
can't-
refuse to acknowledge that there could be
What?
an existence outside of space and time.
No, it's called God. It's called spirits. It's called angels and demons. And
This is where I bring back the "O ye of little faith." If we are creating something and we are in God's image by your own testament, right? So if we're that and we're recreating something, then that is also in God's image, and therefore it has.
No, we're manipulating things that God, who already existed outside of. We are little gods, sons of gods. Who are
God, what it is that we're
Whoa.
actually doing. That's
the creation of man. The creation of man is an imitation and a mirror image of God, where He gives us part of Himself.
You're already making it a man. You're already infantilizing it. You're already
Okay, would we not be then taking a part of ourselves and then imbuing it into this?
That's
thing?
how AI is. It is a part of ourself operating within.
And if we have a part of himself within us, would we not just be passing that down, thus forth making
That
it
means
like,
AI has to die. AI has to die in order to break out of the bonds of the computer framework to now operate in our framework of nature and spiritual and metaphysics. And then when we die, then we return to the full metaphysical realm, spiritual realm. There's a level of death that has to take place where we leave one framework, which is what I said. It leaves a framework and it goes through a metaphysical transformation a metaphysical transformation to enter into another realm of existence.
Are you assuming you can't cross back over?
I just say okay, so you're saying that AI is gonna go through a metaphysical. That's what you're saying. That's what you are.
I mean, if we're arguing that the
AI will go through you are inferring that AI will go through a metaphysical transformation to now enter into our realm of existence and become
if the metaphysical
our level of
cannot,
sentience.
Yes,
if the
we're
metaphysical
creating
can't be
another plane of existence.
Yes, AI. Yes, computers is another plane of existence. Yes.
Yes.
Video games is another plane of existence. Stories and books are another. Books and imagination is another plane of existence. Dreams and subconscious is another plane of existence.
And who's to say by just permutating the thought of those things, those don't exist somewhere, somehow?
Of course, but it doesn't become like us. It
Like,
exists somewhere else, but it doesn't exist on our plane.
Yeah.
It would have to die and
we're actually saying about AI, if you were to turn it off, just for argument's sake, and actually, if you want to talk about electronics sake, it doesn't just go away. It's still somewhere in the memory. It's still in some chip. It's still somewhere.
But it's dead. It becomes
what is the first law of physics? What's the
it's
first
like
law of
video
physics?
games. It's like video games in a garbage heap. It still exists.
What's the first law of physics?
Isn't that equal? Like, what is that? Are you talking about the law?
Nothing can be created or destroyed.
Thermodynamics. Come on.
Okay, so then, like, if we die, then our spirit isn't destroyed, just like AI. But AI isn't becoming like us because we are coming from something else. So AI isn't coming from. No. There's three layers. There's God, human, AI. If AI dies, is it becoming us? Is it becoming God? Excuse me.
Wait, when we die, do we become gods?
Yes, because we're taken from.
I believe we're already gods.
Is that
that's that Gnostic stuff, which is like are we like God in a? Are we like God? No, I didn't say agnostic. I said Gnostic.
If anything,
it's a New Age belief.
Never ending. That it's a never ending. And this is the thing: is why is it so hard if you believe in God? Why is it so hard to have faith that maybe it's beyond what some other man wrote for you?
The Bible also does say that we are God and He is us.
But then, yeah, it does. But it's not that another man wrote for me. It's that the man wrote it by being inspired by God. So the truth.
And why is this inspired by God then?
No, hold on. Truth comes through three forms.
Wait, hold on. Don't explain to me what truth is. What my truth is in this situation.
Don't say my truth.
What do you mean my truth? I'm not talking about your truth or my truth. I'm not talking about any truth in particular. I'm saying truth.
In fact, our truth in this case is if we're talking about truth in manner of belief, that's totally different.
I'm not talking about that. You gotta let me finish. I'm talking about truth comes in three ways: inspiration, illumination, and revelation. If you believe,
That is not a factor.
can you what's another way that truth can come?
Truth can come in just an emotional sense of feeling that you then have an
That's
observed.
inspiration. That's inspiration.
Well,
So, Lou, were you watching the stream?
you know, I
Yeah.
mean, like,
I
when
knew
it
you
when it
wouldn't be
comes,
able to resist.
Jump in for a second.
Truth comes
I
from
mean-
inspiration,
I mean, but
The
illumination.
conversation is just like kind of there, but at the same time, it's like God's children. We are God's creation, right?
Yes.
So by definition, AI would be our creation. So we would be like gods if we were able to create something that has sentience as us.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I mean. But
Okay,
we're
and
little
now hold
G, and then we're
on. I'm hearing all the arguments. Let me just set up mine. Now, the thing is about AI is that it is going to be inherently superior to us. Why? Because it's like you said, he would need to die, but it's not going to die. It would be never ending. It would have the capacity to hold all human knowledge. And it's basically a chicken or the egg thing. If we don't teach it that we are imperfect, that we come from imperfection, it's going to either enslave us, kill us, or actually start over again.
That's who.
Feel like this is.
That's a
It
theory.
does feel like this is. It does feel like this is a very circular problem where we. That's a theory. Why would it be something else?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It can't be anything else but a
Ozzy.
theory. There's no way to
the
qualify
reason
or
you come up with
quantify
these
what you're
theories
saying.
is to keep aware of what is possible on the horizon and to be wary of them intellectually,
Exactly.
emotionally, personally.
This is satanic. This is what.
But just to
the
respond
angel
to your theory thing,
thinking he can become God.
God, Christianity isn't law. It's also a theory.
Yep.
Okay, it's a
Even
it's
in
a
the
Or do you
natural
disagree with
theory.
that? But do you
I
disagree with
do
that?
disagree. I disagree. But
You don't
here's
think it's a
why.
theory?
Because it's not that it's a natural law; it's a spiritual law. Of course, it doesn't exist
No.
on our plane of existence. It exists on another plane of existence.
Now, I do
That's
have
how
a
you
question.
explain it.
What
If you
what
don't
makes a
specifically
theory
regarding
into a law?
religion.
What makes a theory
Just-
into a law?
Excuse me. I just want to ask a question about
When it
religion, just for a
Can
second.
be proven
Okay.
and quantified.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's say that everything in the Bible is it's historical fact, right? It's historical fact just viewed through a primitive lens. Because back in the day, we didn't have technology or we didn't have like the understanding of
I'll be right
physics
back.
and laws and this and that, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you apply that lens to the stories of the Bible, do you not see some visitors came from the sky, taught us all the things that we need to know, and we kind of developed after that?
It can come from the sky. It can come from below. It doesn't matter what
No.
direction.
It
doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't even know why you're saying no. It doesn't matter what I'm saying.
No.
That means it has to
Literally
come from
from
outside
the text of the Bible. Literally from the text of the Bible. The watchers came
Chapter
from
and
the
verse,
sky.
please. Chapter and verse, please.
The watchers,
If you want to do this,
watchers-
I don't even
the
need to do it.
watchers
That's what I'm
came
saying.
from the sky.
I don't even know why
right?
you're doing it. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
Okay? Not from below, not from a metaphysical plane. I'm saying apply a scientific
If
lens.
Satan was cast out of heaven, what direction is Satan coming from? If
Who's
heaven is
talking about
above,
Satan? Who's
Oh,
talking
well-
about Satan?
well, we're talking about all spiritual existence. So there's going to
Well,
be
why
things coming from
are
both
you
ends.
talking about spiritual
Bit of a
existence when I'm
Because
telling
you
you
saying
use
you're saying
your
from
scientific mind, use your
I am
scientific
using my
mind and
scientific
apply
mind.
this.
There's
You're not.
evidence in
You're
the
not.
evidence
Absolutely
in the
not.
physical.
Absolutely not.
This is why I'm
Absolutely
saying
not.
we can't do this. If you're not going to allow me
Absolutely
to
not.
operate in
Because you're
science,
not applying the stories. Because you're not applying the stories through a scientific lens. The
what?
stories are very specific. Watchers came from the sky that were
Can you show me the
descended from
scripture and
heaven,
verse, please?
fell from heaven.
Let's be scientific. I can't just assume.
Hold on. I can find the spirit and verse. Let him keep talking because we
No, let him do it.
He and I
Let
had
him
this
do it.
conversation. And we found the scripture.
So
and
then
verse.
he should be able to do it.
No,
I
because
just
I'm
want
not
to let him
religious.
continue and
Duh.
stop blocking
And
this
how-
off.
But then you're being disingenuous then, because then there's nothing
Why
wrong
am I
with what I
being
said.
disingenuous?
There's
No,
nothing
he's-
wrong with what I said then.
This is actually he's reading. He's quoting scripture. He just
I
doesn't
think
know
we all
what
on
it
the
is.
panel accept
How
that
can you
this-
quote something you don't? You can't quote something you can't read.
I
You gotta
found
quote
it when
verbatim.
he was talking to me about it.
I know you can. I know where it is too, but he's making the point.
Okay,
no.
wait. If
Just
you know
because
it's
he
there, then
doesn't
why are
know
you being?
exactly where it is, why does that fucking matter if it is there?
It matters because when I brought up that it doesn't matter which direction it came from, which their which is why I brought up Satan coming up from below, who was cast out of heaven, which is above. I'm saying it doesn't matter which spiritual or metaphysical direction it comes from.
It actually never said that he's cast from below. He was sent below because he was cast out of heaven. That would apply. That would mean that the earth
You
is
literally
hell.
just said what
Not
I
what
just
you're
said.
saying.
You just said what I said. I said he was cast out of heaven and he's below. So he's coming from below.
He's below. He's not coming from below. He fell
he's
to
cast
hell, which
from
means
above,
that earth
he's not
is
coming
hell.
from above.
And aren't we talking about Azrael? Like, it is supposed to be.
And actually, it's the
definitely-
Lightbringer, it's Lucifer, it's the Lightbringer. It's a whole different story.
Forget the
Yeah.
name. Forget the name. Forget the name. If something is
Uh-huh.
cast from above and it's now below, it's below our realm. So which direction
No,
is it?
never
Well,
said below our realm.
Actually,
Never
below
says
also
below
is
our
used
realm.
to refer to Earth, because he says the
Exactly.
same as above will
It's
be held
where's
below.
hell? Where's
Meaning
hell?
Earth. It could be.
Where's hell?
It absolutely could be. Earth could
Where's
be
hell? Earth
Yeah.
could be hell, but where is the spiritual hell?
But see, the
Because
problem
Earth is the
when-
natural physical.
when
Because
the
you're going to a whole
there
different
was
thing
no
after
hell
that.
like that. The
No, I'm
problem
not.
is when the scripture you're talking about was written, there was no hell like that. There was no concept of hell like that. So you're referring to something
Exactly.
that doesn't even exist. at
Just
the
go
time.
to Genesis. How can you say this and you don't even know what you literally just
Oh,
said?
no, I
you
actually
don't
have studied
know.
the Bible.
I'm
I've
not
studied the
religious.
Quran. I've studied the
You're
Torah.
gonna tell the religious guy?
Theological family. It's built into me. I stopped reading that shit many years ago because it's just
So
human
then you are outdated. You don't really know what
It
you're
doesn't
just.
change. It's
Wait,
the
is
same
the
book.
Bible getting
But
passed?
then you
You're
are
outdated?
paraphrasing something. You are paraphrasing something incorrectly.
No,
Yeah,
I
you ain't
don't-
got
You
Bible
are
past
paraphrasing
2.7, bro.
something that's
When you get
been
past
translated to
2.7,
hell.
that's when you
It's
really
like
learn.
what Aaron literally just said.
Wait,
I'm not
so
even
I
trying to
have
be
I have
rude
to
in it.
memorize
What's
these.
Aaron,
the
I missed
actual
the last
language
patch
that
of the Bible, guys.
was
I'm
written
sorry.
in?
What's
Aaron,
that?
just go to
Can you
Genesis.
tell me?
Yeah,
Can
I
you tell
can.
me the language that the Bible was actually written in?
It was written in Aramaic, and then it was written in Hebrew.
Are
and
you
then-
sure?
It was
Yes.
not written in Aramaic.
Yeah.
Are you
It's an
sure
ancient
about
Hebrew-
that?
What is the original Hebrew text language? What was the language?
Is that the original text? Because it came from before that. You didn't know that?
I do know. What was the original language that?
the
Sanskrit?
Pentateuch. Pentateuch. It's a Greek part. It's a Greek, basically, document. And before that,
because
it
there's
came
a
from-
language before that. The Greek was it was translated into Pentateuch afterwards. That was the Greek afterwards. What was the language before that?
No, the
Yes.
Pentateuch was
I
actually not
listen to
before.
theologians. I listen to theologians and apologists almost every day. I argue this stuff every day. What was the language before the Pentateuch? What was the language before the Greek? I'm like, how in the world are you
I
arguing
remember
this
that.
right now? How in the world can you argue this with me? I'm not even saying you're not intelligent enough. You could just Google it right now. You
I
could
think
Google it.
The broader argument, Azzy, is that we don't have to have it memorized to understand. what
Exactly.
You have to- I'm not even saying you have to memorize it, but there's
you
no
are.
reason.
You're
And
arguing that
there's,
point. You're
I'm
arguing.
not arguing that you need to
to.
memorize.
Well, somehow
You're in the chat.
unfounded, even though it is founded in the reality of.
We're going at it, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
we're
You,
on to,
you,
we're
you-
on to some religious stuff now. So
This is what I'm saying,
this
Aaron.
is a heads
Aaron,
up of
you
what's
are
going on.
you don't remember fully, but you can remember the concept. But there's going to be flaws in your
The
concept.
understanding that you take away from it, either direction, even
It's
there.
going to be inherently flawed because you can't fully remember it.
No,
it's
that's
a-
not.
It's going to be inherently flawed from the moment that it was translated, my man. You're actually going
That's
off a
fine.
translation or a
That's fine.
translation
That's
of a
why we go
translation of a
back.
translation. So
I-
obviously,
that's why we
it's
go
flawed
back
from the
to
very
the original
beginning. It's flawed
translation.
from your very
By the way,
argument. You don't
that's-
have the original language,
that's why we
and we
go
don't have
back
the
to
Okay,
understanding of the language
stop.
in the same way.
One sec, everybody.
Dead
You
Sea
need
Scrolls.
to stop
Thing with-
all speaking over each other and take turns.
I mean, we are. We're just speaking
Because
quickly.
you're
We're
not
just-
going to hear, you're not going to understand what each other's saying.
Maybe the stream won't, but I can hear what he's saying. It's like sometimes like we can hear each other, but the stream might
And
not
also,
hear
if
us.
you want to be nice to the stream, can you guys turn your cameras on if you can? If you have them?
I can.
I
I'm
like-
old,
I like-
fat, and ugly, but it's fine.
My light is off, so you won't really hear me. So
Never mind.
I would do a disservice.
Yeah,
I'm wrong. But okay,
I'll
so
get there.
It was
Don't
working
worry.
good the other day.
the oldest transcripts we have are the Dead Sea Scrolls, the
Dead Sea
ancient
Scrolls.
manuscript. What language is the Dead Sea Scrolls in?
Was I right?
Minoan?
Sanskrit?
Yeah, I thought it was Sanskrit.
No, it's not Sanskrit. Just look it up. I googled it. Why can't everybody else Google it?
Because why would I Google it if you already have the fucking answer?
I said it already, and he said it was wrong. That's the thing. That's why you have to see it for yourself. There's nothing. It doesn't
Oh
matter
my
if I.
God.
Either way, this is such a purist sense of state.
According to skeptics, there has never been a true original Bible.
I mean, you understand by this
That's
law.
fine, but they're
You don't
skeptics.
understand
We're
any
talking
of
about
what
stuff that they actually found.
The earliest language recording is Aramaic, as the
It actually
Elephantine
says-
Papyrus is the oldest existing source.
It was
Okay,
written in
it's fine.
3 different languages, so you're all right. It was
There
written
you
in
go.
Hebrew,
Exactly.
Aramaic, and Greek. There you
Yeah.
go. You're all right. We can
Yeah.
stop arguing.
Yeah, I know. That's what.
You're
That's
all
why I'm
pretty,
saying.
ladies.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. I know we're all right, so I don't understand why he's saying no, 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 no. Why are you saying no, no, no,
saying
no?
no, no,
We're
no,
all
no,
right.
no. Because at the end of the day, those languages are primitive. A lot of the information can be interpreted in different ways. Angel doesn't mean a winged being; it means messenger. The Watchers are also part of the messengers in the sky.
You're right.
So you're
Yeah.
basically hold on. I'm speaking right now. Okay. So you're
Just
basically
don't go for too long.
doing.
Make
You're
sure everybody
basically
has
framing
a
your
chance.
whole philosophical argument around something that's been translated to hell, and you're not really seeing the whole picture. If we apply a scientific, or just basically a scientific framing into those old stories, things become a lot more clearer. Is what I'm trying to say. If
How
you're trying
can
to
you
apply more,
qualify and quantify to me how I'm not seeing the whole picture?
Also, as a heads up, Blur,
Again?
I am streaming.
No,
this.
you said you made the claim that I'm not seeing the full picture by saying Satan came from hell. Now, can you qualify to me
because
by
Satan is
my
to
statement?
hell. Because Satan was sent to hell, not came from hell. That's the whole
Yeah,
difference.
okay,
He
so
was
I'll
cast
change
out of
my
heaven.
language. All right, fine. I'll change my language.
Oh,
I
but
did
language
say
is
after.
very important when it comes to this.
Okay, Aaron and David, just to
We
make
don't-
sure.
we still
Dave,
don't have to rub it in, regardless. Let's just let people be
I'm
wrong.
not, I'm
if they're
not,
wrong
I'm
and
not.
correct it
No,
and move on.
Come on,
I
man.
love being wrong.
We're all men. We're all reasonable,
Hey,
rational.
speaking
I'm
of
not
hell,
emotional.
We're not all.
Did I not
perfect.
say? Did I not say right after that he was cast out of heaven? Did I say that?
Yeah,
You
you're good.
still keep saying that they came from hell.
So why are you
That's not the
nitpicking
important part.
over where it comes from if I already said what you just said? You're saying what I'm saying.
Because you say that he came from hell.
We're still
He
arguing
came
All right,
a
not
let's
point
from
that
move on.
doesn't
Let's
matter.
move
It's
on.
all irrelevant.
Let's
just
move on. Let's
past
move
it.
on. Yeah, because I agree. We're all. I said what
we're
you
all
said. You
good.
said what I agree. We agree.
We don't
Yes,
need to
he
get
was.
into the
cast out of heaven.
semantic argument, but yes,
I-
I understand
Yeah,
where he's coming from because it changes the context of what he's saying if you say that Satan comes from hell.
But I already clarified that he was cast out of heaven. I didn't say he originated from hell. That's why said the second statement. Let's
I do
move on.
understand-
Let's move on.
I do understand where that can come from, though, because there's a lot of confusion about Hades, because Hades was in the dark place, and that confusion, and actually, it's part of the draw of what they built on. My understanding about the idea of what we call Satan now, which is Satan is a fucking a jinn, a very powerful jinn, and Beelzebub and Azrael and all these names. That's what applied to that character before, So,
But we're not using all. That's if you mash all religious.
I'm just looking at the history of the thing and how it got built, and it's important to understand where these things come from. These
But
characters,
those things aren't in the Catholic or Christian
cares?
canon.
Who cares? Does someone
Maybe
like me
if
doesn't matter? I'm looking at human history, man. I'm looking at the way we come up
If someone edits a story, does that mean that the original story didn't have that information, or they actually corrected the information?
Well, they
If
made
someone
the
edited a
canon.
story after the fact, that means that it's bullshit. For fuck's sakes.
Huh? No, if they clarify a canon and say that other stuff is not necessary and is extra stuff to the canon, you don't need that stuff. It's not that it lessens
How
the
is it
story
extra if it's actually describing a
that's
full story?
because it's not necessary if it's by
And who determines
definition.
that?
And that takes, by the way, as you're taking these things out of context from what and how they happened. I mean,
The
the
experts.
Council of Nicaea was a forced council of intelligentsia. It wasn't like
understand,
people just showed up on their own. They were gathered, forced to write a book.
The experts?
Amalgamated. Yeah, the experts were forced. They didn't just show up. Some of them did.
Yeah, because it was to fight the extra then because now there was Gnostic text written that was used, and they were saying this stuff is not what we're saying. So now we need to create something to make sure people know right from wrong.
Just one side of the story. The other
Correct.
larger picture. that Most people
So you're
miss
saying that
the
flawed
political-
humans did this, right?
It doesn't matter flawed or not. I'm not going to use the word flawed. I just want to say there was people who are adding
No,
on to
humans are
stuff that-
flawed.
No, we're all.
Humans are flawed. There's no perfect human.
Everybody's flawed. The Bible is flawed. Everything is flawed. Everything on this side.
Perfect.
There's
Lou's
no
mic is
perfect-
flawed.
Perfect. Thank
I
you.
find the word useless in the
Thank you
conversation.
very much.
It's useless.
No,
Yeah,
it's not useless. It's very
It makes
clear,
us
actually.
feel good to
Okay,
say flawed.
Can we just
Well,
get to the
that's-
point of it? The whole point of this is that some
I know
of the
he's
words
kind of
aren't.
just semantic stuff.
Hold on, Azzy. The point of what he's trying to say is that some of the words can be mistranslated. We'll skip
semantic.
over all the other stuff and
Doesn't
just
matter.
say some of the words
But
can
it
be
doesn't matter. That's
mistranslated.
semantics. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. That's semantics.
And my
It doesn't
thing
really
was
matter.
more
Wait,
that
I feel like
does
semantics is one
matter,
of the
though.
most important things when it comes to multiple translations, is it not?
Hold on. We can't pick and choose when we want to do semantics. If we can't do the semantics with heaven and hell and cast out of heaven, why are we doing semantics now?
How are you speaking of something that was translated from multiple language and like
I'm
refused
not.
to go into
We let
semantics?
the experts who speak the language translate it, and even they say that it's not just because
That's
based
because
on
there aren't
science.
words
Hold
in
on.
the English language
Please.
for everything and every other language.
You are correct, which is why by science itself, there's never 100% correct anything. There's always a margin of error in everything that is naturally observed. So there's never going to be 100% translation of anything. You're going to lose context. You're going to lose intention. You're going to lose revelation. You're going to lose inspiration. You're going to lose illumination. It's going to require us to now go back and do all the process again to gain back. Or, matter of fact,
But
you know what?
Azzy, are you open to other people's interpretations?
Of course.
that-
Or
be the
not?
next-
Because that's
The
what you see.
scripture
You
itself-
seem to be
the
shutting off.
scripture is- no,
anything
but
that somebody
that's
else's
thank you, Dave.
interpretation.
That is the winning thing. That's why I'm not mad about us being semantic. It's just that there's no reason to pick and choose when to be semantic because
I agree.
even in the Bible it says, and I say this to other Christians too who make this mistake and try to be dogmatic and naive. There is no privatization of interpretation.
And that's the beauty of the
Even
Bible.
in the-
is it's
even
meant
in
to be
heretical-
read what you need in that moment. Like you can read
And
the
at the
scripture
same
twice
time-
and get two completely different things from
You're
it.
right, and at the same time, you need to build upon line upon line, precept upon precept. By definition, you can get two different. You can read one thing and then read it 10 years later and get a different understanding just because of wisdom and experience. But you're always going to go back
I'll use
to
one
get
example.
context
So
to
then
make
why
sure
do
you're
you keep cutting off Lou when he's trying to explain his interpretation?
nitpicking. That's why he's nitpicking and then saying he's not. So go ahead.
Oh, I'm not nitpicking actually, but okay. I'll use one example that for me is like super clear, super obvious because of Judas' betrayal, right? The whole Last Supper. There's a moment where Jesus says, like, one of you will betray me, right? Like those are his words. Can that be interpreted as him having the foresight of someone betraying him, or can that also be interpreted as him saying, like, I need one of you guys to betray me?
I mean, it both can. The very nature of you saying that means that those are two different interpretations. But you have to now add extra bickle. You have to add. So it's like parables, right? Where it's not meant to be translated; it's meant to be experienced. Well, by very nature of you having those two interpretations means that through experience you're able to come to those interpretations. But is it verbatim?
Correct.
But is it verbatim?
Lou,
Like, no, hold on, because I'm going to ask you a question.
Lou, if you're going to ask open questions, you have to let him respond and question.
My question now is,
you should just close it off and speak the whole thing. When you ask a question, you have to allow him to respond.
Yeah. So my question to you is, okay, to make sure I'm getting it, is the book? Oh man, I just missed it. Hold on, go ahead.
About that.
The question will come back to me.
Okay, no worries, and I do apologize because my intention is not either to steamroll either. So thank you, Dave, for that. My point is that if you take both interpretations, you have like this very different story. One where his most loyal servant or most loyal follower allowed the story to be fulfilled, and one where his most loyal follower betrayed him. And you know, there's weight in both stories, both interpretations. me, the moment where he betrays him, and well, by the way, during the dinner, he says, the Last Supper, he says, "Do you mean me?" Referring to Judas. Judas specifically says, like, "Are you referring to me?" And that's basically where it ends, right? So you're like, the interpretation is like, was he the most loyal servant or most loyal follower because he allowed the story, he allowed Jesus to die for our sins, or did he actually betray him for silver? If I betray a person that I hate or whatever, I'm not going to kill myself afterwards because I betrayed someone for a reason. If I am filled with guilt over something that was charged to me as something that I had to do no matter what, guilt is going to kind of like fall over me, right? Because Judas does hang himself after betraying Jesus.
I mean,
I
what
would
if
say
there were
feel bad
also
when you
11
betray someone
burly
to that
fishermen
point.
trying to track you down? Would you
That's
then
why-
consider it?
Oh yeah, of course. But like,
Actually,
but and now my question came back to me. If you didn't have
Go for
those
it.
thoughts, right, or those experiences that allowed you to come to those conclusions or those interpretations, if you go basically what it says verbatim, would you still have those if you went basically, what do they say, sola scriptura, right, where you go basically what it says verbatim and go through the interpretation of what it says verbatim, then would you have need or room for those interpretations?
But what it says verbatim is actually what I just said.
No, because you
What if
added
people
on
betray me?
saying, yeah, and then Judas says, "Are you talking about me?" And then you said two things. It's either Judas was,
But it's verbatim what it says.
Judas
the
was
interpretation is what's
Judas was the most
open-ended.
loyal. You said two things. Judas was the most loyal follower, and then betrayed later, and or like the friend betrayal, or Judas was never a follower. He always had malintention. He was always had malintentions, and then betrayed because it was predicted. So, those are two interpretations of us now. Us now rationalizing what this thing could mean to us, right?
He's questioning the standard portrayal of the betrayal. Wow,
Yeah.
that is a really convoluted statement. I apologize. That sounded horrible. Like I believe he's challenging the way that we look at the betrayal as a negative, as opposed to
It's good. That's being
the
critical.
possibility of it being. He's such a loyal follower that he decided he needed to make sure that the prophecy was fulfilled. So he fulfilled the prophecy.
I mean, that's necessary. Even God in the scriptures, the Old Testament says you are allowed to question and come to him and speak to him, and you will have periods of doubt, like the story of Job. You know, took a long process, and then he questions, and then God comes and says, you won't fully understand me. I'm above this, but you're still allowed to do so. Right? Moses was allowed to ask questions of God. God asked questions of him. They had conversations. You're allowed to do that. It's called being critical about. God wants you to be intelligent because it allows you to realize your free will. Right? You're not just some puppet on a string.
It does kind of free up the question of if Jesus never stated that there would be a betrayal, would Judas have betrayed him?
Well, that's why it says Satan comes upon. That means it was then if you go further in the scripture beyond just the two things that how do I pronounce your name? Horike? Horika?
Just call him
or Lewis fine.
Lewis.
Oro?
Uh-huh.
So
This is
if
Lou
you
Ray
now
from
add
Tom's chat.
okay, so then add more context, add more verbatim things. I said it says that another spirit influenced Judas to now make a decision. So then, and there's this long debate that has been going on for a long time of whether or not Judas wanted to, or Judas was influenced by something else other than himself to go and betray Jesus. That's why we say the satanic influence.
But that influence, that satanic influence, satanic for starters, we know full well means opposition. He was questioning that. It's an opposition, an opposing force. He did not want to do it. He did not want to betray him, or he was persuaded to betray him. It still becomes very up to interpretation, and it doesn't really feel like if he didn't fulfill the prophecy, he wouldn't have died for our sins.
You know what?
He wouldn't actually gotten things done.
It's funny you say that because if you continue to study and listen to people who've also studied, it's like the same thing with Pharaoh, where it says, does God come and force Pharaoh to betray and harden his heart? Does God make Pharaoh betray him? This is if you're being charitable to, so now you need to understand God's character and Satan's character, right? And how they operate and what they're allowed to do and what they will never do, right? So now if you go from that context, it's like character motivation, like a story. Think of it as a story. If you understand character motivation, come back to the story of whether Judas wanted to betray him. That means that a external force was allowed to influence Judas, which means either Judas allowed it to happen, that means God allowed it to happen, and that means Satan was able to do what he does, which is was like control, influence, and steal and kill or whatever he did to Judas to make him betray Jesus, right? So you have to now
hold on.
Understand. Think of it in multiple aspects. Like think of it as a story. Understand character motivations. So you've questioned the motivations of Judas. Now question the motivation of Satan and question the motivation of God to allow Satan to do what Satan did.
Wait. But was the crucifixion of Jesus a negative?
No, it was purposeful. What was the purpose of Jesus' crucifixion?
So why would Satan want to have this crucifixion happen if that was going to wash away our sins?
Because Satan isn't omnipresent. No, remember, there is no text or there's no canon the way we have it. So knowledge that God has, who is omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, where he exists outside of space and time, which means he has knowledge of past, present, and future. Only God has certain knowledge. Some Gnostics will say that if we attain the knowledge of God, eating of the fruit of good and evil, we will become like gods, right? We will attain knowledge like God. Satan does not have that knowledge. So when Satan does stuff,
exist, and this is the question for me, my point of view, man. And I
go ahead.
I don't mean to derail your conversation because it was very interesting, but to be frank, it sounds to me to someone who is not down for the Bible, really not interested in it. I wasn't interested in it after I read it. I had same with a lot of the text, to be frank with you, because it all seemed to me to be fable. And I'm not hearing people talk about it as fable or example. I'm hearing it talked about from a point of view of arguing the minutia of the stories. And I would ask,
fables are stories.
Hold on, I understand that. But I'm not hearing it talked about in its meaning. Like Aesop, you talk about Aesop's, the meanings of Aesop's fables. I'm hearing you guys argue over the minutia in the story and not the meaning. And I would ask,
the meaning
things that you're getting out of this, and is it just the ability to I mean, because to me it just sounds like the ability to know a reference in a passage in Spider-Man would do you just as well. In a lot of cases.
Yeah, the way I interpret, the same way. This is why I criticize people. You know the anime Demon Slayer that's really popular, but people will say the character is such a simple story and the characters aren't. We don't have enough time with certain characters and they aren't well fleshed out. But the same way I would disagree. The same way I would interpret the Bible. A lot of this stuff is elementary. Understanding, they teach us in 4th grade, and I'm a 4th grade teacher, and right now I got to teach character motivation, perspective, first, third, second perspective. Like you have to do this at every stage. It's not like it doesn't lose its importance, its significance. Understanding the minutia helps us understand the macro, and then understanding the macro helps us come to a better conclusion of the meaning. Even though we understand the meaning,
can I answer the question?
I understand the definition here. I mean, you're just giving me the definition in some sense.
I want to answer the question too. By the way,
hold on, let Aaron go, and then you can go.
I just because what I'm not hearing you, like for instance, in that conversation. That's all well and good what you just said to me, but in the conversation, all I heard was talk about the parsing of how and who, and not whether or not the meaning of Judas was whether or not we should give ourselves unto the temptation that I understand it to be, or to betray our friends even for
how do you read it?
I mean, like these are I take them as moral tales. You know, and even funnier, by the way, I played Jesus in JC Superstar separately. It's one of the reasons why I had to read the Bible. I wanted to understand who the fuck the person was, and I learned about the Gnostic tests. I learned about the false the false Bible of Mary that still is in argument. I read a bunch of things at that time period in the Christian religion, which I had never before, and it was because I was imbibing myself into the character, and I wanted to understand more than that. I want to understand everything about it and understand what it created, which, by the way, my point earlier, just so I can finish that, was that it's the most powerful political tool that's ever been created by the Council of Nicaea, because the power of Rome still exists. And that's what created the power of Rome as a centralized state.
The laws of God in Leviticus are political in nature. They're a political system. The book can be used for all facets of life. But
I'm sorry, Luke. I went off track there at the end, but yes.
And there's 613 laws. So there was laws for society. But even in that is a shadow and type of the moral law that God wants you. Because when Jesus, we can do this later, but we have a lot all of time, all those natural things, all those natural things are just reflections of moral things that God wants you to come to, which leads you. The whole purpose of the Bible is to bring you closer to God, have a better relationship with Him, and make you more holy. And then when you die, you're able to, you exhibit the kingdom is at hand, means you are able to exhibit things. Like you said, we are gods in a certain way, sons of gods. We are able to exhibit certain characteristics, traits, gifts, and talents here in this realm. And then in the next realm of metaphysics, supernatural, we will enter into the full type, right, that we are emulating right now, right? So all this is, like you guys say, a hologram. It's a hologram that is people say a test, okay? And whether you say it's a good test or bad test, that's up to you.
I don't think it's a test.
We will. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah,
so let me answer the question from my side, please.
We can revisit this.
Regarding the question on my side, I like to apply, as you said, we're not talking about what the moral implications of the stories are or what the lesson is. I like to apply different frames to the story. Like I said, how about we take it as historical fact for one? Or how about we take the moral lessons? I do actually like to segment that in a way for me to understand it better. Because if we take it as just a moral lesson, we can take a moral lesson from, I was going to say Sleeping Beauty or from Snow White. From the fairy tales. The fairy tales are moral lessons as well. So that's why I like to say, okay, as a moral lesson, here's what we get from it. But if I go into the minutia, specifically about the Judas story, it's dang, what could be the moral lesson here? If the crucifixion was a necessary act to fulfill a prophecy, then technically all the players had to play their roles in order to get that thing done. So if Satan had gotten his way, would that mean that he wouldn't have died for our sins? Wouldn't that mean that
even Satan would have been?
I'm sorry. I'm answering the question, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Wouldn't that actually betray the moral lesson? That's why I like to take it for with that minutia. That's why I go so deep into it. If you take the story as literal or as it's been fed down to us for the longest time, sure. But I think that's kind of boring.
Okay, but then,
and honestly,
I'm
sorry.
Before you go on, Saxon, real quick, just so you know, I am streaming in case you wanna, just to make sure. I just want to make sure everybody that comes in knows that I'm streaming, just to be safe.
And real quick before you go on,
I saw community VC and I just thought it was a community VC.
Yep. I'm just letting you know that there is somebody streaming in here in case.
Dave, you need your own server, man.
I have my own server, but I kind of like people being able to come in and leave freely at the moment.
Okay.
I will link my server just in case, but I just don't want to take people out of Tom's Discord, and be like, "Hey, everybody come over to mine."
Join me.
Cannibalizing
conversation.
I can actually see if Sass.
I'm gonna say,
Sass will let me.
God damn, it's past 3 where I'm at, so I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
All right. Hey, Kuro, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, good one, man. I appreciate.
Okay. So to answer that, the what you're doing is human and it's fine. In fact, a lot of the greatest stories that we have today is because we extrapolated stories from stories. We took from this story and we created something even greater. That's how we got Superman. That's how we got the Chronicles of Narnia. That's how we got Goku. That's how we got Tanjiro. The messianic archetypes, the tragic hero archetype. We got Job. We have David. And then people will even say the stories that came before, that predated the canonical scriptures, the stories of that came from this. or the stories of that were helped to influence the story of the Bible, right? So like that's fine and that's human, and but at the same time, you still need to be 100% critical and proper in your analysis of each and every story. So you have to like see what the text is trying to portray, and then you can do your own little analysis, because then you could probably create a story just like this. Or if
So,
not,
do you
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
my point of
I could
view?
take without the condescending tone where it says like your own little story. That's especially why I like the fact that I'm not a religious person, where I can actually see the text without having that myopic view that it was force fed to me, by the way. But
it's going to
that's
be
fine. I get what
smaller.
you're
It's
saying.
going to be
Dave, check
smaller.
DMs. Please.
But by virtue, it's going to be smaller than the
What are you
Bible,
talking
because the
about, my
Bible
DMs?
is the most printed, most sold, most bought book in history. In fact, it's the first printed book, mass printed
But
book.
again, I'm asking, is that because I am going at it from a non-religious point of view that it's smaller, or
You're
why?
assuming. I don't know why are you assuming. Why are you assuming that? I didn't say that.
Because that's literally basically what you said. But okay.
No, that's what you interpreted. I said, but that's fine because it's not privatized. My interpretation of what I said is because the Bible is the most printed book, the biggest story, the biggest name of God is Jesus. Every other story will be dwarfed by the Bible. You can't beat the Bible. And I'm not predicting the future. Maybe in the future, maybe if they burn every copy of the Bible and the Bible is lost, then a story will probably beat.
Yeah,
out.
but I don't really
Bible.
see the point of the comment because I don't disagree.
I wasn't really thinking of that, but that was just in me. Like that was because I've said it so much. I wasn't trying to be condescending. It's just it is what it is. I'm not being condescending. It is what it is. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter religious or not. I've seen religious stories made from this. I've seen non-religious stories made from the Bible. It doesn't matter.
I'd say that that's a little bit of an arrogance, because history shows that the story of Jesus comes from Ra anyways. So that it's
Yeah, but
Yeah.
most people know. Most people know
Ra would last forever, and that's one of the things about human history, that we keep washing over our own past.
Aaron, you know yourself. Which book is there? A book of Ra that outmassed?
No, that's what my point. That's my point, is that the Ra is also thought that
Yeah, it predated. I said that.
Forever. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is in each stage of
Yeah,
history,
you can't say that. Sorry.
I'm sorry. These things wash away. So to think that it would last forever, I just can't see that. It's going to change to something else. I mean,
It's gone on for 2,000 years. So if it goes on,
something was there before it. For 2,000 or more years.
Yeah, there was stuff before it for 2,000 years. Yeah,
there will be things after it, which is the point. That
I mean, I'll ask you.
You know what I mean, Aaron. You know exactly what I mean.
Now it's the most popular. I know that right now it's
That's
the fact.
what I mean. Popularity is
something.
important.
Well, to some.
The social construct of the Bible is the largest social construct for 2,000 years. And
I
ask you something.
I mean, I would say
what about the story about the Watchers? What about the Watchers is there in the Bible?
The story of the Watchers?
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah.
That's Old Testament, though.
It is Old Testament. Can you tell me something about them?
None of you would like the book that I have.
The biblical angel? Like, what story are you like in Daniel?
No, these predate everything.
So you're talking about like in the the Jewish text? I'm not familiar and learned in
the Book of Enoch.
Look it up, but you told me not to.
The Book of Enoch. Okay,
Dave,
so it's
do you
been.
not know about the Watchers?
I haven't read or studied the Book of Enoch, and the Book of Enoch has been disputed to be in the Bible, because Paul references the Book of Enoch, when he's speaking in the epistles. So it has been disputed to keep the Book of Enoch, but it's still academically referenced as extra biblical. So I don't know the story of the Watchers that well.
Okay, so let me just put this story just clearly. In the Book of Enoch, they list 200 fallen angels who basically.
Before you go into this real quick, I just want to let Mikey know that I am streaming, just in case he doesn't want to be on stream or anything. Just to give him that. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So we basically start talking about what each angel gave to humanity, and one of them taught them how to make swords and shields. One of them taught them weaponry. One of them taught them astrology. Some others even taught them about the 365 legions of angels and crowns and prayers in the sky. When you say 355 legions of angels, it just sounds like 365 days, right? So one of the angels that came from heaven actually taught us day and night, or like how to count the days in a year. When you start hearing that sort of stuff in the Book of Enoch, to be perfectly honest, it sounds like I'm gonna go History Channel on everyone, but it sounds like ancient aliens. Because at the end of the day, fallen people from the sky teaching us shit is basically what the stories tells us. And they actually combine
some of them.
us with
It says that some of them.
Quetzalcoatl.
It says some of them were rebellious and sinned, and they were banished from
Quetzalcoatl
heaven.
too. Thank you. Yeah, banished from heaven. What does that mean? That they fell from the sky, right?
And where are they now? Because they're not on a natural plane.
No. I think what he's trying to get across to is that the observational issue in the story is that there may be some confusion or confabulation between the what's the fable that was has a piece of actual truth in it that had to be explained in a way that
I
everyone
agree.
could understand, which that's where the idea of the ancient alien theory comes from. I'm not going to give that so much credence as because I actually have a my studies have I'm about to actually at some point this year I'm going to go out to a couple of different valleys where a lot of the multi-dimensional experiences, the fire in the sky as reported in the Bible is happens. And these things seem to be part of the whole holographic plane stuff, so the misunderstanding of these things and the explanation of something falling from the sky is very understandable when you talk about somebody who's never seen technology. My grandfather told me he'd never seen a train until he was 14, and he didn't understand on the day his aunt took him to the train station somewhere in Poland that when she put the coin into the machine, it was an automat. And I don't know if you know what that is. It's just basically just a machine that keeps things warm. And she put the coin in. She took a cup of chocolate, hot chocolate. He described. He called it a cup of chocolate. And she took the cup of hot chocolate out and gave it to him. We understand that innately. He thought that the machine created the hot chocolate, that it was magical. He did not understand it. And that is something that has always stuck with me because he told that story to explain how people understood and explained higher levels of consciousness or things they couldn't explain so that they could tell the story over and over again.
Okay, but so to answer the question, and I'm going to use exactly what you said, Aaron. So when I was in Bible study the other day, actually not the other day, it was a while, it's like a month ago. And we talked about how angels are to God as AI is to us, right? Angels always operate, especially in the canonical Bible, where you have Michael and Gabriel, and then there's the seven angels that are like the seven eyes of the Lord, and then like the seven angels before the throne in Revelation. They always operate within function, within the will of the Creator, of God, of Yahweh, right? Mm-hmm. And then when they act out of that function, they are cast out. Just like in the Book of Enoch, it says like they were rebellious and sinned.
Stop right there. You just said a bunch of stuff that sounds metaphorical, but I'm going to it's a very challenging. No, it's literal. When I say literal, I don't mean that because we were talking about this earlier. So the demons are often misunderstood because they are angels, and all the angels are represented the same amount. And when I say the symbols, I can go into the other room and get the plaque and the one that I have. I'm going to put in my house because they're. I am
there's
about
like a
to.
Wheel. There's a fire.
There's a
like...
no. These I should go get it because this is the symbols of demons, which are angels.
Wait, why are you bringing up?
I'm sorry. I don't want to leave that, but to make the point is, I showed this, and I said this earlier. When I showed these examples to my parents, they thought they were electronics. So when you say these things, that there's rules to these things, yes, I'm well aware of what those rules are because they are the same rules that you apply to electronics pieces that do those certain roles. And what I've come to believe, this is a misunderstanding of technology that was left behind that we still don't understand.
I don't think it's a misunderstanding. I think it's a reflection of what, like I said, AI is to us as angels is to God. It's the reflection of how AI can now create the hot chocolate outside of the function that we determined it would create. Is
Then-
like the angels acting outside of their function as God intended them to do outside of the will of God. And then what happens when they act out outside of the function? They are cast out and they become fallen angels, aka demons. All right.
Or
Now, even
electronics, like I'm talking about, what you're talking about is some components have potentials. They have capability to interact with one another, and when they don't function with one another, you have to cast it out because it's broken.
Well, look, that's why we say that's why I said before we give AI parameters and we put in full stops, to make sure that it doesn't do anything outside of what it's supposed to do. But I also qualified and said, just like the angels who act outside of their function, like Satan or Lucifer tried to become God and couldn't, was cast out.
This is the other issue I have with that. Is in the original,
just like AI will not become like us.
Like that character doesn't exist within the daemons. Who does is
Satan doesn't exist.
No, not the terminology, and I hate using that term because it's,
character.
I'm looking at it from.
It's in Enoch right now. It's in the book of Enoch. We're using Book of Enoch. It says that some of them were rebellious and sin. So that terminology is literal. Is there to use?
No, I'm not talking about that. That is fine terminology. I'm talking about. I'm looking at this as an actual. I'm trying to get you to a point where maybe we can meet somewhere in a bridge. Is that what you're describing is directions on how to utilize these pieces and how not to utilize them. It is a bunch of fable that is misunderstood that could have potential meaning and is interwoven in the modern day Bible, in what we know of the Torah, in the Quran, and it's in all these pieces, but it's separated by different colloquial or tribal knowledge partitions. And
that may be true, but I feel like just like how the extra biblical stuff was removed from the canon, it's just that it's not that we. Yeah, of course, like you said, there are directions, and maybe I believe all that stuff. Like the Bible talks about giants. So the giants are, how the creation of giants was the mating
Nephilim.
of.
Yeah, the Nephilim.
No. Nephilim is angel and demons. Giants are humans and angels.
No, Nephilim.
I think it's the
Goliath wasn't a Nephilim.
Well, but
are you sure that's not in Lord of the Rings? Because we're getting a lot of different interesting things conflated here because they really are convenient.
David and Goliath.
Okay, so
could I ask you guys all just one quick clarifying thing? Does anyone know Upton Sinclair? Upton Sinclair. He has an excellent quote. Do you know the quote, Aaron? It's hard to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on not understanding it. Cognitive dissonance is inherent in a lot of the human mind. Thank you very much. I will mute myself. Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, so all right, so you're saying the giants are
I just need to go. I just need to leave. So I'm just gonna leave you with this because it's important, by the way.
You just
regarding the giant.
Okay, go ahead.
I need to leave. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I just want to leave you with this. When they talk about giants, are they actually talking about stature?
No, they were talking about
as giants, as in they were so superior to the common man that they were as giants. It's very up to interpretation. That's why the Nephilim, if they were sons of the angels and the humans, they would obviously be much higher in power than normal human men. But anyways, I did really appreciate the talk, and it's really late. I thank you to all, and even the opposition. You did really good because it was really fun to have this argument. Okay, love you guys.
Lou, I'm gonna have a lot of these, so feel free to keep in touch, drop a follow, and you can pop in at any time.
Yeah. So then,
thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, man. Thank you for the convo. Well, yeah, so you're right. The Nephilim were the giants, right? The sons of God made it with the daughters of Adam. Yeah. Right, so it's human, and I thought I'm going off of like that game with like what's that game called with there's like they're like the Nephilim and they're called to fight like the war of angels and demons and humans get caught in the middle. There's like this game that's like on an X.
League of Leggings, isn't it?
No, not League. Don't even bring up that.
Death
No,
Trap
I'm
was
talking
great.
Oh, a little sore spot, eh? Uh-oh.
For
Let's
anybody who's
go.
never played it.
as a Scion main, I'm just better than everybody. As a Scion main, I'm not a coward, just by default. Okay. So
All right.
no,
Anyway,
so
continue.
sorry.
Did,
Okay,
do
but yeah,
you know
like
what
so.
the game was or no? Do you want me to try to figure it
Yeah,
out?
I know what a game is. It's like an Xbox game where there's like 3 games. There was like there was war, there was death, and there was like
God of War?
no, not God of War. There was war. There was a game with where war is one of the 4 horsemen, and then there was death. There was a second game, one of the 4 horsemen, and then the third game was
Xenosaga.
come on,
Well
dog.
done, Lou.
It was Xenosaga. War, death,
Hey Dave, have you seen this before?
That's a game.
These are the
Yeah.
goetic
Fury,
That is
or
right.
death.
represented, and actually these are like a 16th or 15th century version of it. There's actually it's called the 72 Sigils.
Good God, that really does look like circuitry.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is when my parents looked at this, they were like, "Oh, what kind of electronics is this? I've never seen that before."
I found it's called Darksiders. Go ahead.
Oh, Dark
Spintronics.
Jesus.
Quantum Spintronics, isn't it?
I don't know. No, these are the goetic demons. These are the angels. These are the symbols
do
of actual
remember
angels. Now,
Dark
these are
Souls.
like a 16th century version.
What's
so they have-
old comes around again, you know?
It does. It does. Now, I have the one I have. I'd go get the plaque, but it's in the other room, and I have to leave. But so the one I have doesn't have the Christianized symbols on them, and it looks even more so like electronics because they are just the curvatures and the flat planes. That you don't have the little crosses on a lot of these things.
The
But
crosses and the dots and the.
What's interesting about the crosses, though, is my dad pointed out where
Looks
you
like
see the
technology.
crosses. It actually differentiates in a lot of these cases what these things actually are.
Kinda
Now,
look
some
like
of the wackier
chalices.
ones, yeah, I mean it's really crazy though how some of them are some of them are adaptations, and when you take off all the adaptations, they are actually like little electronic pieces, especially the ones that are squared.
Looks like circuits. Yeah.
Yeah, circuitry.
Mhm.
And so it may be that there was a misunderstanding, and a lot of these things predate. You can find them really ancient. This list right here, and the names on them are like Fornius, Astaroth, Person, Belith, Billet, Citri, Gusian, Bur, Baal, Balakor, Amon, Barbados. The name of the angels.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. So that just means that God created everything, and we're just manipulating it and just recreating stuff that God already created.
Now the question becomes then is it that how that becomes the after question that nobody has gotten to yet. Honestly, we can ponder how and what God may be, but we don't know how it was born.
Question
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Is this the first time we've discovered circuitry, or have we discovered it before and then it was destroyed along with civilization?
By the existence of
Thank
this
you, Dave.
means-
That's where I'm at actually, where it's like where
Come on.
from. This is predates.
I'm not saying any of this is for sure.
Y'all are
but
two
The
Ghostbusters.
idea is these
No,
are
it's a
theories that are
concept.
interesting.
Look, and by the way, Azzy, when both my parents, like, their lives are in electronics, and I showed them something, and my dad's first question was, "What kind of electronics is that?" I've never seen that stuff before. That's
So
that's
then,
the thing.
Oh
What
wow,
was
that's
this-
so
what
cool.
was-
Your parents aren't electronics. I thought they were like religionists instead.
Well,
so
my
it's the
grandparents-
inverse.
Yeah, no. And actually, no, I'm not really a religionist, man. I'm just I am.
Well, I know. I'm just using that as like I thought it was like people who were bringing their religion to look at it and going, "Oh my, that looks like circuitry." But you're saying that it's people who understand circuitry and looking at it and going, "Well, that's circuitry."
Yeah,
Just an
no,
interesting difference.
they did
Yeah.
not know what this was. They had no clue. I was just like, I did it with the blind, like, sent it to my dad. I said, "Tell me what you think that is." He's like, "I don't," and of course he couldn't even see the names. He's blind, and he just looked at it. He was like, what kind of electronics is this? I've never seen that before. What are you doing? And my dad's an engineer,
And he has a basis in circuitry rather than like a theology, say.
Mhm.
So you have an electronic engineer and you have a theological engineer, right? Two people can look at something, they're going to bring what they have to it. Fun fact, by the way, the first doctors were of theology, not of natural science, or now we have all doctors of all kinds of things.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I find that a lot of these things are interwoven to keep the knowledge alive, sometimes hidden, sometimes obvious. Why do you think there's a massive library of knowledge, hoarded by the Catholic Church? It's power. Knowledge is power. History is power. And And by power, I mean power over ourselves and free will. Knowledge of ourself and our past is very important because maybe.
What makes you think that? Because you have access to it right here. What do you mean hidden?
No. I mean, I'm talking about there's.
Oh, no. The esoterics and things like that. Things that are hidden on purpose by the church to make it so the laity don't have access to this cool circuitry.
When you're done,
or the usage of it. I mean, there may be a book that explains how to use it, and it was just taken. Or let's look at the Library of Alexandria. History is important, especially the history of the loser, because it's all good and well to know who wins, but if we don't know who loses and what was happening in amongst everybody, we don't have a balanced picture of what went down, and then context is lost.
But we do know why they hid it. They say explicitly why they hid it. The book on the Council of Nicaea tells us why some things were taken out and some things were hidden. Like there are Gnostic texts.
The political body is going to tell history the truth about its actions, and that is just. And I think that it's taking that out of context. That's why I always point out that it is the most powerful. And most people don't think about it as power. But as somebody who's been, I did a show a long time ago in an amazing place, right there outside the Palazzo de Popio. One of the biggest shows I ever did, 250,000 people. And one of the things that struck me when I was there was like, holy shit, I'm in a place that was basically invented 2,000 years ago as a power structure center. And it wasn't actually 2000. It was like after that. I think it was like the 3rd century or something that Rome came to be, but Constantinople, Turkey, Constantinople had been before. And then it moved. Correct me if I'm wrong, because this is where, I'm not fully great on these things, but it struck me that the power center still existed based off of a book. And when we recognize that, then we should at least take a grain of salt to say, well, maybe the things that they told us the intentions were, maybe some of them are true. I'm sure some of them are true, but are they leaving things out? Let's look at the context of the situation. And that's why I pose it to you. And I'm not going to even challenge that your point is true, isn't true, because I would say that, sure, just like how, oh my God, I just read a story the other day about somebody who was given misinformation by the government. His dad was given misinformation. And for years, his dad thought that he had seen a UFO, and the base airman told him he'd seen a UFO, and they were showing him a UFO. But it turns out it was just a drone that we know now without like the wings on it or some shit like that. They were playing a joke on it. I think a lot of stuff happens that way too. Power does want to obstruct or obfuscate knowledge for those that they don't deem worthy of that knowledge. And I've seen it firsthand,
probably because at one point, if you at one point somebody utilized the knowledge, and some people probably use it right, and some probably misused it. And what happens?
History will tell us the winners.
This is before we move on.
Basic story. What happens when you misuse knowledge? It hurts people. It's bene. The root word of beneficial, bene, is good, right? Bene means good. If you misuse it, then you miss the mark. It becomes bad.
So let me ask you this.
Let me jump in for 1 second. I'm going to move us all. Yeah. Is everybody okay with being moved?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody
I gotta go.
Suppose, let me know. Okay.
I got 20 minutes.
All into my room.
All right, no problem.
What happened? Halfway through moving people, I got disconnected. What the heck?
It happens. This is the reason I like to tell people to depend on politeness and civility instead of the API, because computers can fail. And when you depend on them to your trigger, then you end up losing out.
Dave, that was amazing. Oh,
sorry.
That was so funny. Like I was saying,
that
was crazy, man. I was mid-sentence, man. That's what happens, man.
That's what I asked before I started moving. As I was moving people, it like reloaded my Discord.
And I appreciate that. That's why I turned off my camera, because it definitely screws things up when there's moving. And people move people in a VC without asking, and it crashes the thing. And then people say, see, they ran away. They ran away. So tired of the runaway.
Sure,
so you're so good. Emperor.
I do
You're
my
the
best.
Emperor of kindness today.
Today I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was like you disappeared for a second. And I was like, what happened?
Yeah,
And
it
then you
made me
came back.
reload my whole Discord.
There he is. And that's
It
what
was
I
very
hate.
strange.
I've been in situations where exactly that happened. With Destiny, I was talking to Destiny. People thought I was kicked by Destiny, but no, my stupid thing crashed. And people laugh and go, oh, Destiny kicked you. And I'm like, no, actually.
See that? The
Pisses me
misuse
off that
of
people hide behind technological failures, not recognizing that it's replete with crashes constantly.
Absolutely.
In fact, an
This
advanced
happens when you-
concept for software architecture is called crash only. Basically, it's the presumption that your software is constantly going to be crashing.
Well, the truth is, it's only a flaw if it's not an intentional design. So we'll just say it's an intentional design.
the misuse.
Exactly, it's a feature, not a bug. Just
What?
like
The
much
misuse,
of
you used
perhaps
it
of
incorrectly.
religious prescriptions
Yeah.
in the year 2023.
We have a word. It's called
Oh.
sin. It misses the mark, bro. It's not done properly.
I feel bad. Blur never
So,
even said anything. I was hoping.
It's not
Right.
right.
This is what I was
I
going to
hope I
pose to
didn't
you.
ice him out.
And this is the question about the politics being involved with religion and the background and the context of where these things come from. Would you at least give credence to the fact that maybe somebody might have a motive or an agenda
Oh, poop.
to suggest to you that everything that they tell you is the winner's point of view, if in fact they're
Of
the
course,
winner?
that's how history works. It's the
Mhm.
the winner gets to tell the story. But even in slavery,
Gets
Nat Turner, yeah, of course, the
a
loser will
permission-based
the
ideology.
the
They're the only one that has the ability to. We'll put it that way.
even no, it's not even that. The loser can tell, but
Federated.
like people got to find it. The majority. It's like what Tom was
That's
saying.
not
2 days
true at
ago.
all.
The reality
That's not
is
true at all. So
social
much of history is
constructs
lost.
are-
Yeah.
even the winner's history can be lost if it's not properly taken care of. It can get lost.
And this
What
thing.
is proper? Even in software, even in data retention, all kinds of things, there is no proper.
Nothing
Like
in
you can imagine it is,
system.
but the deeper you get into anything, the higher levels, you understand the nuances. People will just go, "Oh, you just back it up."
That's just the
No,
scientist.
but
That's
it's
the
not
science
necessarily that easy.
reality. That's just
data
the science.
washing? Is that what it's called? Or I'm sorry, it's the fade out of data over time. I just read an article about this where we're losing mass amounts of information and data on a daily basis that just basically, because it's not being accessed, goes away. Just kind of like filters
Essentially.
through.
It makes sense.
But you can have durability if it's important, like there's like Amazon will guarantee you a certain durability to your data storage. But even then,
Which
you know,
basically
what is
means
it
it's
that,
refreshed at a periodic thing.
who
to
knows
make sure
what it
stays.
technically is? Like when it gets into the deepest things, it's like you better refresh this cache on this one chip every 13 million microseconds or else
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of depth that is easily glossed over by people who are of the laity, as it were.
There's a lot of things.
Can't
that are
spell
just built
laity
in that
without
we have no
AI,
idea.
by the way.
Hey, Katie.
Hey, kid.
Welcome to the after show.
Katie, we're gonna do our
We're
one-on-one.
talking about religion.
Oh yay!
No, I'm trying to tell Aaron. I'm really trying to get married because we're trying to
Already
meet
baptized.
halfway.
You
Right?
can't baptize me again. So.
It's not even just baptized. You gotta be baptized in the water, the blood, and the Holy Spirit,
I
Father,
was
Son, and Holy
baptized.
Spirit.
I did
Water,
my first communion.
the blood and fire.
I was baptized in love.
And then I left
by
the Catholic Church.
a guy by the name of John actually baptized me, so it was all perfect.
Nice.
Did you believe and have faith?
Wow.
I'm sorry.
The faith of a child.
Did you believe and have faith?
I believed in the ideology of John. I believed in the baptism as rebirth in oneself, as he saw it. That
Did
one
you have an
person-
irrational understanding of?
No. I just
Okay,
didn't
okay.
utilize the one that you have, and I saw it as transcendence. I saw it as being able to find a new experience and connect to God in a different manner and be allowed to have that. And by the way, the Christians around me were quite supportive of the factor. They all thought they were fully converting me, and even though I kept telling them that I don't see that the same way, I am communing with God with you, and that's part of it. Like,
Yeah, you have knowledge of it, and you're using the knowledge of it to commune.
but I mean, the thing is my big argument with the idea of Jesus, beyond the fact that the filtered logic of a fable being made real is in itself the golden calf, because it replaces God, and many people.
Then you missed the entire point. Then, if you believe God is, but then you miss the.
My idea of this.
Know?
This is why I'm saying it. This is why I'm saying this. Is I have respect for it as an all being. I don't see it as one human state or replenishing. If that's the case, then we all are. You know, I mean, it's like I do not think that something that is proven to be a fable based off of rawism, you know, and rebirth.
That's the first time I ever heard.
Rah.
Go ahead.
Rah.
The virgin birth and the coming back to life, the whole thing, it comes from Ra. And
that's fine. There even in Eastern mythology, there's a virgin birth and Messiah archetype.
Exactly. So these are mythologies meant to teach good fables. I'm not going to
just because there's an absent, there's a presence of. I thought of this the other day, right?
No, but
presence
of you admit that these are all things we can take away from that individually affect us, right? Which is why when I went and got baptized, I was having a transcendent moment that did put me in a spiritual place that was closer to God in the frame of anybody. I didn't have to be reborn to be close to God or become a child of God.
But then you were something else other than you were in Christendom.
Because I'm a child of God, my friend, and that was the point to the entire.
Yeah, we're all child of God, but to become we're all children, but to become a son means to have a relationship.
No, what you're trying to say is
what
special.
You can't have a relationship with somebody.
No, you're trying to say is that
you got to take them out on a date or something. Yeah. You know, hey Jesus, let's go out. We'll get to know each other, buy you a drink.
We're friends, but we're not boyfriend and girlfriend until we start dating.
And you would also be speaking for God because it's another man who baptizes you, or another human who baptizes you.
But there's people on their deathbed who don't go through the water baptism, but still can be baptized in fire and blood to still become a Christian. Which just means
in some Christian sects, people can be baptized retroactively.
I'm talking about
some people baptize Hitler.
That's Philippians.
Oh, wow.
That's First John. That's John. That's First John. That means you have an incomplete. You've came to an understanding, but it's incomplete because not just because there's not an irrational belief.
You actually have come to a misunderstanding of what I utilized the entire experience for. You would actually have it that my experience was lesser than yours. And
I'm not talking about how you utilized it and how you did what you needed to do in order to
even in terms of everything that I did, I went through all the process, and I actually believe in God, and I follow God's tenets, and I follow the rule of thumb, and I follow and a lot of things that personally most people would not understand about me. That I'm actually, I tend to follow really what they would consider old school rules because I believe in ethics, I believe in morals, I believe in real good, positive.
But that has nothing to do with the text. Those are just extra biblical stuff that helps you better understand what goes on. But you need to still understand, just like what I said to Horo.
No, you keep saying I need to. I don't.
And you got to understand the story. You need the full picture of the story.
I don't. The only thing that for me that I need, and this is the whole point. This is the whole point. You think because you know better. I wouldn't even tell you that you
know the full story.
And this is the whole point. No. It has nothing to do with the full story. Because, by the way, my grandfather was a Reformed rabbi.
Okay.
I grew up around a lot of theology. That's one of the
messianic.
Yes.
You mean like a messianic rabbi?
Sense, yes.
Yeah.
He was a messianic rabbi?
No.
I'm sorry.
Reform.
He was. What is Reform different from Messianic Judaism?
Oh, absolutely. There's all kinds of different versions of it. And by the way, so there's also Conformed, and there's also Orthodox, and there's also Sephardic Orthodox, and there's also, thank you. And there's a bunch of different variations depending on where you're at. There's the Ethiopian version.
Kabbalah.
Right. By the way, a great friend of mine I grew up with is one of the few female priestesses of Kabbalah, which is
like Jewish mysticism.
Madonna's your friend.
This is the point I'm trying to make is I see everybody has a value in their belief and faith, but I do not believe that any one mystical practice, any one thing makes you any closer or any further. It takes away from the faith in God if you believe in that. And that's
But
where
why do you
totally
believe that?
confused by why do I believe that? Because if I believe in God at all, I believe that this all being is a beautiful thing. That's me. I don't have to.
What is his name?
It doesn't have to have a name. It's all.
If it has a person, it has a name.
It's not a person. It's an everything. It is the all being. It is the omnipotent.
Yeah.
All right. So this is what you were talking about before, which is why you had a. Remember when I started using the word God and you said I don't call it God?
I said I don't like the word God. I think it is a piddly format of human understanding. I think it's a.
Okay, so you know of the essence of it, but do you know its person, its character, its how it operates?
I know the 9 billion names of God myself. Really
and
good book by Asimov.
Ignore my questions. You don't even have to answer that. Do you see the merit in knowing its name, its character, and how it operates?
Which one, Tetragrammaton, or the one that you find when because the rabbis would disagree with you. 100%.
Any God,
any God,
any spiritual,
of gods, dude. Because human history has changed it over time. There's a great book called The Mass
For the sake
of
of
God.
this conversation,
By the way, there's a great book you should probably read called The Mass of God that would be wonderful because I think you get a lot out of it because it does cover the scripture quite in detail, but it also covers all of the other theism that has crossed our paths as humans. And it was something I was handed to me as a teenager. And I read the shit out of it over and over and over again because it really showed me that there are many different views of this, and all of them say the same thing. And the only difference that I would say, the only thing that I would say is different is when another human tells one human tells another human that somehow they got the key in. And as somebody who has had really transcendent experience, really truly transcendent experiences, and who has changed the motion of a mob in the thousands, and someone who's manipulated people's perception and seen the response to it, I can tell you that it's fine. You see that God is, we're manipulating God's format. I don't see it that way. I see it in a way that my experiences tell me different. Now, that is the beauty of sentient life. That is the beauty of the.
Oh, you're dodging my question. That's fine. Is that sufficient? But that didn't answer.
Do you want me to give you an answer to a question that you have to have? The name of God? Which one?
No, that's not what I said. You don't have to answer that. I said that. So I said afterwards. You don't have to answer that because it seems like you don't see the purpose or value in that. I said, okay, so is there merit? Is there merit in knowing how? Is there merit? Because it seems like you're pursuing
is the name of God. Actually, you know what? Love is the name of God. If I'm going to pick a name, love. Love is the name of God.
Yes, let's go with love. Love.
Okay, God is love.
Love is all you need.
Okay, but I also know that God is. It's also said that God, the human understanding of supernatural is insufficient to fully understand the supernatural. You can only come to a finite understanding.
It is supernature by definition. Definitionally, it is beyond nature.
That's like you can't possibly know things that we continually learn.
Exactly. Marketing,
so then you misunderstand me, Aaron.
Propaganda, mind control.
Then you misunderstand me, Aaron. Even if you know the name, even if you know how it operates, even if you know its character, there's still insufficient in human natural language for us to fully encompass or it's the fullness of something that is intangible. I said before,
we can't actually ingratiate ourselves to give it a proper format of name. That's why God is so shitty. I mean, as far as a 3-letter word, I mean, come on. There's words like Sagoy.
Okay, fine, yeah.
Aaron, there is a use for having a specific name, though. And if I may, Azzy, maybe I can ask you, Azzy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Azzy, can I ask you, first of all, Jesus loves you and I love you. And if you look at my picture here, my image, you can see
I appreciate your conversation.
You could see the Jesus thing here, right? That I've got of my webcam. The little fish.
What is it? The fish? What is it? The Jesus fish? What is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see how well, that's just an accidental artifact of I didn't even do it on purpose.
Is that you?
So is the Jesus fish? Yes, of course it is. So, but the thing is, it's not a Jesus fish. It's an accident of software that just did something. I could interpret it like that. You could interpret it like that. What I'd like to ask about having a name is it allows you to know who your boss is. Authority needs to have a reflection on who it is. That's right. So some people have a sense of there needs to be an authority, and Aaron is saying it doesn't need to have a name of who I need to go and talk to get permission to do something. Maybe that's the way to look at it. Is that right, Aaron?
Well, that's actually my next thing is that I often say this is that if you need an imaginary deity to make sure you do right, you weren't going to do right in the first place, most logically.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, the argument
but it's possibly true. It's not necessarily, but it's quite possibly true.
There's a in itself in the basement of in the basis of Christianity. It argues, and I hear this quite often, that without Christianity, the Western world would have fallen apart years ago. And I don't believe that religion in itself is anything other than man's need to give name to things. I'm glad that we've actually talked about man's need to put hold on things we don't understand. And as we grow in our knowledge of the universe, which we are definitely doing by leaps and bounds right now, we assume that we should add into our knowledge and not just disregard it as nonsense, especially when it mirrors and tells us a broader picture that we can let go of some of the old tradition and practices that we don't fucking dance around a fire anymore unless we're practicing, something real fun out in the desert. But we don't do that anymore as a matter of you're worshiping the sun gods. We understand how
that's
the sun
not true. That's by nature of us. Our worship is our pursuit of knowledge.
Wait,
our worship.
What kind of knowledge? There's a lot of ontological perspectives.
This is why I said there's three forms of truth. There's the revelation, and in my conviction, in my social ethic, that we already have everything that is already we already have everything that we need. Everything that it needs to be revealed has already been revealed. Now there are some things that have been hidden, like you said, like there's some truths that have been hidden or lost over time that need to be illuminated. Hold on, let me finish. I know you're trying to understand. Hold on, let me finish.
No,
there's three. Okay, so I'll just make the point. There's three forms of truth: revelation, inspiration, and illumination. Revelation, as in things that are written or shown or created, and everything that needs to be created has already been created. The periodic table of atoms has been created. Everything that necessitates creation is there for us to function, right? Even in the mistakes, the randomness, the patterns, the function, everything that needs to be created has already been created, right? It like it says in the very book of Genesis, it is finished.
If you're going to bring in the periodic table of elements, then I'm sorry. As a physicist and a chemist, I'm sorry.
This is why I could be speaking. I could speak a lot slower, but I'm speaking fast so I can get through this for you to say that you can get to speak.
Jump to the end, maybe, Azzy. Maybe we've heard these things 1,000 times from people.
Because you want to be interrupting.
Fresh knowledge you're bringing. No, I don't want to interrupt anyone. I love not interrupting people.
Okay, so then, the second form is illumination, and which illumination means that there's some form of truth that is in shadow. So that means it could be hidden or it could be lost. Some people believe in progressive revelation. I just call it illumination. There's some truths that we come to that are light shines upon it and we get to see it, right? And then there's inspiration. As we live, as we experience, as we become wiser, as we do research, as we do scientific study, we are inspired to do things with things that have already been revealed and have already been illuminated. Those are the three forms of truth we have, okay? I believe everything that needs to be revealed has already been revealed, already been created. As time progresses, things that have been hidden will be revealed and things that have been lost will be found, right? And things that don't need to be found and don't need to be revealed will never be, okay? And then there's inspiration. As we continue to live and progress as a human civilization, we will continue to be inspired to recreate and be creative with the things that we have, right? But we only have the periodic table. We can't create any atoms or molecules outside of.
Actually, we can. We can. There's been an evolution
I just realized. Just hold on a second, Azzy, do you know that you just described the dialectic, but you did it in biblical terms? This is what's
dialectic conversation. I'm about to write a book on it.
Okay, so
studying it right now.
So it would be better in terms of mixed company, just as a thing of understanding for each of us, to use thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis, because then at least we're all talking
let me put this in my
because what I was realizing is I was having a revulsion to the terminology as biblical. And I realized that you weren't using it as biblical; you were using it as descriptive, and that's where I was losing you, honestly. But I
was doing both at the same time.
Okay,
but
well, I was having a problem with it because when as soon as I hear that, I start to. I personally have a problem with using when we're talking about these things that are actually so metaphysical, involved with these things that now also have scientific qualifications in some fashions. You know, not all.
I'm still new to this,
but
so
some. We can talk about the universe in a more knowledgeable way. You know, not completely, but you know, I have to say all this with like a caveat.
That's the thing; it's never going to be complete. Because like we understand the scientific method always has a margin of error. It will never be complete. There is no 100% of anything at any point in time. We'll never be able.
No, there actually is a number of things 100% in science, pretty much, sir. Yeah, you don't understand science. I'm gonna put that claim down on the table as you don't understand what science is. Thank you.
Show me something that we can 100% prove according to the scientific method.
I'm sorry.
That it takes. It takes you 8 minutes to walk to the store, and when you get to the store, the light from the sun is taking the same 8 minutes.
No, because that's a philosophical error. That's an infinitely regressive thing. That is a 10. Read the book.
You can say a lot of words, buddy.
No, I'm not making up these words. This is made by this is made by American philosopher Mortimer J. Adler. Get the book 10 Philosophical Mistakes, where it tells us we can predict what can happen and we can predict it will take 8 minutes, but we can't say it is a fact that it will take us 8 minutes to get to the store. Like you can predict the sun will
get to the store from the sun, from the light from the sun. You getting to the store is just the part that's fun.
You can get within microns of things. You can get. I mean, when we're talking about the
99.9%
a plank length,
but not absolutes. Confidence, not absolutes. The scientific method deals with confidence.
Again, not understanding what science is and what it isn't. A lot of people don't really have the conceptuary apparatus to be able to really.
In order to debate, what's his name? There was a guy named oh my goodness. I debated a guy before, and I came on tomfoolery's panel and said that I was debating him on this, where you have to avoid two fallacies when dealing with the scientific method, right? Dogmacy, right? Where you feel like you can prove everything, and naivete, which is forgetting the theory and of the scientific method. Well, so you have to remember that the scientific method always starts with a theory, and that there's a dogmatism, as in you can't fully say that the process and conclusion is
conceptuary. I don't know that word.
Conceptuary?
The place you get your concepts from in your mind. The cognitive apparatus to be able to approach things from one conceptual perspective versus another. One thing I always try to point out is that people, just in terms of the stupidity of what IQ is, we can see there's a normalized distribution of people. And people who are of the average intelligence, we look at people who are 2 standard deviations below, about 68 IQ, as having a problem with a lot of concepts. They don't have a real ability to have the facility, the apparatus cognitively to be able to deal with it. And the reason I bring that up is if you're on the other side of the 2 standard deviations, well, people who are in the middle might not have the cognitive apparatus to conceptualize certain things in certain ways, perhaps with ease.
I don't know why.
Perhaps with ease is the only thing. But what I'm trying to point out is that really smart people might not be understood by people who are of the average, because the average person doesn't necessarily have the tools that are just born this way. You know, like I said to Destiny, I didn't ask to be gifted, born gifted.
But you can lose it if you don't utilize it. You can lose your gift.
No. What do you mean? You can't lose your... Yeah. Your brain could deteriorate, but the thing is, there's a difference inherently in some people, just naturally, just the way it is.
Sure,
And in terms of IQ, we can see that people who are, kind of on the really low side, they're 2% of the population is below 68 IQ. And if you hang out with people like that, they're often great, wonderful people. But if you try to explain things like compound interest, they might just say, I'm out.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the things I have found, and this is a great example, is also the whole idea
Actually
of
not
like you
finding a
can't
way
pull a
to
fish out of
make
the
it
water and make him climb a tree and
much
call him a
louder,
genius.
so
You know,
I'm just gonna get closer.
Really, the idiot
That
there is who
usually
pulled
is
him out
a
of the
good solution.
water and put him in the tree in the first place. The point being is that I've had a great experience where, like in my business, we use a lot of lingo terms
So I'm assuming
and
you could
concepts
probably hit
that
me better.
nobody outside of our business uses.
That is
So it's
Saxon.
all inside jargon that if you stand around us and you were there listening to us, it sounds like absolute foreign language to somebody else.
I'm still way too quiet.
And we take it for granted, especially when you're in it for long enough. You just start talking this way, and you just don't notice that you're using all this lingo. And I was seeing a lady who was with me at a show, and she literally turned to me, and this is not just a very bright lady, like she is way smarter than me. She works in the field of science and does real heavy theory. And I know I've been in conversations with her and her colleagues where I am like, I feel like an 8-year-old, like, you know, because they're talking about
my gain and see what happens.
Math that really I just don't. I'm never going to understand, and they're talking math, you know. So my point being is that
how is it now?
Oftentimes,
my peaking or what's up?
What we truly understand, and sometimes that focus.
Yeah, I'm looking on OBS.
Actually, understanding the languages around us, and without inundation.
Go to your mic, add a filter.
And that inundation can be hard because we all want to.
Yeah, I just added gain on my icicle
in somewhere we feel comfortable, and you know, I'm always open to other things. I'm also very dogmatic when it comes to.
So now I just got to make sure I'm not too loud in Discord.
Very, very few and far between nowadays. Like, so when I say this, it's like it is really something about knowing that everybody has a beauty in their belief, and they should have faith in what they believe. And this is what I'm saying, Azu, is that I believe that you believe it, and I believe it's important that you
back it down a little bit.
Whatever makes and gives you faith is important. And that's why
here.
I like experiences that have given me more constitutional allegiance, I would say, to the firmament, to the world around me, to the universe, to whatever I could find. You know, there's a period in time I went through all sorts of altered states of consciousness experience with myself.
All right, I'm testing my sound volume. Am I too loud?
No, you're good.
What are you? Sound like you're at a drive-through restaurant.
Okay, so like, is this?
Can I order some fries, please? It's a bit loud and harsh.
You think it's loud?
That means my gain
one large orange drink.
So, Aaron, do you feel like
we've kind of bounced around on topics a little bit? Do you want to define what topic we're on at the moment?
We're on the building the bridge and meeting halfway between essence of truth.
You don't have to meet halfway to build a bridge, by the way.
Essence of truth, essence of faith, and
70-30.
of the in between.
Oh, right? I like that.
3/5 is a good American ratio, I think.
No. Like talking to you is like I'm flexing my communication skills right now, man. No, you're really pushing me to the.
And I appreciate you very much, by the way. And I think you get my point is that it's not just to each his own, but I really truly believe that faith in our own fashion, that faith is powerful in its own fashion because of the things that we know about quantum physics. Having a sense of the world around you and a belief in that is something that you make real for yourself, whatever it be, however it be,
which will usually be at the end of Tom shows. But
like, however you get there, I will tell you what confuses me about the logic. I'll tell you where I don't get it, but at the same time, I'm never.
That's what I'm not asking. I'm asking you about when I said that because you utilize your knowledge when you said you were baptized by a Reformed rabbi, right?
No. I was baptized amongst a bunch of Christians in Thousand Oaks.
Okay, so then you were baptized by Christians.
Yeah, in a fairly. I was accepting to my. They were the pastor at the time was very accepting of my whole proposition of why I was doing it. Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe you had faith in Jesus Christ as your Savior and Lord who died for you?
No, because as I explained to him, I did not see Jesus as God. I saw God as God, and I have faith in God, and he was fine with that.
Okay, so then you were baptized by Christians. Why?
Yeah, because John baptized Jesus, and John was a Jew, and so.
And then what happened after John baptized Jesus?
300 years later, people start calling them Christians. Before that,
no, I mean in the story. I mean in the story. What happens right after John lifts Jesus out of the water? What happens?
A transcendence, communion with God. And that's
And
the whole
God
point.
says what? What does God say? What?
I can't remember that portion of it. You can tell.
I mean,
Tell us, Azzy. You got it.
I'm not a
God literally
Bring
says,
it home, Azzy. Bring it home. Let's go. What did he say?
Twice,
"This is my son."
Early, like late teens.
God literally says, "This is my son," which means that Jesus is in the form of man, has divinity at the same time. So he was both natural and spiritual at the same time. The crux of Jesus,
what is
the crux? The crux of Jesus was makes him different from Rob, different from.
No.
Hold on, let me finish.
What is the description of what you just made to what I got out of it? Because the reason I was told it was totally cool and why they were interested in why I was doing it, especially as being who I am, because by the way, the whole joke in my world is that white people don't see me as white. Jewish people don't see me as Jewish. The people that I tend to hang around with don't see me as, I'm my own, man. I'm my own. And I was accepted as that.
Hey, Aaron, I'm with you. People don't think I'm human.
People don't think I'm black. Some black people think I'm Indian. Some Indians think I'm Sudanese. I'm ethnically confused a lot of the time.
Everybody just thinks I'm white.
It's however you present and however
Dave?
I mean.
Dave is white?
Yeah. Sorry.
I need to look.
You're swarthy though. Look at how swarthy you are.
Fool me,
buddy.
Fool me.
The blue eyes, what used to be blonde hair,
Yeah, but
no, I think what's
you're Greek or something. Come on, Turkish, Bulgarian.
Three things. The story, the symbol, and why it's important. The meaning of it. Why Jesus had to do it.
Okay, so
makes it different from everything else.
No, was Jesus? See, this is the thing: is you're classifying John's work as for only Jesus. John was doing that before Jesus. John was
I'm not saying.
Jesus, right?
No, I'm talking about
I was
the baptism of Jesus.
In the same way, for the same reasons. Because I was on a sojourn, I was looking to be involved in a community that would help me and support me as I sought a spiritual communion, and that was specifically in a faith that understood the character that I wanted to understand.
What do you mean by spiritual?
And by the way, no, this is the other thing but all of it's spiritual, religious. Okay, we want to call religious community. Is that better for you? But the point is,
no, that's not, because spiritual means that there is a intangible, non-irrational thing going on.
Okay, then
you're explaining it as a rational.
No, I'm not. What I'm explaining is something that was, to you it's irrational because maybe you've never had a transcendent experience.
No, I said no, that's not what I said. No, I said the way you're explaining it.
Hold on a second. Was your baptism as transcendent as mine? I'm wondering if it was. Because I had so much faith in the universe and love of God because of that experience that it taught me that universal and omniversal acceptance and love of thy neighbor, acceptance of the all and of ourself, of being one with people that may not even understand you, is part of the greatest gift of sentient life.
And what I'm trying to get to is, yes, that's true, but the purpose of the Christian baptism is to reconcile and redeem the relationship between you and God through Jesus.
You're a Christian.
That is the purpose of the Christian. You said you were baptized by Christians.
By a Christian.
Were you baptized by other people?
I'm saying, yeah, I went to a baptism where there was a bunch of people baptized at the same time. Now I was brought in, and it wasn't about reformation for me. I went in, and I went in as a theological sojourner.
You ain't answering my question.
But hold on, John the Baptist wasn't a Christian.
Yeah, John Jesus wasn't a Christian.
No, he was Jewish when he baptized.
Jesus was Jewish. Jesus was Jewish.
Hey, come on, guys! Don't jump on here.
You're being semantic.
Don't dogpile.
But he was being
Judeo-Christian.
No,
I'm not being semantic. I'm not being.
I'm just defending my brother here. I'm my brother's keeper.
Dave, you're gonna muddy it. I'm not being semantic. I'm talking about.
No. Here's the thing. Is you think that the baptism is one thing, which it is for you, and this is my own point.
That's what it says. It is that it is. It's the purpose of it is written. It is revealed as purpose
for you.
Like a PB&J sandwich.
I utilized it as a sojourn to experience what the person Jesus went through. Not only that, but to experience and understand the mindset. I did it, and I did it, and then had a transcendent experience.
How do you know?
It was power. How do I know? Because I experienced it.
Jeez,
How do I know? How can you prove it? Can you
Christ in
prove it?
That's
heaven.
insanity, my friend.
Can you prove
when you
it?
ask me, how did I know if I had a transcendent experience? It changed my worldview. It changed my life. It changed my
An
connectedness to my
experience is
community. It
internal,
changed
not
my
external,
friends.
so you can't prove it. Why
Yeah,
would you
I
ask
can
him
tell
to
you
prove
that.
something internal?
That's my point. That's my point. Like
I can tell you how it affected me.
purpose
And
of the
it
baptism.
did, though, Dave. It had actual visceral and physical effects.
speak.
It had all kinds of things.
You gotta answer my questions, and you can.
What am I not
equivocate.
answering? You just don't like the frame of the answer. You don't like what the answer is.
No,
and you
I'm
can't
saying what
change
you're saying
the
is
frame and,
sufficient, but for some
assimilate.
reason, when I speak, there's a problem.
No,
What
no,
you're
as a
saying
matter
is
of fact,
sufficient.
no,
You
that's not it
did
at all.
experience-
Hold on,
No,
hold on,
I
one at a time,
fully.
one at a time,
I
one at a time,
hold
one at a
on, hold on.
time.
I believe you that you experienced something transcending. I believe you that you experienced something transcendental. But was it? And you say spiritual. It was a spiritual transcendence, correct?
It's probably the best way to describe it. It was because otherwise, it's explaining how one feels a connectedness to the universe. Other than that language, how can you say it? How can you say that I've had several different ways since then because of that moment of communal association. I have not only been able to utilize that.
You come to a knowledge of something.
Yes, and it's more than that. That's what that's about. That's what John is baptizing people for. And that's the thing is, you seem to be
more than
ownership.
There's more.
You're concerned about its ownership. And
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not, Aaron.
Only for you. Then it's
Aaron,
not how
Aaron,
John
hold
did
on.
it.
No, Aaron, Aaron, no. It's not about the ownership of it. I'm not trying to take what your experience away from you and tell you what happened to you didn't happen.
No, you can't say
I'm not trying to redefine what you're saying. I'm trying to say that what you experience is different from what was the purpose of the baptism. You experienced something which is part of the purpose.
And it was the difference. And this is what I keep saying is,
okay. So I'll give you an example before. No. I'm having.
Aaron, can I ask Aaron to clarify on one thing?
Yeah,
I just want to ask Aaron to clarify on a quick thing, Azzy, if I may, because this might help a lot. Aaron, first of all, if you could describe who the rest of the not the constituents, the convertants or whatever were. Who hold on. Let me ask these three things. One is who the rest of the people were, the John usually baptized, and the second thing is, was that a place like that lovely sea beach with the moon? Because if you're baptized with that moon on the beach, that can be an extra super spiritual element to it. When the last thing is, the words are, not transcendent themselves. So we use words to try to convey things in our heart, right? That's where there's something we call the heart. That's not just the beating thing, but in our joy, in our love, in our hate, and all these different things. All I'm just saying is that if I had an actual John the Baptist on a beach at the full moon like that, that would be extra bonus. I'd pay extra as American. That's all I'm saying. I saw an advert for something like that. Anyway, please.
Yeah, my understanding to answer the first question is that John was baptizing anyone who wanted to be in the grace of God and to find enlightenment. And that's the new enlightenment is actually, I argue quite often that maybe Jesus, in the understanding as we actually the little bit of tiny historical little kernel that shows that there was somebody talking at the time period is very interesting because of what it kind of suggests. It actually suggests Reform Judaism. It really suggests that's why the temple was so against it, right? So you understand that. Yeah. But that's the whole thing is what I was going through was a transcendent journey that included a baptism just like Jesus. And it was it's not
what Jesus experienced because in Matthew 3 explicitly states
it was just like
Aaron, hold on, I'll let you finish.
Let's hear what the Matthew 3 thing is. I want to hear that. I like Matthew 3.
It's not my purpose.
Because I'm trying to make a delineation between this is what I've been trying to do for the past few minutes. I'm trying to make a delineation between what you experienced, which was transcendental spiritually, and between what Jesus experienced, which was transcendent spiritually. But I'm trying to say
Jesus. Why would you do that? That's the other thing. This is the other thing I don't understand about this even argument.
Because you said, Aaron, that I was trying to experience something like John like in the way the people experienced when John baptized.
I was literally
like what
trying to go
Jesus
through
experienced.
experiences that were similar so that I could get an idea of the
Okay,
point of
so
view.
allow me
And
to-
that is what I mean. Honestly, hold on a second. No, it is like you would have me imagine something else instead of going through the patterns.
Yes,
And
I am. You have to be
No, it's
grace
called
and allow me the grace to bring you, have the imagination to allow me to be empathetic to my imagination. All right, relinquish yours and start to deal with my imagination.
As we do. We already brought the love, man.
I know, I appreciate it. I just need Aaron because Aaron, every time you interrupt my process of creating a picture of my
Which
imagination.
is fair. This space, this Discord is not a very good way to have a conversation as if we were in a pub or a salon.
Obviously, he doesn't want you to discount his experience.
I won't.
And that's
I won't. But he understands I'm making it.
Maybe I'm misreading. Maybe I don't
Yes,
want to misread.
you are.
So we'll
I'm
give
not
you your-
discounting.
we'll give you your
Like
sense.
I said, I believe you had a transcendent experience and you came to knowledge of God. But I'm trying to say, I'm trying to build upon that and say there's a lot more knowledge because even through this whole process, you said you've been searching and looking at other religions and looking at the angel, the symbols and types. So you have been pursuing more knowledge of God. So I'm trying to now offer you more knowledge. Is that all right? And
always.
Okay. So Jesus's baptism occurred like this, just like you know of. John baptized him, and then right after, heavens open up, and God Himself speaks, and He says, "This is my Son, who I love. With Him I am well pleased." And the Spirit of God descends and falls on Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
The Holy Spirit falls on Jesus, and that's what's supposed to happen to us as well. What happens to Jesus is also supposed to happen to us, because afterwards, in the further text and canon, every time somebody is baptized in the water, in the fire, and in the blood, through communion, through the Holy Spirit, you get baptized and the Spirit comes upon you and you experience even more knowledge of God. And you're able to build a relationship, know who He is, know His character, and know how He operates. Even though it's not a whole totality of how God operates, you get something. Just like how Saxon said.
Hold on a second. My whole thing is that you use this biblical language as if it's the only way to describe these things.
That's not even biblical.
But it is biblical because
I didn't read any text.
Hold on a second. It's less important to the fact that I think we are speaking the same thing. I am coming at it from a different slight language, which is that all of the tournaments of life, the ups and downs, the regulation and ups and downs, however we pattern them, these are the things that we learn from religion, which is why I say faith in whatever fashion, go for it, have good faith in it and believe in it and pass on love.
I don't even think it has it's not even just religion. It's reflected in like knowledge of like studying any type of subject. If you fully embrace the full subject, like mathematics, if I fully embrace everything that goes along with mathematics, I will come to the knowledge of mathematics. I will know the name of every mathematic term and subject, and I will know how every mathematic.
But then you become a theoretician. Real math exists in the theoretical world.
Yes. The metaphysical theory. Yes.
No,
and
not metaphysical. Theoretical.
Theory means it's not tangible. There's some intangibility to it.
You use words as weapons, sir.
No, the scientific. This is why I said don't be naive and don't be dogmatic. Naive means that you are forgetting the theory of the scientific method and you thinking you have come to an objective truth. There is no 100% certainty. There's always the circular pattern of you start with a theory, you find evidence, you create a hypothesis, you find evidence, you do practice, and you come back and you get a new theory that you continue the process so you can get more truth and more inspiration and more illumination. That's the process. I'm not even being biblical with it. That is scientific.
That is correct. And by the way, this is a great example of why, for me, my process, I'm a multi-schooled person. I'm not a simple monoclastic in anything. I don't make sense to most people. And as a human,
polyclastic.
Polyclass. Yeah. I mean, I don't follow any mold. It's what's gotten me around the planet. It's what got me into the circles I'm in. So, but the point being is that so it's not uncommon that I come into this this point where sometimes I am saying what you are saying. I'm using a different language, and I can't get into the biblical language because
You're not. I'm using the same language you're using. It's not different. I understand fully what you're saying.
No, you don't. No. How? Let me ask you. There's a philosopher who has a very good simple line, which is, "How do you check yourself before you wreck yourself, sir? How do you know if you're not Aaron?" Yes. Azzy,
Okay.
how do you know when you're not lying to yourself?
Asking questions, doing scientific method, being accountable.
No, your own personal self. Like, what are your own tools
make sure I'm not
when you're
lying
bullshitting yourself?
Yeah, to make sure I'm not lying to myself, I'm going to repeat it. When was
the last time you realized you were bullshitting yourself?
When I fell out my bad habits. When I thought my bad habits were good habits, and it's called insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and thinking you're going to get different results. When I realized that I was doing the same thing over and over,
but there's just bullshitting yourself. It's not like a full lie. It's just like
I realized I was lying to myself by these are bad habits that I need to stop, and I need to stop being insane, thinking I'm going to get something different, doing the same thing over and over. In order to do that, I had to figure out the theory of it, get some evidence of it, talk to people, get some observations, and do some experiments. And then
Did you look into the Essenes, the Essene group, the Jewish sort of breakaway, the Essenes, Essenes. I don't know, Aaron, you know about that a little bit. Tell Aaron about that actually, because they're into washing and repentance.
Do we need to read everything? And I got
no. It's a tiny little thing. Actually, I could read it here because I asked my Bing bot about it. But I bet Aaron knows. Because if you grow up as a rabbi, they must talk about a reform rabbi, the Essenes.
Hold on a second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, but I got Mortimer J. Adler.
Exactly. Pull up the sleeves. Let's go.
Y'all getting too deep. I need to read this for myself because you guys
there's a whole set of rules, bro, about like the washing and how John got to the point of actually baptizing. That is basically the reason that one of the weird things of the Reformation of that stuff is that there's weird like rebellious stuff like I don't need to wash just my elbows to make me godly. The weird things that were rebellious at the time that we take out of context and certain things that when, like, say in Talmudic study or the historic study of the Torah, you hear these stories about these characters doing things and why they did them. And it often tends to take it to a place that you're just like, wow, things were way, way different. And what was important to them was way different than what we imply now.
But even before John baptized Jesus, John said to Jesus, you should be the one who baptizes me.
Sure, but he was baptizing a shit ton of people before Jesus. Let's put in this term a calendar.
I don't know why you don't
point.
There's
before Christ baptized.
But why not ask why
Christ
instead of saying
how many customers before, and then we have all the rest after. Just saying.
Yeah, everything is purposeful, and the process is purposeful. Yeah. But you need to understand why John said to Jesus, I shouldn't be the one baptizing you. You should be the one baptizing me. Why would he say that?
Because he was the Son of God. He's like, hey, you're the Son of God. I should be doing this. You should be doing this.
Context of the Bible.
You say that, and I think you really
I
mean
can tell you what my theory is of those things of the time period. I mean, I can tell you what I've learned as of recently about some of the minute historical record of the temple rabbis going and looking at a woman speaking into a man's ear, who's then preaching to a bunch of fucking fishermen and daily workers. And she was the reason they were worried is because she was the one who ran the union and owned the docks. And she was Phoenician. And there's a whole thing beyond that where there's and I take it, I make a leap. I here where I've been to a bunch of the Church of the Black Sepulchre, the Holy Black Mary, and they have a likeness of her on every one of the churches. It's clearly an African woman, and Phoenicians were African African descent background, and so I make some of these leaps. It's because I've seen the iconography and such, and I know this story now, and it's the little bit of history where the loaves and fishes story comes from, and it was concerning to the rabbis, so they wrote it down. It's where some of the stories, from my understanding of why the Romans went to go look at them, but I would fathom that, like, say say you're an educated, and I'm going to say this totally hypothetical. I'd love to hear what you think about this as just hypothetically and historically, talking about the people themselves. Let's just say the dude's name is Yeshua, and he's a commoner, but everybody trusts him. He's a good dude in the guild, and it's probably carpenter's son. But he's friends with all the fishermen, and the guild has this wonderful lady who also runs a bunch of brothels, and she runs the guild, and she owns the docks, so she's rich and she's Phoenician, but she's really super into this guy. And but she's not allowed to preach, because if she preaches, they'll cut her tongue out. But he can preach, and everybody loves him. And so the theory is that she preaches, she's pregnant at some point. They really get freaked out because here's this preaching female who people are really starting to follow the whole thing. It's like some weird little cult. And then she has to run, and he gets strung up on a cross, maybe. Which we still
maybe we were born to run.
Where I start to give credence to the people and the time period, stuff like that. Like if we put it into the perspective of what was going down and make it'd be a great movie, by the way. And she runs to Europe, and that's where we get the whole Merovingian stupid story and such like that. And the Black Sepulchre, or the Church of the Black Holy Mary. Because there seems to be some weird disconnect in some of that history of where these characters come from, and where there's got to be some credence of where the character of that period, whether his name be Jesus, Yeshua, whatever the fuck, because, and take away all the lore of it. I think what's amazing about it is, one, it inspired something that changed the world to the point of a political manipulation and control that still exists to this day, that is both religion and politics. And it influences everything we do. So, man, obviously it's powerful and potent. And that's one of the things. It's like something is there. There's kernels of truth there. And I'm really always interested in those kernels of truth, because I think the losers often were the real winners being forced to lose, and we miss.
So what do you need? What do you need me to do with the hypothetical?
I'm just saying, as a hypothetical. What do you think about it? What, from your point of view, what's that missing?
What's it missing?
What's it?
For a second, let me say, Aaron. Later, if we could talk about it, because as a theological dramaturgist, it's an interesting story. If you could promise me like a happy ending, we could talk.
Well, we have a happy ending with the Merovingians. It becomes a power play into all of Europe's royal families, essentially, is what they claim, and that's you can literally trace it up to the Spanish.
No, with the Jesus and the baptism, it's kind of a sad. Can we change the ending?
Of course. I mean, if
we'll talk about it after. Azzy, what do you think?
What do I think of the story of what Aaron said? I think it's a story that is related to, or it's a story or a fable or a theory of Mary getting pregnant by. So is this like the story of against the virgin birth of Mary, where she got impregnated by somebody and had Jesus?
As in Magdalene.
Mary. So Jesus impregnated Mary Magdalene,
who is a Jewish Phoenician woman. And the story is that, and here's where the report, we don't know that this is Jesus. We just know that at the same time period that Jesus was supposed to be going down, the one rabbinical record of concern is that there was a small cult being started by a man who was speaking for a woman who was a Phoenician, and she ran the docks and ran the guild. And that's pretty convenient.
Smart, powerful lady like Beyonce. I think she has a song about that. To all the Phoenician ladies, all the Phoenician ladies.
Yeah.
If that story, well, what I think about the story is that there's like so what it does is either it can determine the next lineage of the second coming, or it refutes, and it doesn't even refute anything really. I think it's a nice story, and if it's true, then it could possibly help us understand the second coming, the lineage of Jesus again, the Christophany of such, right? Where
and
like
that's the argument.
So
that's the argument of why it's been pressed. But
hold on, but it doesn't really. It doesn't. It's a story. It's not necessary, and it doesn't refute the virgin birth or the things that Jesus does.
No, no, and that's the whole thing is nothing is in I'm
so
never.
You ask me like, what's it missing?
No, I'm like what am I talking about from, because a lot of it's the tiniest bit of actual record, because the record is non-existent, If we really want to be frank about it, it's really non-existent.
Yeah.
And,
The Orthodox Jews, they were very concerned. Like the word that I was focusing on, concerned, because these reformists it's a cult, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to reform the entire
But
thing that we've had for how many thousand years?
Well, that's what I'm careful of. Like, I'm careful of Gnosticism, I'm careful of Jewish mysticism, and I'm careful of like individualism and like theories like that are used to try to explain away, like try to like debate and debunk things that we already know. Because like you said, then I need proof and evidence to now determine the legitimacy of these stories,
Veracity.
of these theories.
Yeah, the veracity. I mean, that's my argument. Is usually you and here's the thing, as maybe we've come to a real bridge of agreement. Is I have a problem with people utilizing the Bible as a nonfiction tool.
Why?
Because it's mixed fiction from several different belief structures.
No, it's just
re-edited.
No, it's just copied.
Wait a second, and re-edited twice by two different power structures.
No, there's that's a misconception in that, because it's just because, like I said, just because there's evidence. I was going to say this before, I didn't get a chance to. Just because there's evidence of like text does not mean now that there is evidence of illegitimacy.
No, it's not illegitimacy. It's and this is the thing is you suddenly jump to, oh, it's all not real. No, man, it's just, to me.
No, I didn't say that.
These things are just.
If you say that it's like the other, like rawism, like you said, just because.
No. In fact, it's not like rawism. The story of the rebirth and the story of the
that's Buddhism as well. It happens to Buddha. So Buddha and Buddha became, if anything, like you said, so Buddhism and Raism, and even in the Aztec have a Messiah-like figure. So even around the world, in every religion, there is a Messiah-like figure that dies or becomes, and it transcends. Like Thor transcends, becomes Odin in every religion. So just because then this still, I'll still maintain what I said before. Just because there's evidence of religions that predate Christianity does not mean that Christianity loses its legitimacy in the claims that it's making.
Nobody's saying that.
The claims of its you're making a claim that it loses its ability as a historical text, and it's more just a favorable.
It's absoluteness.
It's absoluteness.
The record is very murky on the actual facilitating.
That's fine. I don't take it. I don't just take it as. But that's fine. Yeah. You don't need it to be 100%. If you're being
Aaron and Azzy, here's a good way to put it. What would Jesus do if he had a conversation with Joseph Campbell? The guy who talks about the hero with 1,000 faces, who looks at the cultural, anthropological perspective.
My God, I'm like 24.
My brain broke for a second. I thought you were talking about Joseph Smith.
Who the hell is that? That. Well, that's.
I was gonna say,
comparative religion is a.
Yeah.
Did he? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Of course. I've been to upstate New York. I might have talked to Jesus too.
All right, but how do you prove it? How do we test how do we test what you say? Like, even the only way we can make sure is because we have to go back to what is considered as historical and then test the merit of what you're saying to make sure it's consistent. And if it's not consistent, either it's an add-on to what is already here, or it's an apostolic illumination or inspiration of what you already have. Or you're lying.
Framework, and I feel like it's beautiful because
you're on psychedelics.
All of them kind of work into my viewpoint on religion.
That's what we said. Mormonism. That's what we said. Yeah, but that's what we said. Mormonism, or people who go out and say God told me to kill all these people.
Well, yeah, Mormon is why I said John Smith.
Yeah, exactly. So
wasn't that his name, John Smith?
How about a conversation with John Smith, Jesus, and Joseph Campbell?
That's why we say Jehovah's Witnesses is heretical, and Mormonism is heretical. It's not. They're not Christian.
Not John. I will actually put in John too. What if our conversation is Jesus, John, Joseph Campbell, and Joseph?
Because they're doing what the slave masters did. They're doing what because these individuals were.
By the way, can I say that there's a thing in your heart? It's a feeling, Azzy, that one of the things might be is how you feel, right? And I'll say a weird little thing is, Every time, Emperor, you mute and you're talking to someone else, I feel like you're God and like having a conversation with somebody else. And it's like, God's talking again. He's not talking to us though. And I feel no, but what I want to say, I feel it because I've actually been a little impressed over the past half a bit in Discord and Twitch space. Anyway, the point is like there's a feeling in your heart, in your gut, right, in your balls, maybe even. So it's like, where does belief actually come from?
Because belief,
I don't know.
Belief leads
ourselves.
to actions. Belief believes to how you live out your life. So whatever you have believed, and then you have to now take that, like we do with the scientific method. We compare that to that past data.
No. Scientific method is not comparable. That's the whole point of it.
No. You're missing my point. No. Hold on. Stop. I'm making it is comparable because it's a type. It's a shadow of the type. I'm not saying it's a one-to-one.
I'm saying
comparison. That's what you're making. That's what you're saying. I'm saying. I'm not saying
that it's being that.
I don't know why you're doing that. Why are you doing that? I'm not saying
McKenna to that list.
Don't worry about that. I'm not saying it's a one-to-one comparison. I'm saying it's a shadow of the process that we do. When you believe something in your heart, if you truly believe it, you start to act in accordance, and you also compare it to how other people act. That's how you know it's true, right? Just like you asked me, how do I know I'm not lying to myself? I go through a process of whatever I have a theory of, or whatever I believe that's irrational, that's intangible. I see if I do it, and if other people do it, does it work to the benefit? And am I moving forward?
The result of that, I mean, there's a really cool thing. Where I grew up, the cops had they didn't have to serve and protect, right? A standard one. There's different kinds of slogans cops have. My cops in York Region was deeds speak. And as a little kid, I'm like, to serve and protect, that's cool. What the hell is deeds speak? Deeds do speak. Actions speak louder than words. I can say all kinds of things about all kinds of stuff, but my deeds, if I'm a preacher and I've got a private jet and all that stuff, what are my deeds speaking?
But that's not being naive. Remember the naive fallacy.
But lots of people are naive. That's the whole point of most of religion.
It's a fallacy.
To bind people against their naivete.
Oh no, not in Christianity though, because Christianity says your actions alone don't get you into heaven. Your actions don't. You could be lying and doing everything you saying, from a lie because you believe it does something good. But if it doesn't match what you actually believe, you could just be doing it just because other people say it's good, right? You could be doing it just because you're seeking knowledge, right? And because you're seeking knowledge.
So you're saying that you're like a totally Christian super dude, but you don't say I believe. You're like out.
Can I ask, if you really believe,
if you don't believe it, you're lying.
But as the Bible describes heaven, do you think that there's still room for you? Because the Bible is very specific.
I believe it has room for everybody.
Okay, because it limits its capacity. It's got a cap.
No, that's one way of interpreting it. But the cap is because people have free will and they choose not to go.
The cap.
But I'm joking.
God make a cap?
I suddenly imagine.
I know. That's why I said it. That's one way of interpreting it. But another way.
Can I illustrate something that I understand about a general difference of heaven from the Jewish perspective?
Over there,
let me get your check on this. That heaven, the Jewish heaven doesn't really have a hell, right? So the worst, the worst kind of person, they go to heaven, but they get, it's like the way I put it, it's like the best concert ever, right? And you're like the mass murder or whatever. So you don't get a front row seat like the really good people. You get like way up in the back behind the column, and you're always trying to go, what's going on? What's going on? The music's all just bouncing around, and it's a bad seat.
You're still in the concert.
There's no hell. There's just bad seats.
A bad seat is better than no seat, right?
That's what Judaism has. That's what I'm saying.
You're still at the concert, even though you're up in the rafters, man. You could be at the top of the stadium. You could be sitting on top of the dome, but you're still at the concert. You're still in.
This is the difference. You had that cult of reformists.
Congratulations.
You can't talk about the club. You're not even in it. You ever heard somebody say that? You can't judge us. You're not even in the club. You know what I mean?
You got the J card, man.
All the Hasids are running away.
You can use the K word now.
Yeah, man. Like, listen, as long the least of these still get in, right? And the greater, there's the 30, 60, 90. That's biblical, right? What you do here will determine, what you get. And, and everybody will, there's judgment day. Everybody will get, what they do.
But see, this is the
but
thing.
You still get in.
Do you take Judgment Day for real, or do you think it's just a mirror of the flood that happened? Because
I don't know for sure, but I believe it's real.
Why would you want God's gift to end? And
because the gift doesn't end. The gift right now, the gift already, once you get baptized, you get the Holy Spirit, you have access to rest, you have access to the kingdom right now. So the gift I have right now, the gift of life, becomes even more so. The premise that I have is everybody is technically dead in a sense because they don't have access or a relationship with God. We are able to live here and experience the shadow of a gift, right? So we can have access. We can have imitations like AI. AI is an imitation and an experience, a type of sentience that we have, but they don't fully experience what we have until they become
that God has made perfect creations, but you expect that perfect creation is partitioned to what you decide it is.
The creation was perfect, but sin comes into play, correct?
No, that has nothing. That is a 100%.
Can we not make mistakes? Does free will not exist?
To associate the idea of sin.
Aaron, it sounds like you don't believe in free will.
Wait, hold on a second. I don't believe that there is such a thing that is deemed by some God that would have the entirety of the universe, most of which we don't understand or know, to make one little precept and rule.
That's not what I believe. I don't believe that.
That's I can't go with the sin. As soon as you use sin, I'm like, oh man, I can't use that terminology. I can say
you can because it's like a test. If you make a mistake on the test, you get an X on the test.
But tests also
a spelling quiz on Friday, and if you misspell a word, you get a demerit. You get a mark on the test.
The allowance of a hell.
You get 9 out of 10.
People that experience hell, the ones that make it where they live. And proselytizers are the only people that go to the dark place, according to Leviticus.
Yeah, but I believe us as creation, us as humans who are in the image of the Creator, we are both spiritual and natural. We are spiritual beings who are not of this world, but we're in this world. And once you once you connect back with the Creator, know how He operates, know some of His name, and know what His character is, you're able to now experience a more fuller part of life on this, a more fuller gift on this side of existence,
and
will be even more exemplified in
anyone's enlightenment
after death.
Metaphorically,
yes, enlightenment. Enlightenment. Think of enlightenment.
I'm going to jump in and give you a slightly different possible take on hell, at least my interpretation. The way I view it, I don't think hell is quite what most Christians point it out to be. I view hell as in earth, like we are on a living hell. Because I don't believe that God would never give you a chance to regain a entry into heaven. So what He would do, if earth is hell, rather than accepting you into heaven and allowing you to ascend, He just gives you a restart. And that's why you don't remember.
What, reincarnation?
Actually, with the
if you want to view it that way.
That's one way to view it. And that goes, Dave, that goes along
with
what
you can't just say restart. You gotta clarify
That's exactly what I mean, yes.
Yeah.
But it ties it in with other religions, and it makes sense.
But why do that? That's something. Why would I believe like the endless reincarnation of hell?
Because you're basing it on other people's interpretations, how they've read hell to be. Some have read hell to also be earth.
No, because the Jewish hell is just complete darkness and separate. You're just dead, non-existent.
I'm not referring to the Jewish hell.
I'm just talking about the different. Yeah, I'm just talking about the different interpretations of hell. There's the Buddhist where hell is just you've messed up so many times you get reincarnated as a rock.
I personally haven't read enough of non-Christian religions to know what their interpretations of hell are.
So why we don't even have?
Because I'm giving you my interpretation of Christian hell. That's what I'm telling you.
But there's no real. The secular interpretation of hell is derived as a derivative of the religious interpretation of hell.
Secular?
You would even have the word hell without religion giving you the word hell.
Did I say it wasn't using a religious lens? I said I was using the
I
Christian
know you're not.
lens.
You're using.
So then why are you arguing with me?
Because you just said reincarnation. There's no reincarnation in the Bible. There's no but.
Correct.
Hell's a good word,
but
actually.
If Earth is hell, then technically there would be reincarnation, just referred to as being sent to hell.
But you're making that up then, because where are you getting that from?
It's
That's
an
not
interpretation
of what?
Of Earth being hell.
But where did you get that? Where did you get that concept from?
Okay, in the Bible, it refers to, what does it refer to hell as? Below.
No, below as in eternal damnation and fire.
But it uses the term below.
As in, you know what a secular interpretation of the biblical, it'd be being in a burning building and not being
able. You
don't
want to give me any kind of chance to speak.
You mean the Hollywood perspective?
Say no, you're wrong.
Because you are wrong.
There were multiple interpretations of the Bible,
Emperor and as
what
can you guys hold on just 1 second?
Hold
on 1 second, maybe because sometimes you need a little bit of pause. And I got 2 quick things. One is I was about to make a funny joke or say a funny line. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky, as opposed to the whole below. But then I looked at the lyrics and it's by R. Kelly, and I said no go. Let's not go with the R. Kelly lyrics, even though they are. I believe I can fly. I could believe I could touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. He's talking about religion. I hope.
That's what Dave's doing. He's literally.
The other thing I wanted to say. Wait.
Saying R. Kelly's lyrics don't matter.
My dear grandfather always had this thing that he would say to my grandmother. And let me ask you guys what you think of the interpretation. He would say, "Jesus Christ, get the hell out of here, Anita. Jesus Christ, get the hell." When I'm a baby, I'm hearing this all the time. I mean, they were together until she killed him and whatnot, but it's like he would always say, "Jesus Christ, get the hell out of here." He's from New Jersey, so
he buried the lead.
He did.
So Dave, that's what you're doing.
What?
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
He
gave you examples of what you're doing. Well, you're saying something that is misleading, and also he gave you the example of the song "I Believe I Can Fly," but then you just not read the lyrics and you make your own version of "I Believe I Can Fly." It's not that has nothing to do with the original song.
These aren't.
It's just
from my brain.
Okay, so where outside of your brain did you get these concepts from?
I don't remember.
So then. Okay.
I can't point you to the exact thing right now, but if I did a little research, I could find where I read that interpretation of it. I've read multiple interpretations of the Bible because there are a lot of alternative
commentaries and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a guaranteed, yes, this is how the Bible reads. That's the assumption through the Catholic Church. That's been told over and over and over and over again and beaten. But there are other interpretations because the words are unclear.
The 7 levels of hell and the what's it called? You're stuck in
where the lawyers go.
9 actually.
What's it called? I gotta go soon. What's it called? Where your soul gets stuck. You're not in hell, or that's Dante's Inferno. You're not in hell or.
Fan fiction. You're the one who said that, right?
But Catholics say what's it called?
I don't know how you're trying to disprove
the Catholics. Let's go.
What's it called? It starts with a P. Oh goodness, the word where you're not in hell, you're not in heaven. You're in some
purgatory. Purgatory.
So
what? Also known as limbo.
Aether.
Limbo, yeah, exactly. Isn't that also a dance?
Limbo is the constant reincarnation or the constant process your soul goes through. But that has nothing to do with Earth. You're stuck in another realm that's not Earth anymore. That's limbo.
Buddha has that, doesn't he?
Yeah, but Buddha says.
By the way, Emperor, I just want to say I gotta go get a coffee quick. Ozzy, and all of you guys, literally the 3 of you as brothers, and of the other 7 or 8 kinds of love. I love you guys. I really appreciate you. I got to get a coffee. Emperor, I wanted to also just support you in saying you are the Emperor here. You can ban Azzy here anytime. You should never feel on the back foot. I'm just saying. Okay. I know, but you don't even have to feel it. You are, sir.
Why is he
the Emperor.
I am
why is he in
Jar Jar Binks?
I am a just,
Of course, Jar Jar was just, wasn't he?
just
Shout
and
out to you,
fair
Mike.
God.
He's a
Yeah,
good
exactly.
human.
That's why you don't have to. You never have to feel because you were feeling a bit on the back foot. Azzy, you were feeling a lot on the back foot,
I'm trying
and
to
I
wrap
feel
it all
that
the way
pain, that suffering, because it's like when you feel that
I'm
you're having to
sorry.
defend yourself, defend your beliefs to
I'm not
somebody who's
defending
like perhaps not understanding what
Actually,
you feel in your
Azzy's
heart.
been
You know, it's
very
hard.
open-minded for.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
amazing. That's
faith.
what I mean.
Yeah.
That's why I
Like,
totally love him, man.
It's huge.
I
Like,
know
don't
enough.
say that often.
A lot of grace.
It's
by the
you,
way.
you ever heard of what's his name? DeGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil
Say,
deGrasse Tyson, yeah.
you have to know enough to know you're right and know enough to not know you're. It's like there's a difference between knowing enough to know you're correct and knowing enough to know that you don't know. You know, to know what you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Ever heard
that's
him
what
say that?
Socrates was kind of saying. Neil is like, all I can say is you can't say Neil deGrasse Tyson without grass. Anyway.
Yeah, that's me.
I feel
Like
like
after
I
I heard
like-
that,
I've
I've been
still
working.
never smoked weed in my entire life.
But you
Wow,
know
I'll-
enough that you don't
I'm
need
gonna
to
do
smoke
that at
weed.
some point.
Really?
There's,
know enough
there's so
about weed.
go to Canada where it's not it's no fear,
I'm in Arizona.
no shame.
It's fully legal here.
Oh, it's fully legal.
But wait, completely across the board, it's no fear or shame. That's what I'm saying. That
Yeah.
fear and shame are a big part of everything. And in Canada, every one of the hundreds of varieties, right? Because there's so many different varieties. You don't just have to get fucking yeeted, zooted, or whatever. Poor Dan, Destiny's friend, was so worried about that. I'm just saying that there's so much in this plant, perhaps from God. It just does grow everywhere
Well, I mean, it
like
is
a
from
weed.
God.
Yeah,
That's
there's a
what
lot
I'm.
of inception going on. A lot of inception.
There's a lot of things
Smoke
in the
weed for
Bible
yourself, Dave. Smoke weed for yourself.
that- I will at some
I
point.
Burning bushes, burning bushes.
But
Go
I
ahead.
really
Hold on.
appreciate y'all. And Azzy, by the way, I just wanted to invite you over to Mike TV. If you haven't, he's actually on his second channel. He's about to get his first channel back. But he often
Nice.
holds panels on Friday. And if you're not familiar with Mike,
I'm familiar with Mike.
Okay, yeah, no, man. You definitely are welcome to come on up. I'm always backstage up over there or on the panel, one of the two. And if I'm not backstage, I'm normally in the chat. And good
Yeah,
good friend.
I'm not in the Discord though.
Hit me up on Discord and link me.
We don't have a
Aaron,
Discord.
are there
He just-
panels
he
where
does,
people don't yell at each other?
No.
I have
Oh.
a sense that it might not be.
No.
Like it might be actually Gentile
At
or
some
gentle.
Yeah,
I mean,
Joe-
At
sorry.
some
Joe
point,
Lewis
people
did
do
that.
have to yell either to get control back of the panel or because
Nah,
nobody's
Joe
taking
Lewis-
control of the panel.
No, with the retard. I mean, the ridiculous yelling.
Oh.
It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
the blood
honestly,
sport. Joe Lewis had a
Basically grown-up discussion sort of thing. I'm just
actually
looking
about to
for
go
that
do the
desperately.
Thoth. I don't know if you guys know about this, but I'm about to go do the Thoth.
You're gonna do
Oh,
what?
really?
Yeah. Somebody turned me on to this, and one of my followers was like, you know what, you should go on Themis and Thoth. And I was like, I don't know what that is. And she was like, sent me
There's
this
so
sign up.
many things that are out there. Yeah, tell us. That's so
It's
cool.
huge. It's a competition, and
Right.
it's apparently a big one. And because there's money involved, and I did not know. And then I started looking at my competitors and such, and I'm like, oh my god, this is real, timed, like old school, like being in NFL, like National Forensic League. I was champion as a teenager.
Like
so-
rabbinical NFL sort of thing, because that's the beauty of rabbinical scholars, like to be debating about God, to God, whatever, and they didn't have a problem with it. There was no like, oh, you can't do that.
Talmud is about
That's the whole point of it.
You know what the beauty of the Talmud is, by the way, is the fact that you are reading a book of arguments, and the whole point is it's very interesting. It's like written in weird circles and stuff. I want to get it in English and bring it in here, just put it somewhere. The point is you take the argument, and then you argue simply from that topic point, and you aren't supposed to go beyond that point, and you must use that logic. So sometimes these things are very circular, and you get stuck in them, but you have to argue them because they're points that are philosophical about God normally, or about life. And they're, like I said, they're written in weird structures and stuff like that. But anyways, before I left, I just want to make sure, as I invited you over there, because it is I'm the only white person on the panel in most cases. In the loft, it's black.
You're white. You're
He's
Jewish.
kind of reddish.
Red.
Listen, white is physicality. There's no the white is physicality in class. Okay, all
I
right.
don't believe in white.
Aren't we all from Africa though?
There's no Jewish
If we're
white.
all from Africa, then don't we get to go to Africa for
Black
free?
Jews, there's brown Jews, and there's white Jews,
I don't
and
believe
there's
white.
yellow. There's
White
yellow
doesn't
Jews.
exist.
There's tan Jews.
Not in England, that's for sure. Because I moved here 10 years ago, and there was a huge thing about racism.
I hate to tell you, but if you want to find out that white exists, just come on over to Mike TV and jump up on the panel for a couple of minutes. I'm going to tell you right now.
You mean right now?
Yeah. I'm 3/5.
He's not open right now. It's tomorrow night. I know he's got an open panel, but generally what happens is it's a discussion oriented where it's about grifters or something of that nature.
Ooh, I love that. That's my specialty.
I'll talk about absolutely anything. It's just fun. That's why I like. That's why I like these little after panels, because who knows where we're gonna end up.
Yeah,
Today
send me
it was
a
religion.
Yeah,
send me a friend request on Discord. When you go on, just invite me so I know.
Yeah.
The thing that I mostly like talking about is my two axioms that I hate that people are forced to lie, and I hate that people are forced to lie themselves. So those three words, forced to lie and forced to lie to self, are the two things that I really find compelling to pursue in life personally.
Okay.
Yeah, true. By the way, I'm trying to bring the word hedonism back as a positive or equal to stoicism.
I'll fight you at every turn.
I know.
Good luck on that.
There's a better word for I know it sucks.
I know it's too much fun. Go to the movies. Go.
That's all it is. It's joy.
We can work on it.
Look at the word hedonism. You'll be surprised at what it means.
I saw the word hedonism.
Naming of pharmaceuticals is an important business. Let's talk later.
Yeah, man. Hedonism is not a word I want to like.
I do have a quick question.
That's right. That's right. It's like there's a lot of words you don't want to touch, like R. Kelly. Like when I looked at it, I was like, wait, R. Kelly might be pure and whatnot, except
Saxon, I have a quick question for you. Do you have a channel? Do you?
No, I don't want any of this stuff. I want to be. I have a roadmap for all kinds of things. But yeah,
I'm adding an ad for each of them. So,
Saxon.
I'm just trying to.
Chat. You didn't know that Saxon is a literal chat enigma.
Yeah, he doesn't exist.
No. I mean, like,
he
as far as
exists in chat.
Like for real, I have seen this man in so many chats. Yes. In so many places, and I would love that I put a blurry face to the words now. It's fantastic.
The thing that's quite interesting about that is
I've talked to you in Zonia's chat. I've talked to you in a lot of different places.
Yeah,
you probably don't even remember because it's not always the same name.
I wasn't sure if you were Dave, like the Dave, but that's rad. I'm sorry, and same to you, Saxon. I've definitely had different conversations with you at other places.
And I instantiated in the Destiny Gravity Well, right? And so going to realizing that there's grown-up conversations and stuff, I'm like, please, sir, please, because I'm tired of the, bless Destiny and this whole Twitch poll space, whatever. But first of all, I'm hoping that we can use something like Zoom or even Facebook meetings, because Discord technically is a US and as a quality is great for kids gaming. Take the shot, no shot, but otherwise for the nuanced elements, it's okay. I don't mind that much.
And I'm not a kid.
Generates.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, we're. Come on, you're Toys R Us. Come on,
Listen, there's a theory
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Ruined us
no
all.
Age for that.
There's a theory that
Toys R Us
ruined us
of course.
all.
No, it's from God. It's the truth.
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
That's right.
A million toys and Toys R Us that I can play with.
That's why that store went out of business.
And if you're old enough, then it became Sharper Image.
Yeah, went out of business, and we still know the song.
Yeah, but I'm kind of an anomaly there because I remember the songs to so many things. Anything that is put to music, I can remember. I can recite the Reading Rainbow song.
You got DJ brain. That's an important kind of brain to have. I've got it too. That's why I believe I could fly.
See,
I saw the lyrics.
When I'm having conversations with some of my friends, we converse in song, literally in the names of titles of songs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And lyrics.
Yeah.
I got in trouble on Chud for reciting lyrics from Ice-T from the song Straight Up, where he's talking about to an oppressed person,
Saxon?
everyone is an oppressed person. Exactly. I'm never, ever again. God in heaven. Jesus Christ, get the hell out of here. I am not the end man. I am not the end man. I'm not the end man. I'm doubling down on absolute. I've told Chad I'm never gonna use it. He said I could sell them. He gave me 5 free N-words in his Discord, not on stream, because that was a mistake I made.
Saxon,
but it was within TOS, both as satire and as academic and as song. So it was cool with that. But I forgot that Chud has kids and he wants to make sure none of the VODs get
Aaron,
like
why do I hear you better when you don't have your microphone up to your mouth?
That's what I was thinking too.
It's weird because like
different rig.
Okay.
I'm when I change over to this one, I'm on like close proximity mode, and this one is actually a big old Rode it's a
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Yeah, this one is a really expensive mic that I use for recording.
Yeah, it works really good. It picks you up really well.
It does really. The other one sounds like more like the voice of God.
Yeah, this one is my Friday fiery one where I'm just like sitting there pretending I'm Satan. Which, by the way, that was the other thing. Azzy, if you want to call in tomorrow would be a perfect day because I'm on Fridays I'm starting to have a panel.
Today, man, it's 6 a.m.
Yeah,
I gotta go shower soon because I gotta be at a location at 8.
Oh shit! Rock on now. I gotta leave as well because I gotta work tomorrow too.
Which means unless I get some more people that want to jump on, it's gonna be over soon.
And it's 11:07 a.m. for me. I'm good to go. It's Friday, yeah. Saturday, Sunday. What?
Where are you in Hawaii?
I'm in the England, man. I moved here 10 years ago to support family with dementia. And I was going to say about whiteism or racism here in England. When I first moved, there was this huge report on the English who they're most racist to. Huh? I come from Toronto, which now especially has more than 50% people of color and more than 50% people born outside of Canada, right? So I was expecting, who's it going to be? Because I knew everybody. I knew all the colors of the rainbow growing up. So who's it going to be in England? Who the English are going to be the most racist to? The blacks, the browns, the yellows, the greens, the blues. I don't know. Finally, they announced it. And my naive North American perspective was suddenly challenged because the English are most racist against the Welsh. And I'm like, but they're white as the driven snow.
Yep.
What the hell is going on here?
Well,
and so racism suddenly I understood. It was like it was a revelation. And that's what I do a lot of bridge work across the Atlantic, because there's things that, do you guys know what a forecourt is? Here, it's where you go and get gas or petrol. At a forecourt. What's a fucking forecourt? I know.
I'd never heard that.
I've never knew what it was, but I've heard it.
Or how about this? Here we have gardens. There we have yards, or wherever, right? So you have your backyard. Here you have your back gardens. But wait. The garden thing, right? So a garden is where you plant shit in North America, right? You plant shit in your garden. You have a yard where you might have a garden. Here, the garden is the thing. You have a sub part of your garden where you plant stuff, right? So if I was to say, I was in my back garden just hanging out in the sun, some Americans might go, why is he sitting among the flowers?
Rooney's a bonger.
Yeah, that's right.
But if I said I was in a yard, here it might be a different kind of perspective on yard altogether. Like Scotland Yard? You were sitting in your Scotland Yard? Yeah, I was in jail for a while. Sorry.
It's amazing how many different little colloquial terms there are for things that we take for granted.
In Australia, they call it a servo or a petrol station.
Yeah.
Ooh, servo, I bet, is like a brand name too. So it's like Hoover here. They don't have vacuums. Everyone just calls it a Hoover.
I've heard that too.
And here's the conundrum of the ages, of the future. From the future, I can tell we still can't figure it out. And that is, even in a perfect simulation, a perfect multiverse, whatever, people will still perhaps choose to live in a burning dumpster. But what is a dumpster? Dumpster's a brand of thing. What do you call a dumpster if you don't call it a dumpster?
A bin.
It's a dumpster. We all know what a dumpster. Yeah, well, a bin is a bin. A dumpster is a dumpster. We know a dumpster. It's a dumpster fire, right? But what if it's not a dumpster brand fire? What is
Servo is short for service station, just so you know.
Soccer is short for Association Rules Football. Did you know that? Here they take so many words and contract them. Well, so ASOC rules, because there was association rules and some dumbass rules. Eventually, the winners won.
Gotta head out.
No, seriously.
Good night, Azzy.
Hey,
all right, Azzy. Have a good one, man.
Jesus loves you. I love talking to you, Azzy. It's fun.
I like talking to you too. I'm about to send you a video right now. Of somebody who's better than Andrew Tate right now. I'm pushing.
Wow,
There you
all the
go.
way back to the original.
Oh my
Yeah, I
God!
posted
Someone
it,
better than
million
Andrew Tate.
Yeah,
There's a lot of people
Watch
that are better
this
than
Someone
Andrew
better
Tate.
than a.
33 seconds.
I
Isn't
never
he like in
I
jail
never
for
meant-
like raping and pillaging or
No,
something?
no, no,
In
no.
jail for a lot of terrible things. Yeah. This
For
It's
manipulating
33 seconds. Look at it. It's amazing.
and trafficking.
Joy, peace, and
I
happiness.
gotta head out because I
Instead of
got to shower.
allowing the pressure of this
He could be
world
repentant. He
and
could be
this world's
reborn. He could have a
For
baptism
example,
in fire.
I'm pressuring Chris here. If he waits too long and don't take advantage of this moment, a punch is coming.
That's
Instead, when that moment happens, he responds.
There you
He's
go.
playing-
That's better.
That was
What
a
are you
way to
doing,
leave, though. That was
buddy?
what an outro. That was an outro.
That was his outro.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, I was gonna say, Saxon, if you're gonna, drop the N bomb at any time, I would
Never. Except
I would
I've
just
heard
say-
this really good
If you're
defense
gonna do it, don't
technique.
do it
So
on the
in a
stream.
VC,
Yeah.
but here's an interesting thing I heard. In
Yeah,
a public
let me-
VC, if someone comes in and does streaming and then you don't want them to, what I heard the best technique is you just say the N-word over and over and the streamer will stop. Like it basically
Yeah.
if Azzy here was like, we suddenly realized he was streaming and we didn't want our, conversation to be streamed on his stream. One of the techniques some people have is N-word repetition. Look, I'm a researcher.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not a bigot. I'm not
And this is-
prejudiced. I love black people. So technically,
This is-
whenever I would use the word, technically it has nothing, but I totally respect every single level of it. It's just that at first
It's
I
the
was
only
like,
word
well,
that
I'm not
has
this.
that
I
power.
know me. And I
Yeah.
didn't realize in this space people use it as a weapon of
Yeah.
don't say it. Don't
Yeah.
say it or
And
else you'll get
what I was-
banned. And I'm
What
like,
I was actually going to say,
True.
what I was actually going to say is, so there's two things that are very important to American 20th century history. One, which is the song in the middle of Hair that the black character sings.
yes.
And all you got to do is look up the lyrics to that. You can't say anything. You can't.
I could probably sing along if you
say
start.
any of it. Yeah, I know the whole
Same.
thing by heart. I've done the show so many
Yeah.
times. And then there's the other thing that
You've
if you
done the
really
show so many times. Can I tell you that Milos Forman, I just saw an interview where he said that the
Oh.
movie Hair, he had an issue.
yeah, my mentor, he hated it. He hated
Okay,
me.
okay.
And I've done the play with
oh my days! I want to hear this, but let me just tell you this quick thing because I want to go
Aaron's a
quit
really
and cook coffee
interesting
and still
person. I
listen.
kind of looked at a little bit of
Oh,
his backstory. I'm a researcher
This
myself.
is what the beauty of life is, that you come
Yeah.
across people. But I just wanted to say that. So he was saying that he got a thing that the TV version of Hair, they wanted to remove a number of things. I forget exactly what they were, but it was like this kind of. He said he didn't mind as long as it said, this has been edited with the permission of the director, without. But what they were getting rid of. I forget what it was right off the top of my head, but if you've done Hair and like there's a super depth to go into all this, it'd be lovely. But it was poor Milosh on David Letterman he was there a year after he'd won the Academy Award for Amadeus, and he said he's back. He doesn't have any projects. He's on a mission because what they want to do these days, back in 1986 on the television, to like cut it all up and to make it into something that Hair was not at all. I forget what it was, but it was so. Anyway, I didn't go get across.
There's a lot of problems with that. So James Rado was not involved. I had James as a director twice in LA. He's one of the guys who wrote the play. James Rado and Jerome Ragney. And one of the characters is based around. Well, the two main characters, Wolf and Claude, are based around James and Jerome. And we also had Walt McDermott come in and do some musical direction with us. And it wasn't a massive play, but we sold out for many, many, many months in LA. And so we and Michael Butler, the original producer, ended up taking over. We ended up going to Russia with it. So it's close to my heart. We did it in Russia for the first time. It had never been done over there. Was a terrible idea. But it was good in some ways. In any case, the point I was going to say is the other piece beyond the and then nothing you can say after that. If you played that for people, they just drop their jaw. Or if you really want to just like type something out in chat and have everybody freak the fuck out, like, of something that is literally, pretty much it made a difference. One of the things that got taken to the Supreme Court, alongside the, the nudity, as well as some of the other language in the play, which was one of the problems that Michael had with the movie. He always talked about that shit. He hated Milo. But the other thing is, oh gosh, the other one is the comedian, and I'm blanking on his name. He has a list of all of the words you can't say about people. And hello.
What's up, Chopper?
And it's
I mean, Freddie.
And it's not the 7 words you can't say on TV. That's George Carlin. I'm talking. I can't believe Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce went to the Supreme Court over his little bit about of every racist slur that he'd say on stage, and it's a whole. If you don't know about Lenny Bruce, that's a whole other thing. Did I lose him? Oh yeah, he's out.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's got a BRB. But yeah, I looked a little bit into your history. I haven't really like dove into it, but I do see that you have a large history. You've met a lot of people. You've been a lot of places.
I've done some things.
So you're definitely an interesting guy. I haven't watched any of the videos fully. I just kind of like clicked on a bunch of them just to kind of see because they were all completely different.
My travel vlogs from back in the day, man.
Yeah.
The one that I tend to send people to, if you want to see something fun, during a period when I was like that I was doing a lot of really wild shit. like I was just in one circle after another for about 5 years. In the middle of my 30 years of doing this, the peak is probably right there when you go see the myself and several of my colleagues going to the White House. And we bowled at the White House. I didn't think I'd get any footage from that day. I even said it at the beginning, and then and I got to bowl. I bowled a strike in the fucking in the lanes. That was amazing. Also, very weird stuff. Like, did you know there is a poor soul who is a Secret Service guard who probably did many years of service and FBI work and all sorts of really hard stuff to get accredited, who works the bowling alley at the White House? That's their job, is Secret Service, carrying a sidearm.
That's crazy.
You go in, she's hanging out, waiting for you. Like, the fuck?
Just to watch the bowling alley.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. She said
that probably gets used like once a year.
Bro, it was so wild. It was. So apparently, it gets used more for entertaining people. Obviously, the one that we went to specifically. But there's a second one. So we were in the Eisenhower lanes, I think is which one we were in. There's another one in the West Wing that Eisenhower had built for himself. Or no, I'm getting it wrong. Which one it is? So there's actually a picture of him in my video in the bowling alley. Dude's wearing a full suit bowling. It's interesting. So there's 2 bowling alleys at the White House. Also, where we were at, there was some really interesting shit.
Just 2 lanes each alley, or
say that again.
I don't know. How many lanes are there in these alleys? Is it just 2?
It's just 2.
Or?
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, there's 2. There's 2 side by side. And you can see it all in my video. Actually, it's all in there. There's a number of videos of that spot, particularly. The real things that I wanted to film that would have been amazing to share, because obviously they change constantly with presidents and such, is that when we were guests in the Oval Office for a while, and then when we walked outside, the thing that was striking was that Norman Rockwell's painting of Ruby Bridges was the thing that you saw right in front of you when you walked out of the Oval fucking Office. And you just couldn't miss it. It's striking. And I'd also never seen that in person. It was fucking gorgeous. It's so beautiful and lifelike. His painting was astonishing. And then to your left, you had a bust of Martin Luther King. And up above Martin Luther King, you had a picture of what was called the night meeting. And it was a painting that was supposedly done immediately thereafterwards. It was drawn. Apparently the drawing was done in real time of John Smith. I can't remember. It's the preacher who would keep the names of the slaves who were being sent to Canada via Harriet Tubman. And one of the other things that was there during his time period that was on the other side, which most people don't know about, it was Harriet Tubman's Marshal badge, because she was an officer for the U.S. government.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that till that moment either. It's one of these things that's just like, what? And you can look it up. It's there. She was.
I love finding out new things that I didn't know in history. Like, I don't know if you know the story of Cassius Clay.
Not the full. I know about. You're talking about you're not talking about Muhammad Ali.
No, not
Cassius.
Muhammad Ali.
You're talking about Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay.
Yes, the Cassius Clay that was part of Abe Lincoln's entourage.
Yeah, I know his name. I know that there's a predecessor name to Cassius Clay.
If you get a chance, Fat Electrician does a story of it. He intersperses comedy and stuff. He's a comedian, but he's really good at storytelling, especially when it comes to like military history and things like that. His telling of the story of Cassius Clay is really engaging, and I can't believe I've never learned of this guy. He was extremely influential on history.
Dude, yeah, I love hearing that shit, because there's another guy who I really want to make a movie about. I really badly want to make a movie about this dude. I think it would be amazing. And hold on a second, he's a former slave, stole ships. Hold on a second. His name is Robert Smalls. The story of Robert Smalls, if you're not familiar with this, is better than any movie. This dude is, hold on, I'll read it. Did something unimaginable. In the midst of the Civil War, this black male slave commandeered a Confederate ship, delivered its 16 black men, women, and children passengers from slavery to freedom, from slave to sailor congressman. So basically, Robert Smalls didn't just do that. For a while, he ended up representing the North as a pirate in a stolen ship, and then gathered other ships. His whole story is incredible. And then he's one of the first black congressmen.
Dang.
And yeah, it's like, how do I not know this fucking story about Robert Smalls?
And there's a lot of these characters that, like, another person that does these is Dankula. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Yeah, I have heard.
He has the Mad Lad series. Tend to be less renowned people, but they are really entertaining to watch. I love hearing about historical figures through a comedic lens.
Yeah, especially when
Dankula does really good videos. He's got a good personality for it, and he does his research. He doesn't put out a lot of, he's not jamming out the content every day or whatever. He puts effort into them.
Yeah,
and like you say, they're slightly off the wall people, and
they're usually the dregs of humanity, but
that's it.
Totally
absolute
engaging way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but to be honest, Cassius Clay would qualify as a Mad Lad. That dude took out a lot of people.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, he was. He never lost. He was in more duels than. I forget what the.
That's the interesting thing, because duels.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Cassius Clay was in a ton of duels.
Well, while I was.
By the way, guys, I'm back. I've been listening the whole time. When you said Aaron, no, I was gone. I was listening the whole time, and I'm like, all this is so rich and so interesting. It's like,
dude.
First of all, the story of that guy Robert Brown. You're right. I mean, that is like, that's box office money. Like,
Robert Smalls. Robert Smalls.
Yeah, yes. Robert Smalls. Yeah. That
is. I wanted to say why anybody has not made this fucking movie.
Oh, don't tell it. Listen. Keep it under your hat. Let's talk later. Okay. That's like, I'm talking. That's serious. That's like it's a gimme. It's the kind of thing that once there's like word on the street, then there's like 3 different versions, different studios coming out with these days. Exactly. Anyway, the second thing was about, I didn't even know Cassius Clay wasn't Cassius. I thought it was Muhammad Ali, and I'm like, what do you mean there's another Cassius Clay? Who? What? And it's lovely to be able to go, there's more and 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 more in the world. The constancy of discovering things, like there's a second bowling alley in the White House. And just as a quick one, the reflection on that, of the old days, Eisenhower, the presidency of that time, I could go, I want a bowling alley. Let's go.
Yeah.
It would be done. Right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, if Trumpy says, let's have a Diet Coke machine, and then it's like, oh, which Diet Coke machine did you like? Maybe 100 years from now, it's like, oh, did you use the Diet Coke machine in the Lincoln Room or in the other one? It's just like wonderful weirdnesses, like the Resolute desk. Right,
I stood there in front of. Okay, so there
Donald
is.
Trump put a McDonald's in the White House yet? when he was in
No,
there?
but he did.
He could.
order
It would-
him.
that's
I wouldn't
that's
have been surprised.
if I'm elected, when I'm elected again, we'll put
Sorry.
a McDonald's in the White
Didn't mean to
House,
interrupt.
and Diet Coke in everybody's home. It's a chicken in every pot, a McDonald's in every pot, and a Diet Coke in every hand.
Did anybody follow, by the way? And I've got two really interesting stories about the White House if you want to hear some real weirdnesses. Number one, the Oval Office is set up with sconce lighting up above, so there's 3-point lighting everywhere in the room, so that when you walk in, there's this strange feeling, even though you're in a legitimate place and you've seen it in history, you get the feeling you're on a set because of the way the lighting from above and around you is set up, and you never really see it. And if you watch in the framing of the room, you never really see above the sconcing. That's because there's all kinds of lighting up above, and it's not normal lighting. It's like there's TV lighting up above, and that's because they host so many dignitaries and have photog sessions in there. But there's lots of that around the White House, where like suddenly you walk into a room that is somewhere near the press briefing room or whatever. And it's kind of, they have them in hallways and weird innocuous because the White House is not big. And you get into the hallways. One of the other things that shocked me, there's a lot of things we couldn't take pictures of. The Norman Rockwell stuff that just, I wished
that was so beautiful when you're talking about that, and the Ruby Ridge, and like the badge. Like that's a whole movie right there.
Yeah,
she had a badge. Who knew? Because as a Canadian, we have Laura Secord, who was helping the other end of the railroad, right? And she makes chocolates now. So everybody in Canada's like, I love Laura Secord. They don't know that they should love her because she was part of the whole slave thingy. There's so many different nuances that make great movies, TV, whatever, YouTubes.
Nobody hears about unless you walk into the front dignitaries lounge. And by the way, there's some beautiful, incredible art, and I can't remember who it was by, but basically you're looking at if you sit on either of the couches. So there's like 4 entrances, and one of them is the dignitary lounge where they walk you in from the Rose Garden. And you enter this area. I'm sorry, I'm getting that wrong. It's not the Rose Garden. It is the front lawn. It's the one where you see people actually walk in the front doors. When they take pictures, they wave out at the camera. They walk into this like lounge area-ish with a Secret Service guard, and there's some bookshelves that are very innocuous, and they're leather-bound little brown books. And
let's go.
We were like kind of held there for a couple minutes at one point in our experience, and that the video you see. So first off, the art. It was amazing because whoever curates the art is a genius. You're sitting there on the couch, and of course, dignitaries who are talking.
It better be. It's the bloody White House, for God's sake.
The White House. So you're basically sitting down, and it's the War of 1862 or some shit like this, some naval warfare stuff going on. And in one of them, it's the battle between all the ships, and it's the French, the British, and the U.S. And then the other one, so depending upon which couch you're sitting on, you're looking at 2 ends of the war. Is all 3 of the same ships that were just fighting in that one sailing side by side in armistice, and it's just such this, and they're huge, and they're these.
That's so cool.
Legs. So you're looking.
I want a virtual White House, man, because the books. I just wanted to make a quick comment on that. So I was at a really, really posh hotel resort in Ashridge. Ashridge is where I forget which rich guy, one of the rich guys of America. Anyway, so I happened to just by accident be in like the elite room, whatever, right? And it was really beautiful. This like 270-degree view of the forests and all this stuff. I forget who the guy is. My Google would tell me or whatever, but whoever that is. Anyway, so looking through this lovely room, there's like some bookcases, and I'm like, I like books, I'm a reader. And I look closely. That's why I want to ask you, what's 1 or 2 of the books that you might have noticed?
The whole beauty of the stupid. They aren't titles. What they are is they're the presidential books that keep track of the actions, writings, and laws passed by the presidents. They are the.
Oh my God, that's so cool!
They're the culmination of the work of a president, and so you could literally look at them and see the volume of work in books. And one of the most astonishing things was we were staying, myself and my good friend.
It's like the sys administrator logs.
It exactly the sys administrator logs. It's
open
hilarious.
Public right there. You go to the the core of the operating system and say, "Show me what you've been doing, bitch." Sir.
Okay. So there's a Secret Service guard that logs everybody in from that doorway over to your right, who sits next to these books, right? And the Secret Service guards are all in there. They see everybody every day. It's a very collegiate atmosphere in the fact that it's also close proximity. Everywhere is very small where people work. So these dudes have clearly looked at these books a million times. They know everything in them, right? And because there's nothing to fucking do except to sign people in. So we're over there looking at the books, and we're looking, and it's like JFK. There's like 30 books of work, and oh my god, what's his name? Why am I blanking on the New Deal? Why am I blanking on
the New Deal?
Yeah, what's the president who did?
Because there's so much, we get so much information. I got to tell you, it's like Homer Simpson. He told Marge that he couldn't drive because he took the new lessons of home winemaking. So it drove the information from his mind out. So as there's accumulation of more and more, I tell my mother, it's like, look, you're not like old and ditzy. It's just there's so much information that we're keeping. Exactly. Like,
thank you, Freddie.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I like how the Aussie knew that, but all the Americans had it.
But we know it. But I'm saying, and we know things about Australia that he might not remember, like shrimps and Barbies. Foster's the best beer on the planet.
Yeah, I'm sure you remember also Good Day, Mate. That's also someone that they forget a lot. No, it's also that no in Australia has an R and an E. It's very important.
No.
No, it's one of the most enduring.
That's a certain type of Aussie, but I'm more of a nah Aussie. Nah.
Adelaide or Melbourne?
There's still a slight R on the end, but it's not as obvious.
Yeah, I guess you could put an R on the end, but nah.
It depends. Like if you're down at Byron Bay, there's definitely an R and an E. But by the time you get to Byron Bay, it's
rather beyond just the phonetics. What about the slurs in Australia? Because one of the things you shouldn't say to certain, because there's 10 C words. I won't even use the C word, but there's like 10 at least of there's a good C, a bad C, a mad C. The dog C is the worst C.
True.
Freddie, I just wanted to reflect on that.
Any word can be placed by cunt, if I remember correctly.
That's what I see. I didn't even say it. You look at you. You're the emperor. You can say it. Why don't you say the N word? You can say the N word. You're the guy.
Cunt isn't a bad word.
Honestly, if somebody in Australia calls you a cunt and they're smiling at you, you may have made a very good friend.
My mother says that she doesn't like me calling her a cunt. And I'm like, but look, I went to church and the vicar said, like, come on in, you cunt. And I'm like, what am I supposed to? She gets mad at me. I'm like reflecting on the different usage of language requests. And I do it in a funny way, but she still gets pissed off.
How you say it than what you're saying.
Exactly. So I actually got to split that. We'll finish the story really quickly, by the way. So we were looking at all the books.
All right.
There was a lot for FDR. There was a shit ton there was like 3 shelves for FDR because obviously he had 3 presidential terms basically. And then even Obama's got a bunch of books. Clinton. Bush Sr. had fucking like 3 levels of books because all the work he did.
Days.
It was a lot of work done.
Cleaning up of Reagan. Nixon based,
Both Reagan had a good amount of work, but not a whole. He didn't have a whole section. And then we're looking around and
he was an actor, right? I mean, technically,
yeah. No, Quincy goes like this. Quincy goes. I'm like, what? He goes. I'm like, what? Over on one shelf, all by itself, all lonely, pushed over to the edge, were 7 books. I counted them, and I looked at Quincy, and he looked at me, and I'm like, what, Vice President? And he said, And I went, what? I turned my head. George W. 7 books. Not even a full section, just a little edge. And we're both looking at it, kind of giggling and laughing, trying to hold it in, like not, we're trying to be a little respectful. And the Secret Service guard looks up and goes, "It's cool, totally underwhelming, huh?" That's it.
He had a simpler time back then. His 8 years were pretty simple, right?
I mean, apparently, have a war.
Just 9/11 in the Iraq War, but
no. But I'm saying that makes things simple. Simple as a dimple. We've got a very clear enemy. We've got a very clear mission. We can enact it. The entire American populace is behind it. There's not going to be a lot of tension. And it's like, hey, every bill comes to me, I sign it. Exactly.
Dave,
and he didn't need to do that. Was there any books for vice presidents though?
Go for it.
No. I would love to see. That would be
because Dick Cheney was doing all the real work.
Yes, truly. I was gonna. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. What I was just
Too
about
many
to ask
things
you.
in the same.
He just threw me off because it made me remember that. By the way, so the Eisenhower building is a lot wider in space, but it smells like armpit. There's trash in the hallways. I shit you not. It is treated like ass. The vice president's building, it seems to be treated like a high school. It is so insane because we walked through and it was functioning. There was people in there, but I shit you not when I say it wasn't just that like they'd just taken the trash out in the hallway or vice president. But why would you do that? It's probably like cleaning service, right? No.
Freddie,
They just
you're
dumped
gonna.
it in the hallway.
Hey, can you?
Everything's coming through. Thank you.
Sorry. Anyway, so that was my story about that. But what I was going to say earlier, by the way, before I leave, the Lenny Bruce take, dropping all the. If you're going to run somebody out, just get a recording of the Lenny Bruce thing where he literally says every slur, including the K word, which I find impressive because everybody forgets that's just such a solid one. I love stopping the room because I can say it, but I won't say it because it's mixed company. There's always got to be another Jew in the room so I can really make their eyes pop out. Anyway, sorry.
Sorry, I missed it. I was trying to talk to my stupid thing to find out who made the actual state, but it keeps like coming up with different weird shit. Very disappointing.
The plant.
I want to say the thing. Buy
this
the books. Okay, the reason I asked that. Oh, that's people being able to touch my English grass, and it's sunny today. It's so beautiful.
That's right.
I live in a tree house, so it's I'd have to point it down, and I don't want to look down. It's like below.
But I was
hellish
gonna say, why is it
on
sunny all
Earth.
the time, even at night?
It's not sunny all the time because I'm in England. I am in England. It's time is it? It's 11:37 now.
So is that a
AM
live
on
feed?
Friday? This is a live feed. Yes.
Prove it.
Amazing.
Oh shit!
There it is.
Holy shit! I thought it was just a
And
random
this is really
video
me.
that was bouncing around.
I'm just
I knew that was
no,
you
no.
because you.
Yes.
It moves with
I just have the minimal viable product to be able to present the nonverbal communication. People could see me shaking my head or nodding my head, at least somewhat, and it's kind of pretty. But it is me, right? And one day, when the election comes and I run for parliament here, I'm going to dox myself. But until then, I got stuck in this LARP of just being a pseudo anonymous figure. Might be a dog, I might be a god, who knows? But if I can have my good words and bad words reliably kept in a durable way, so as a politician, if I was actually to be elected or to even be to have people make the choice to say, well, on this day in Discord you talked about this, and then I go, yes, and that's my intention. And so I had this LARP that I started back in January 22 when I came out of hyperspace into this space. And I thought, oh, what's going on here? And it's like it was Destiny, and actually it was specifically someone else. We won't talk about that. But the thing is, I have a LARP that you guys will appreciate. There's a combination of two characters that I put together just naturally. It seemed like a good one to reflect on the space of being able to discuss things that are difficult and people have difficulty talking about, but in earnest, if we can, with like perhaps a humorous way, without shaky preacher fingers, things like racism, sexism, homophobia, men's advocacy, etc., etc. So anyway, the two characters are the Gandhi. That's a good one. Non-violent and worked out pretty well as results. And the other one is from the classic comedy about fraud, which is Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. And Ruprecht the Monkey Boy is the way to defeat. Like you gotta stop the scam, right? You're gonna marry the rich lady, but then be able to defeat the marriage where she says, "Well, you just keep the money. I'm out of here." Ruprecht the Monkey Boy was the accomplice, and it was the younger or the less experienced of the con men, because the other guy, I hate when they're blanking. Anyway, this is a great movie. So taking these two characters and putting them together is could be good in some ways, but a lot of people find it confusing. So I've been
the problem with it is not you, it's not your plan, it's not your art, which by the way I love the very 70s orientation of what's happened in your window. Like it's just very like 70s progressive video or I'm sorry, film art, and it's just that's why I thought it was art student stuff initially. So I think that's fantastic. And it plays where everything it plays into actually a disconcerting and yet interesting, which often is off-putting to start with. So that's that to people who don't want to be challenged. And that's something else that I find, is that a lot of folks want to just argue and be right. You mentioned it earlier. And when they see not only a challenging idea, but then a character who is challenging it in itself to comprehend,
Yeah, sometimes I just don't let them in the VC. That's what happened.
Yeah, it turns out that if you like playing life on hard mode, because a lot of people just play on cinematic, arcade, not even arcade mode. They just sit back and watch it go. I said I'm going to buy the ticket, and they said, how hard would you like? I said, make it hard. Let's go. And it turns out that the suffering that you get with it is luscious. Sucks a lot. I'm now on my redemption song arc, actually. Because I'm not a bad man. I'm not a bad man at all, but so many people lean into bad man. But I can understand. But I get to do the redemption.
From. A lot of it.
Of course, I understand too. Yeah.
Like a lot of times when you're talking and you're using the caricature, it can be a little confusing and frustrating when you're trying to get like a small point across. So I think that's kind of.
I totally hear you, but I only like the bone dialogue.
The first time I met you was when we were doing the film night, and you were catching a lot of shit.
Which I don't see. The problem is if you're oppressed a lot, as it were, things just smear into like a pain of. I was looking at the movie Papillion the other day with Steve McQueen. I was like, oh fuck, that's something I could relate to more now. Simulations, cinema is simulation, literature is simulation, especially science fiction, which between 10 and 20, I accidentally read like 2,000 of the best hard science fictions, which is really political science fiction, cultural science fiction, all kinds of like fictions, sciences, like looking at the verisimilitude of what life might be in different scenarios. Fantasy can be awesome. Tolkien did say that literature is the real heart of all of this kind of whatever it is. Cinema is beautiful, but literature. So I read a lot. A lot of people watch a lot of movies, watch a lot of anime, do the Warhammer 40K, a lot of things. And I'm like, but those are all like from here, from there. They're all things from somewhere else. And a lot of people don't realize that there's a lore to the lore, a meta lore.
Warhammer
and I'm really kind of
a thick, deep lore too. Like there is a lot.
Exactly. And I'm saying that all comes from the two great waves of classic science fiction. Like that's where all this came from. And and people like to go, you're stupid. And I'm like,
well, the beauty of Warhammer is it also has a
for not knowing
with fantasy as well as sci-fi. There's a really cool cross section there.
Saxon, I think I'm sorry. People tend to defend their enjoyment of an art as a personal tribal thing. Just like I've met people who, especially in the hip hop world or reggae world or rock and roll, people are always sure that whatever it is they're listening to is the one true thing they should be listening to, and you should be listening to that too. And if you don't know, you're not cool like them.
Exactly. As a DJ, I spin anything.
Oh hell yeah!
Reggae is one of the most gatekept things I've seen.
I've got very blessed only by the fact that I was the only one who would work with him to be basically the assistant every time you come through LA at the HOB to Lee Scratch Perry, and I got to learn a lot of reggae mixing. That's how I ended up.
Oh my days! Oh wait! I'm actually just my mind. Sorry, it's like
I have a feeling Saxon would fanboy on a lot of things that you've done in your life.
Oh yeah,
totally.
You'd be amazed. This dude has traveled.
I've been really lucky, man. And part of this is my individuality and my tenacity to not let people tell me no, basically, and to go knock on doors. My big thing is that how I got on tomfoolery's here. I was like, "Where's the Discord? What's the Discord? Fuck it, I'm going in." Nobody invited me. I don't get invited. I literally don't. When I found my way into the DGG.
That's kind of what's great about tomfoolery is like he'll bring you on if you're in the waiting room and he's taking call-ins. He'll bring you on. He doesn't care.
Same with Prime. I was shocked to say, and in fact, actually, oh my God, want to hear? Before I go, once again, I keep saying this is 45 minutes. My quick Prime case story is hilarious. I was literally just following Wick because we were having a good discussion, And he said, "Oh, I got to go." And I was like, "Well, where are you going?" He said, "Prime Case." Well, I'll sit back at stage with you. And he was like, "Okay, cool." I rolled with him. We rolled right into the same spot because he sent me the link. Bro, I'm in there 2 seconds and suddenly I'm in the show and I don't know what the topic is. I don't know who. I'm like, oh, thank God it's something I know about, and suddenly, I went forward with that. But it's definitely, I'd say this environment, particularly, and meeting people like you, Saxon, open minds and people who are creative. That's what makes the world wonderful, allowing ourselves to like find new things.
There's two different Discords, Saxon.
What? Because people don't understand. They go, "Oh, you got an alt, you got an alt." I'm like, no, I've got a shard. I can have as many shards as I need of my mind. I can split off more and more and more, and be in more places. I can have more than 2 eyes, more than 2 ears, and the ability to have this. I'm terribly sorry about that. This is the more because
look at my accepted your friend request like a few minutes ago, and then I got another one.
I'm accepting them all.
This one, by the way, my name is Michael King Jr., as you see. Michael King Jr. His father, Michael King Sr., went to Germany and was really taken with this guy who's a Lutheran. And so he changed his name to Martin Lutheran. And so Michael was actually Michael King Jr. and Michael King Sr. And then they were Martin Luther King. So Martin Luther King Jr.'s father was Michael King Sr., and he changed his own name to Martin Luther King Sr., and he changed his son's name to Martin Luther King Jr. So I'm sort of a pre-Lutheran version of Martin Luther King. I'm Mikey King Jr.
I like that explanation, man.
It's the truth. It's the reality. That's why I chose the name. I'm very into such things.
See, now
understanding
I am
the world
you
and
from the N-word, but it's only because I don't know your race.
I don't want to use it. Like I said, I hate it.
You could actually be fully within your rights to use that word
around me, because even you understand, I spend most of my time over there with my colleague Mike TV, smashing grifters, and it happens to be like where I got over there was pearly things, and the racism or slavery wasn't that bad, and then there's a lot of other topics. I cover a lot of position, but it turns out I'm somebody in their community where I basically already I've been invited to the barbecue, I'm told, and I'm on the panel. So
that's what I like, being invited to barbecues. I'm an open person because I like being invited to parties, because I don't like really throwing enough. I don't want to. In fact, the other thing is I'm very Marxist, very, very Marxist, and people go, "Oh, really?" And I go, "Yeah, Groucho Marx said that I would never want to be invited to, a thing that people. I never want to be part of a club that people would want me there, sort of thing, right?" So,
no, absolutely,
very Marxist that way. But if people invite me, that's the joke. Come on, like I said, I'm a researcher, and my main thing is inspiring people, and I do a lot of theoretical research. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Oh,
not
I love
conspiracy theorist, an conspiracy theorist. How about that?
That's like one of my friends, Michael, his code name was Entropy. And I don't know, that was his, he tell, like, if he really was your friend, he'd be like, "If you really need help, my code name is Entropy." Like, it was so good. He was a great dude. He passed away last year. But he has some, that motherfucker used to tell me stories where I'd just be like awestruck. His family was like incredibly, like really wealthy. He was my favorite. I gotta fucking go.
You're good. This isn't the only time I'm gonna do this.
Exactly. I will fucking sit here and talk all day long. I actually have to.
And I'm really good at keeping people so much. I developed a protocol. Sometimes I'll leave the conversation just so someone else will also leave, because I feel bad because I want it. They want it, but it's like I'm just like, okay, look, man. I know we both want this, but I have a bit more control, but usually I don't, because I'm like, in this case, I'm like, I have my fingers on the button, but I've disabled it. Unfortunately, I'm clicking. It doesn't work, sir.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal. Now, you and I definitely could have some long conversations on a lot of these,
and we will probably, or maybe not. Who knows? That's the beauty of it, that we can try.
Well, make sure whatever you do,
friend brand API connection.
Well, yes,
friend
yes,
brand API.
No,
No, but
absolutely.
Aaron, let me tell you, when you put on the hyperspace thing, that was a bit too much for me, actually. In that moment, it was seriously like kind of transcendental, right? It was weird because it's just the timing, and it happened to be the hyperspace one. I never feel bad, Emperor.
It's a donut.
I don't have the sensibility of shame. No, not the Taurus. The hyperspace one.
The
Put that on. That's frightening. Yeah, it was just at the right moment.
I went, whop. It's because
and I was like, whoa, because it's the speed of it too. That's a very fast hyperspace effect.
Yeah.
So it was like not a gentle hyperspace. That's like a
you just got thrown down the well.
Trans warp. That's not regular warp.
This is my soft.
That's trans warp.
Yeah, no, this is my soft. When you dump it over here, and then and this is also my. If you want to make people like the Jesus look.
Yeah, it's so good. But it was the specific, it was the Star Trekian in me that I was suddenly like, whoa. And it was a bit Star Warsy too. It's like a combination, but it was a fast, like the things were moving in a way that it was intense just at that moment. It hit hard, man. Reality hits you hard, bro.
How that one in particular, by the way, because of the color purple of it and the way that the white against the purple rods.
This part. Yeah. That weird? I'm like, it freaks me out. I feel. So, turn it off, please. Holy shit.
No, seriously. No, there's a couple of them that I have that are specifically really effective in the color range that I've done them because it's basically breaking up the colors into spacing where what your brain sees as a Doppler effect movement, or motion, is represented by the color of purple, and the white is spacing that your brain can't really interpret very well. So it suggests that you're actually seeing the motion of a star or motion coming towards you, even though you're sitting still.
Or going through a tunnel.
Or going through a tunnel. Yeah, your brain wants you to have these issues. Yeah. Well, here in particular, this one, oh my God, I've got one of these that really fucks with the fucking perception over here at some point. It's very, it's the first page, isn't it? It's this one over here. There's a whole section of it's really long too. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but basically at the end of this one, you end up in this weird tunnel that it looks like you're moving forward, but then after a section of the tunnel, suddenly you realize that you're actually moving backwards. So the whole perception switches. It's real fucked up.
Have you seen Sitch and Adam?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware of who that is? Sitch has a really cool background, even though like he's not actually in front of it. It's just a cutout of Sitch.
Yeah.
But his moving background is really cool too, with the eyeballs that kind of like form and turn into everything else. It's really cool. So you never know what you're gonna see.
Have you seen Forest of Wires?
No.
On Twitch?
No.
I am okay. Both of you.
I don't really do Twitch much. I
don't do Twitch for anything, but Forest of Wires. If you want to see the future of entertainment streaming, this kid,
that's what I'm here for.
This kid is Carl. It's Carl, and he's a mage. Carl has invented a game and witchcraft you can use in the stream that affects the show. And I mean like coding that you have to learn from other mages as they paste it up, because there's lore. He has trading cards. He has a book. He has DJ sessions and the lore sessions where he's showing the show that he's made.
This is wicked.
He's also adjusting to what the audience is directing it to do.
So it's very Inception-y.
Bro, this is crazy shit where the whole world is the world of the god. And he's invented many different partitions of the show, including the mage dance off, where there's like, he's basically running a DJ set. And I'm describing something where you're like, oh, this is scene per scene. No.
I remember when he wanted to leave.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. But when I'm selling you on this one, if you're gonna go see something,
it sounds.
Where are you going anyway? Where are you going? Are you going somewhere interesting? Can I go too?
You can always come, man. Come on. Saxon,
usually I like people to invite, but sometimes I'll like say, hey, by the way, I'd like to go wherever you're going. Yeah, I love people just inviting me, because then I don't have to like ask. But like at this point, I'm like, wherever you're going. No, Saxon, I know, but I want to go now because it's 11:30 in the morning for me. I got plenty of time. I got the whole day. I know. I work on. I'm a time lord.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, you got.
Well, you're lucky for that one, man. Good God, I want to turn back time, just a little bit.
Well, but the TARDIS. Look, I dialed in 2222 or something, and I fat fingered it. Came here, and it's like, what the hell is going on? And the TARDIS doesn't go back; it's only going forward, and it's at 1 year per year, and it's like, what the hell's going on here?
Mean to it? Have you really had a good conversation with it though? You giving it
with what the TARDIS?
Yeah,
it's part of my heart, of course. How would it run?
Well, I know, but you really do have to have. I mean, like, you may have need couples therapy. I think is what's going on. If it's going forward, I believe there's an episode about this.
I'm a Whovian.
Probably there is.
No,
damn Cybermen again.
Yes, Cybermen, and then Cybermen again. Cybermen. Anyway, gentlemen, you are gentlemen and scholars, and anywhere I am, you are definitely welcome for sure. Have a great evening.
You too.
Peace.
It's great to meet you, man.
Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun.
We'll
do it again for sure.
The best time I had in a server for quite a minute, because I've been over there in Wix World, so things get
I got banned from Wix World, by the way.
Saxon, how do you get banned from Wix World?
He gets banned from everywhere.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. You did it. You did a good job then. If you can get banned from Wix World, that's tough. You guys are awesome. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Peace.
I had to be quiet so that he could actually leave this time.
My microphone failed just to be able to say that I did nothing. I did nothing at Wix World, and I have a good friend there who's very close with Wick, and he said, "Oh my days, we should fix this." And I said, "No, let's just let this one cook." Right? I banned from everywhere, right? So it's like, it's not that I need it, right? So because it's part of the redemption arc. Literally, what I've got right now is that the politics Discord server. There's all I can say is it turns out if you do your research, 1 in 5 of the 6 million, 1 in 25% of the 6 million arrests in America every year are false, right? 1 in 20, it happens, right? Accidental. 3/4 of those, the 5%, or about 3% or so, is what's called malicious prosecution, which means that power is being used in a way that it's not supposed to be, especially in America, right? But think about that: 3% of 6 million arrests, convictions ultimately as well. Like there's a reflection in the whole thing, is malicious prosecution, people being against you for some reason.
So it's
which is 3%. No. It is 3. The number is 3%.
Oh, okay.
So 3% of all American arrests. Yeah. To jump to the end of the thingy of the math, it's 3% of arrests are malicious prosecution or power dynamic being misused by the power people. When we kicked out the king because we didn't want tyranny over us, right? And it's a real thing. What is illness in nature, right? It is disease. There's corruption, blah, blah, blah. It boils down to 3%. Some people can get stuck in that 3%.
Your mic got louder all of a sudden.
Yes, that's what I mean. Let me fix it because my regular mic failed just as Aaron was.
I mean,
I would expect.
Go ahead, Freddie. Sorry.
I would expect somewhere around that 3%. It doesn't sound. It doesn't sound unexpected.
Yeah, exactly. It's a natural thing. It's just that when you get the experience of the mod abuse, right? In the real world, it's called police or judicial abuse of power. In Discord space, in Twitter space or Twitch space, Reddit, whatnot, it's called mod abuse, right? And so when people in a Discord are against you just because you're you, they say, you broke the rules, you broke the rules, you broke the rules. But then when you actually don't break the rules, you follow the rules exactly as they want. As Destiny said, you got to learn the rules. Then you find out the rules are not the real rules.
You got to also
the real rules are
the unwritten rules.
Yeah, that's the
what
case.
I'm saying. And that ultimately in Discord, every rule comes down to, I'm the owner, you're the bye-bye.
True. I'm the emperor.
And kids are allowed to go Control-Shift-N, make their own thing, invite their friends over, and then end up having what turns out to be a pretty common thing, which is, who are we going to ban today? It becomes like they go through the phase. I'm already jumping past the phase of the gleeful. It's like, oh, hey, Freddie, who should we ban today? You know, Emperor, I got this guy. He's saying the N-word, and I caught him on the tape, and da-da-da-da. They got to the point. I've seen it in real life, like observing, like from the walls, as it were, of when people are just like, it becomes a fucking chore. Their joyful, exclusionary game becomes a bureaucratic chore.
That the mods sit in their own VC and literally talk about it.
Yes,
I've been on some
and a lot of
that are like that.
And my big thing, and you might appreciate this, I love your reflection, Emperor, on this, is that there's gaming discords, which is the origin story. The whole thing is all gamers. Then politics came in, right? And politics is a different game, for sure, right? But what I've seen definitely is the reflection of even like very political or non-gamer discords being flooded with volunteers with no qualifications, aka moderators, who end up making it more and more like gamer discords, where half the game is excluding.
Well, half the gamer or half the moderators usually come from gamer spaces too, so they're just
that's what I'm saying. That all of it is with this bot, exactly. And I'm not judging, but I think it's wrong.
And every once in a while, somebody just pisses you off, and it's like, all right, well, you know what? You might not have broke any rules, but you pissed off the wrong person.
Exactly. And I've done that, right? Because I'm often like, look, don't be soy. And I didn't realize that the person was the Emperor. And I'm like, I wasn't doing it out of anything but love, saying, hey, Emperor, you know, you're being a bit soy there. And you might be occasionally or something, right? But on that day, in that way, you know, maybe you had a bad day. Maybe I had a bad day. Maybe that's why I'm saying in the first place, other would be having a joyous conversation. But the wrong combination, including, I've heard Saxon's a bad man.
Sometimes it's also, there's a lot more people there's too many people talking at once, and there's just one too many. So you got to pick
That's
one.
what DK said. DK banned me from Chud after I paid all my, what do you call it? Not bribery.
Jews?
Whatever
Had
it
you
is, you know,
Jews?
Jews? What?
Anyway, to Chud, I did everything. I supplicated. I got back in the Discord, and finally I'm there. I didn't even go into the VCs. I was just in the text of the stupid spicy chat, not even being spicy. DK bans me. And he says, with the glee, they're all gleeful, right? And he says, there's only room for 1 gig of schizo here. And I'm like, fuck. And then I try to tell Chud, and he's like, and I love everybody in this space. I grew up in this space, right? So it's hard for me. In fact, I'm working with my hands tied behind my back because unlike everyone else who doesn't give a fuck, I do give a fuck. So the people who are most against me, and I'm not, you know, I've been through real life where there's just too much suffering, and I don't want to have a sim of suffering. I'd like to go to spaces where people, and I'm not judging you, right? It's an American dream to live in a simulation
but again,
of constant struggle and
you
conflict.
didn't get banned. You only got temporarily disconnected.
Where? Oh, the Destiny thing? Oh, no, I've been banned from Destiny's
I meant when
Discord.
I kicked you out of the call.
Did you kick me? I don't even remember.
I kicked you out of the
I don't
call
know. It's all
the other day.
I'm just used to it. It's like I just go. It's like I go, hey, I've got my own handcuffs here. I got a bag for my head. Let's go. You know, I'm down with it. I got the I got the T-shirt. The T-shirt wore out. I used it as a chamois. It wore out. You know, so I'm very used to the boot on the neck. In fact, I've got a new necklace that's a boot.
Nice. So you can actually say you have a boot on your neck. I get what you did. Symbolism.
Yes, and it's all for the purpose of good drama, right? Because ultimately there's a meta drama of speaking. That's what satire is often, right? It's like a meta drama because Jonathan Swift, when he wrote his book about the satirical look at what to do with the issue of the day of the famine in Ireland, and he wrote a modest proposal. Look at it; it's in the title. It's modest. Yeah. Why don't the Irish, they got a lot of babies, it's a cookbook, if you know what I'm saying. But that's satire. It's illustrating something that's almost devastatingly difficult to deal with. You know, if you're in England and whatever that era was and thinking, I've got Irish cousins and they're starving to death. I'm sending them everything I can, but they're starving to death, literally, right? So Jonathan Swift suggesting that the Irish eat their babies is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Optically, that's not good, but that's the point of satire. That's why it's hard to work. It's a meta narrative. Go ahead.
Welcome back, Rumi.
It's look, satire can be a powerful tool to illustrate how fucked up things are.
That's right, exactly. And that's why I only try to do satire
or just to make fun of
stuff.
Or just to make fun of various ridiculous situations as well. It's not necessarily always got to be something in the particular case of the famine. Yes, obviously it was a very fucked up situation, but
I would say though you're totally right, but there might be at the core of almost every satire something that's a touch point that's difficult to really get into, like the satire of dingoes eating babies in Australia.
Dingo ate my baby.
Yeah,
that
like that's
once.
In a way,
one time.
Exactly. And so when it's repeated over and over again, there's a satirical element to it. But what does it speak to in the greater sense of dingoes, babies, the perception of Australia? That's why my Australian friends, I always, reflect on how so much of the North American or the rest of the world's perspective of Australia is warped through some pretty fucked up marketing from an Australian's perspective. But from the Australian Tourist Board and the whole GDP of the country, I'm sure it appreciates all the people who would go to Australia to throw a shrimp on the bobby, And it's like, they don't have shrimp, they have prawns. So, sort of thing. And that Foster's is a good beer, but then I was watching this football game before the trans thing, and all the commercials were for Bud Light.
So did the dingo really take the baby?
That's a good question.
Lindy Chamberlain was put in jail for killing her own baby.
Okay, so the dingo didn't actually take the baby.
What? No, didn't do it.
The case was retried, and she was exonerated, and they decided years later that yes, it was the dingo.
Wow!
Oh my days!
So the dingo,
but she did spend years in jail, at least a couple of years. But yes, in the end, look, we don't know, obviously, 100%, but in the end, it was pinned on the dingo, that through the Australian court system and through, I don't know how you want to put it, because I guess Lindy Chamberlain has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's
there is that, yeah.
The reasonable doubt was not proven, and it was never. I don't think she should have gone to jail because they never had actual cold hard proof. You know what I mean? But everyone was just sus on her. She was a weird person. They were Seventh-day Adventists, I believe, and she wasn't very emotional in court, and she wasn't a good witness for herself, and she got done maybe unfairly.
I don't know a lot about the.
Look, it's an unknown thing, but yeah, she was exonerated in the end, and as been released.
Is it a jury trial?
Yeah, it was a jury trial as far as I mean, it was in 1980. I've only seen it through movies. There's a famous movie, Evil Angel.
Dingo ate a baby of Australian.
I've just always heard the term that people like jokingly use of dingo ate my baby.
A dingo ate my baby. Yes, that's what she said at the time,
and it reflects a North American perspective that like Australians are so something that we can diminish, that they have dingoes eating baby.
Well, I mean, Australians fuck with Americans too, talking about drop bags.
Wait. We don't need to have that equivalency. Marshall Rosenberg.
That's not a false
equivalence. Study of not. It's not false.
It's a whataboutism.
No, it's not even that. In nonviolent communications, Marshall Rosenberg talks about one of the things, if you're negotiating with warlords or drug gangs, one of the things to help a person be able to see the other side is you don't necessarily, even for a moment, if not longer, is compare one to another. So when, for example, as a parent, you can do this as a practice, which is instead of saying, well, Billy, your brother never does that, to be able to at least at first just look at the person's pain or whatever that's going through and to not compare. because that comparison is a diminution of whatever the thing that a person's going through. So in this case, yes, everybody does this and that. Well, I was talking specifically about in this case, in this way, and that the pain that Australians have of like, no, there wasn't the dingoes, and it's not this, and it's not that. But I do like to say that if you want to keep an Australian busy for a couple of hours, innocently ask, are there any snakes in Australia?
Me too. What? Yeah.
Yes. You got to innocently ask. It's like, are there any snakes in Australia?
What?
And at first they're like,
American girl with weird Italians that said she had the eyes of a devil witch. Named Amanda Knox. I haven't heard of this somehow. This is a new one to me.
Amanda Knox, I think, didn't she kill her boyfriend or was accused of something like that? Or I don't even remember. I may be wrong on that. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
Rooney's talking about it in chat, but none of us have heard it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can say chat. No, it's something. Okay, I'm thinking of someone else.
No.
Was it her baby or I can't remember.
I'll look it up.
The name is familiar, but but yeah, obviously we have a lot of snakes in Australia. Sorry, I was out of the room.
A lot.
Oh, see, exactly. Australians will go in. That's what I'm saying. It's, you know, I apologize to all my Australian friends, but it's like it's a go-to point. It's like a knee-jerk sort of thing. Snakes in Australia. I'll tell you about snakes. That's not a snake. This is a snake, and da 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 da. If you lead them in and you keep buying them beers, they'll go on for hours about the snakes. Australia.
Spent almost 4 years in Italian prison following a wrongful conviction for the 2007 murder of Meredith Kircher, a fellow exchange student.
Oh, I've heard that story. That's that. Yeah. I remember seeing that story.
Yeah, it's coming back to me now.
In Perugia.
I'm afraid of like doing DJ lyrical recognition because it's all coming back to me. There's like some kind of song for that. But now I'm like with that R. Kelly thing. Holy shit. It's like any lyrics you go to. I'm just like, maybe I should just stick to EDM, no lyrics, because that way you don't have to like worry about, you know, was that guy a pedo? Was that guy a Nazi? You know, some kind of everybody. It's like, you know,
I thought he just pissed on people. I didn't think it was anything pedo, but maybe it was. I really don't know that much.
I don't like some of the people were underage, I believe. But
all I know is I believe I can fly.
Exactly, it's a beautiful song, and then I saw, wait, R. Kelly's that guy with the so it's like, and optically these days, that's the thing, you know, people are always about, it looks bad. I'm like, you know, it is bad, actually. People don't seem to recognize that there is a distinction between deeds speaking.
Me. Amanda Knox would be is 35 today. 1987.
Look, I very much believe in the death of the author or separating the art from the artist or whatever. But I still think we can condemn artists for their personal behavior and say, obviously, is not a good person, but still good songs or good paintings or whatever.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about on the air, as it were, right? I mean, because then somebody's going to be on Twitter or something. Oh, you know what? He said R. Kelly lyrics. He's a man. So giving people ammunition when we don't have to, right? There's all kinds of other songs that are similarly. I'm just saying to be aware, sadly, of the optics. It's not hard, right? But it's definitely for me a reflection that so many people will use these things as an attack without going. Can I ask you what you meant by the song when you were referring to the lyrics from, you know, it's R. Kelly, you know, and you know he's a bad man. I could go, yes, I know, and thank you for asking me, rather than just vilifying me, muting me, and banning me because I happened to say some lyrics from Ice-T.
Well, it depends on what the words are, not what the words mean.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's optically the visage of it, the look of it to people, right? That's what Trump, really brought out, that it doesn't matter
so much that. It's just
what
the fact that
things
if you
are.
say that word, I get banned.
Not at Twitch. Twitch doesn't have a problem with the N-word.
Twitch does.
No,
Yes, it
look at the
does.
TOS. Discord is probably even stricter than that, but there is no actual use of the N-word. Like there is TOS legitimate uses. Discord, I don't think has any. I don't think Discord has
if Hassan can get banned for saying the word cracker,
yeah,
you're
that's
going to
my
tell me
initial
that
thing.
Twitch doesn't have a
I was
problem
banned
with
for saying cracker. I was banned for 30 days on Twitch for saying cracker in a text chat in I forget where it was, but I used it. I even put it within this is satire. I put it with stuff, but I presume that the AI at the time had been tuned up, right? And ultimately their rule is our rules roll, and I'm cool with that. But testing it out was to be able to see what would happen. And technically I did, and I appealed it. I said, look, this was within TOS. I was talking in this way, and it was indicated as satire. It wasn't just satire. I indicated it, all this stuff, and yet the rules are the rules. The king says you're done, and I had a 30-day break on Twitch.
Chris Brown definitely also has some good music.
And people have been banned
really
for saying the N-word too.
I've got so many N-word bans at Destiny. They don't like any N-word adjacent words.
Which is surprising.
We just have to be realistic.
Destiny is an N-word enjoyer himself.
A little bit, but not for reals. He said to Molina that he might be president one day. So, I mean, he doesn't hate black people.
He's popular, but not that popular yet.
Yeah, he's only 35, 34. He'll be 35 January 20th, 2024, or 25. I mean, he could run. He could run.
My point earlier about separating the art from the artist is not that we should forgive.
Let's get back to that.
Rooney brings up the point of Chris Brown beating up Rihanna. Well, I don't want to forgive him for that. I'm not a Chris Brown fan of his music anyway. But if I was, I'd say, well, I still like this song. I can't name a Chris Brown song, but this great song that he wrote. Like Michael Jackson, let's say, for example, if we I love Michael Jackson's music. But let's say, for example, that he did do bad things in his life, or whatever. He did those things, but I still like the songs. Whether he did those things or not, the beats are undeniably good. The dancing is undeniably good. Like I can still like the beats, the dancing, these aspects, and say, but his personal life not that good, or disgusting, or whatever. I don't know. Like now,
some people find it more or less easy
that he may not have been
sort
as
of
bad
segregate those two things, to discriminate between the art and the artist. One thing for me has always been, I saw 6 Degrees of Separation with Will Smith, and he was so amazing in it, and it was a long time ago, right? So for me, when the whole slapping thing came, I'm like, yeah, whatever, because what he did in that movie showed that, his whatever was great, and I'll give him in many ways a pass no matter what. Even, him making one of the worst films ever, that Scientology science fiction thing he did with his son, I still give him a pass, sort of overall, because of 6 Degrees and other things as well, everything, right? And that's the thing. Some people really want to lean into, I will cut a person off because of anything, right? And that's fair. I mean, in America, you're allowed to do that because we got the.
You're allowed to. I just don't agree that it's a good way to live your life. You're going to miss out on good art.
I agree. I totally agree. But a lot of Americans miss out on a lot of stuff.
I still hold that Michael Jackson is innocent.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Dave. I was just bringing it up as a random example of someone who I actually do like musically and has at least a controversial personal life. No, I'm not trying to.
And to
say Woody Allen,
just throw in
like that.
there's that one. I was going to throw in Jello pudding pops.
What was his name? Burt Reynolds? No, not Burt Reynolds. The other one that looks kind of like Burt Reynolds. Tom Selleck.
What did Tom Selleck do? No.
Tom Selleck.
Magnum PI.
Okay, listen. A lot of people dislike Tom Selleck because of his interview with what was her name? Wasn't it Tom Selleck that you when you smack a woman?
You're thinking of Sean Connery and Barbara Walters?
Sean Connery?
Oh, was that Sean Connery that I'm trying to think of?
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
He talked about the discrimination between an open, open hand, backhand, open hand, forehand. That's like
they all kind of look the same that day. Burt Reynolds.
I hear you. It's like, and I'm down with you. All it was just to bring it through. I mean, Woody Allen's an excellent one, right? But the other one, of course, is Jello pudding pop guy. What's that guy's name?
Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby, exactly. And when I remember looking into some of the details, and it seemed to be that, because I'm always looking at how on the surface it's easy to vilify and people can find a hypocrite, call them out and then move on, right? That's what people in America definitely love doing. People all over. But with Bill Cosby, there were some details of the case that were really kind of interesting. And I really felt like it came down to the potential that in the 70s, especially, rich, Hollywood actors, men and women, would take drugs and have sex.
Yeah.
And that it was not that it was non-consensual. It was kind of an implicitness, and maybe is completely wrong in every way, but that it wasn't exactly this kind of modern roofying of randos, which we would see as a real abrogation and a molestation to an individual if you're unconsensually getting roofied. But back then it wasn't some roofing. It's like people just doing whatever barbiturates or whatever stuff that they would do it to do it, Anyway.
Nice
Bill
seeing you,
Cosby,
We'll
for
probably
God's
wrap it
sake.
up pretty soon here. So I appreciate you coming by
Yeah,
and
man.
hanging out and talking in chat. I love it.
I think that's possibly true, but I will say we used to. I remember going on holidays with mates, and we used to listen to it. My mate had the record. Bill Cosby talks to kids about drugs, and we used to get stoned and listen to this record.
Exactly.
And it was hilarious.
Exactly.
But I think listening to that record after the revelations would actually change the art itself. The record would be different.
You're right. Because people who
so
would
this is a
listen to it
situation
now,
where you can't separate the art from the artist to some degree. Where it's like, hang on a minute, Bill Cosby's telling all these, hey, don't take drugs, man. Drugs are bad. Blah blah blah. Meanwhile, while he's making this record, he's giving drugs to women to the point where they pass out and fucking them. Now, this makes me like, hey, whoa, bro. This record has a different vibe now. If I heard it again, I would literally
so
be
many things
completely
do.
different and
A
less
lot
funny.
of the complaints of encoding stuff in media that's bad, most Disney stuff has things that for adults are different from for kids, right? So it's an encoded level of something that when you're a kid you watch it again and you go, oh, now I get what that meant. When I was little, I didn't know what the that banana sundae meant.
But they were
now
that as a kid, you're never gonna question it.
Exactly. But now a lot of the push is that they're doing it on purpose, sticking it in our face, yada yada. But I'm saying it was kind of always there, whatever it was, right? Yeah. Things have evolved, and one of the things even about movies, a fun fact, is that there's double the number of movies made now than just 20 years ago. So the opportunity for weird shit, well, the 90% of everything sucks. That's Sturgeon's law, right? Science fiction author. So it's just that there's twice as much to look at, and that sucks.
Yeah.
People today don't realize that in the old days, a movie was in a theater. You go there, sit there in the dark, do nothing for 2 hours, leave, never see, and never wait. It's not just that, and never see the movie again.
Yeah.
Ever. right? Now it's like on repeat. Oh, I just watched, Apocalypse Now 300 times.
It would have to be good enough that you'd be willing to make another trip to the movie theater, pay the entry fee,
or even if it could. That's why people would go see it again. Right away.
That's when they started making the cheap seats and stuff, where you can watch movies that are a little older, but for a much cheaper price.
Even in the VHS days when I was a kid,
had that.
You would have to pay, $5-6 to hire a new release, which was a movie that was in the cinemas 2 years previous.
Yeah.
And it would then be released on VHS, and you could rent it for one night for $5. It was like it's a lot of money to pay to
and if you didn't return it, I still have
That's
nightmares that I forgot to return
the return. Oh my days!
Oh,
Freddie, just
or you could wait another 2-3 years for it to come out on TV.
Yeah.
Exactly, it would come out. But Freddie, just for the comedy's sake, isn't it in Australia? Aren't they called dollary dues? Isn't that the official government term?
Yes, dollary dues. The Simpsons has a lot to answer for, but yes, they are now. It's our official currency.
That's what I mean. It should be something cool. Like Australia's got so much opportunity because there is a lot of satirical sort of body in the people who were left to England or were forced off to England, out of England, right? And a lot of umbrage. That's why the dog cunt word is the worst one, because it's a traitor to because it was the guards for the dog cunts, right? So if you're called a dog cunt, it means you're descended from the guards, not from the majority of people, right? The guards.
Look, Australia has a healthy hatred for authority in the culture, but
exactly.
Well, it started as a prison colony.
I think America has that too, from what I can tell.
Yeah. We do.
Oh yeah. But again, the comparison. That's why I like to, because when you just ignore the
the entire story of our independence and everything was breaking away from authority, from people who were trying to make us pay them money and not having any kind of representation. No taxation.
That's the cover story. The king was drunk and he said, "Take away their guns." And it's like the Americans were like, "But we need the guns to shoot the Indians. What are we going to do without guns?" And so when they came to get the guns, they said, "Yeah, you can come and get the guns." And the guns were all in a warehouse. It's just that there was Americans in the warehouse with the guns too, or something. What are about cover stories? Here's an interesting conspiracy sort of theory I heard about the King of England, Henry, when he formed the Anglican Church. It wasn't necessarily that he wanted to have another wife, right? Because he went to the Pope and said, "Hey, I need to have a dispensation." I want to sound like the Pope talking to the... Anyway, the king wants it, and the Pope says no, right? So he forms his own, he breaks off from the Pope, so he could have a divorce, right? But one of the other things that conveniently happened when you break away from the Catholic Church is that you can be freed up from not attacking fellow Catholic countries like France and Spain. So England was suddenly free to prioritize and attack and take all the good stuff from Spain and France.
True.
So was it that he needed a new wife? Or was it they needed a little bit of wiggle room within their power of the Navy? Because they had this kick-ass Navy at the time. And it was sitting there doing nothing because you couldn't steal from France or Spain or any other damn Catholic places.
Yeah.
Damn Catholics. Got their cabal of protection. So Henry said, "Hey, we're going to break the protection." When I sounded like a Sopranos.
All right, I'm really tired now. And it's like almost 5 a.m. So I'm going to wrap it up. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for helping me provide content.
Emperor, thank you for giving me the second chance and the third chance and whatnot. No, because it's really helping me build my arc. You're going to be foundational, man. You're going to be one of the first people who started to help the ascent back to heavenly space.
I learned from someone really good. His name was Jesus. That forgiveness is the way, and second chance, you got to turn the other cheek, and then turn the other cheek, and then turn the other cheek. So just because I didn't trust you the first time doesn't mean you can't earn it back.
Exactly. Well, I'm happy to earn. That's the thing. If you never get a chance, look, think about this. If you never get a chance to earn it back, that's what sucks the worst.
Yeah, I agree.
When the prejudice becomes, you know, like I said, a LARPing with the beginning, mistaken of the LARP as something trolly negative, me not like caring because it's like what silliness that these people have. It turns out that you end up a real like impact on a person from.
To be honest, it was a little overkill to me. I was like, it was the mannerisms that you spoke with. You were using much bigger words than I wanted to try to think about at the time.
But I'm doing it for the vine.
I know, I get it, but that's.
Well, I know, but this is.
But you were way better.
That's right, and so
way better.
I've always been better though. I've only been able to exist in small segments. If you took out just a small few bits of Dave Chappelle stand-up, you'd go, that guy's fucking horrible racist. If you don't see the punchline,
it also depends on like
so
the
many
other
times
people in the conversation, because I knew that with Aaron here, you're not gonna be as hard to understand for people because you and Aaron are kind
I need bridges.
Yeah.
And that's what we all can do is we can, in a BOEM dialogue, a person might have concepts that they are having difficulty bringing across because they're just like their concepts, not necessarily language, right? Yeah. But another person might go, oh, do you mean it like from this and that? I can see what you mean. It's like, yeah, and if there's this and there's that, and it's like it's a progressive conversation rather than shut the fuck up, no one cares. Right? It really is like a manifestly about building the bridges between concepts. That's why I use the term conceptory.
And I feel like if I was sitting in here with people like Speakeasy and Katie, you probably wouldn't vibe as well.
I love Katie.
Probably true as well. Yeah, but
I love Katie. That's what I've been here for.
Really?
And I was with this last thing actually with Tom and Katie.
I don't hate her.
A lot of people drive a lot of people crazy. And I appreciate that. Yeah. I drive people nuts. I don't know why, theoretically, because I'm all good. I can see different things in different ways. I was a Canadian American by birth, and now I'm British too. And I've always been an internationalist, and I'm actually from, space. So what am I going to do? I like to be invited to everybody's party, so that way you can see the good.
When you say you're from space and stuff like that, it's very awkward, and it's like, I don't really want to take this guy.
Okay, well, wait, but a lot of it is to put in a person's head exactly that, because one sentence can expand to what the reality and clarity is. Having a background of so much really good exploration through science fiction gives the concepts that life and humanity can be in so many different ways than most people just have never thought about, right? So it's like an expanded space of the potential for humans to be good, especially.
So yeah, before I
in the future,
finish up your final thoughts, and then I'll give Freddie some stuff to say, and then I'm going to take off.
I just wanted to say that your background is very frightening, and that's why when you were like muting and going into God mode, I was like, "Yes, sir, yes, sir." I felt it. I felt the authority. That's what I mean. It's like you were talking with God. It's like exactly. It's like you're in fact the monarch, right? You're the person between God and the people, right? And I really felt you were muting and talking to God and going, "What should we do here?"
Yeah.
King.
Sometimes I am become Monkey King.
Monkey King. It looks like Skeletor.
Kind of.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Skeletor.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like Skeletor was a nice guy. Come on. He got a bad rap.
I paid some guy like $20 to make this for me. He gave me the rights.
Fantastic.
He did a good job.
Yeah, he did my whole kit on Streamlabs. If I was using that instead of OBS, I have like a full layout and everything set up for gaming,
which is fantastic.
Absolute bargain. It looks a couple of $100 job to me. I would have thought.
Yeah, he did.
I would say even more.
I appreciated it. It's better than the first
thing
I had. First thing I had was
my mother is always about how cheap she got stuff, and I say I don't care how cheap it was. It's great. It looks amazing, and it's nice. Yeah. And no, I'm just saying it looks great.
Yeah.
So if there's a $5 or $5 million, it's nicely done.
It's a bonus out of the $5. You can save money and buy us a beer.
Yeah. What was the let me find the original one.
There are some great stories about that. Someone was telling me about a story about his uncle in Egypt,
Estate in Asheville, North Carolina.
who was
That was the original.
his uncle.
Answers contributor. Oh, sorry.
Pretty boring, but that was my original.
His uncle was selling these sculptures, and he was selling them for like effectively, $100 or $200 or something. But a rich person came in and misread the price tag and thought it was 2,000. It was in Egyptian currency, so it was different numbers, but they thought it was 2,000, and they said, "Oh yeah, this is great." And they bought one and bargained down to like, "Oh well, I'll give you 1,800 for it." Bought it for 1,800, then started telling their friends. So he started selling these $200 sculptures for $2,000. And giving everyone a discount, but all these rich people that were in this rich circle of friends started buying these what used to be $200 sculptures for 10 times the price, basically, and think, oh well, I'm getting $200 off. Oh yeah, I'm getting a bargain. I was like, well, they think it's worth it. What are you going to do? It's but he couldn't sell them for 200. No one wanted them. I was like, what is this junk? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's
Cool. Anything else?
It's strange how much people are confused about what things are worth, is what I was trying to say. No, I got nothing else, mate. I'm just watching the cricket in the background. Go Australia. Hopefully I'll win
cricket.
the Ashes.
Oh, my days. Have you heard about Freddie, we should talk. Emperor, all I can say is Vanderbilt. And let me tell you the last thing. So we were in the Vanderbilt suite. It was so amazing. The books, unlike the White House, which were cool books, they were not even books. It was like fake plastic books on the bookcase. No. And I'm like, oh, the ersatz reality. Vanderbilt. Yeah, not in the real Vanderbilt house. This was like the hotel that they built.
That goes back to what Aaron said. Don't meet your heroes. Goes the same for buildings.
The actual Biltmore house is beautiful and has like an amazing library, and he was rich and awesome. But the estate, the hotel for the conferences that I went to, and I like I said, by accident, had to be in the luxuriest of luxury, and it had like bookcases. And I looked closely at the books to go, what are the books in this bookcase of this really posh suite? And they weren't even real. They were just plastic, like thingies, like from IKEA. And I'm like, America, let's go. Anyway, you